Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. Meow Meow Gravy says, "Are you actually live?" Well, yeah, we are live. Unless you and I got ahead before this live and planned that little exchange. Seems like a question could be asked there. But we are here as we always are, questioning beliefs. So if you have a belief in anything like that, and you're open to having that belief questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here looking for a debate or an argument. I'm not interested in the shouting matches or the long-winded pontifications. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Have you ever really given that much thought?
Yo, Thrayle, my MFing man.
How's it going,
How you
Zero
doing,
One?
man? Thrayle
Doing
got the
okay.
dog in him, man. How you doing, everybody, man? Thrayle, I ain't spoken to you in a minute.
It's
I've
been a little
questioned everything, and it's still the same conclusion, man. I mean, I want you to question me more, please.
You say you've questioned everything and it's the same conclusion. Well, when it comes to a god or gods, higher power, what is your
Yeah.
conclusion, Zero?
Yeah. So the stimulation experiment theory that I hold still is the only one that makes plausible sense. The creation, irrespective of how it began, a continuous simulation experiment until um, what initiate. I mean, there has to be God. There has to be some sort of creator.
Continuous simulation experiment. You're talking
Yes.
about this reality is somehow a continuous experiment.
Yes.
Talking about simulating what?
Simulating reactions, Thrayle.
Why would why would there need to be a simulation for reactions?
Um, to see what kind of reactions occur.
Could those reactions not be tested in a base reality?
What does base reality mean?
You find that this is a simulation for reactions, and what is it predicated upon?
What does creation, live matter? I don't understand what predication means. You mean an alternative model, a different original model, or something? Something that
Is it
is
is there something this simulation is within?
within. What do you mean by within? Like a closed system, or what do you mean within?
I didn't say closed system, just any system. Is this simulation within some other greater model, some other greater
Oh, oh.
existence?
Well, that's a good question. Um, it would have to be Thrayle. It would have to be.
It would have to be within something.
It would have to be within, whether it's closed system or not. Yeah, well, it's not in a petri dish. It's not in a petri dish kind of thing. But um,
How did you
yeah,
verify it wasn't in a petri dish?
because a petri dish is uniform. It has Yeah, it's not a petri dish.
Uniform.
It's not. It's not. The universe has no shape. It doesn't. It's not on something. It is everything.
The universe has no shape, it's not on something, it is everything.
Yeah.
If it is everything and not on something, if it has no
Yeah.
shape, then how did you verify that it was some kind of simulation within something?
Within something. I've got a question. Well, you're making me okay. You're making me okay. So from the initial origin, would it have been expanding in all directions in spherical? It can't be just in one direction. Yeah, that's fascinating. Fascinating. Yeah. I would still conclude that it's a simulation. It's an experimentation.
It's starting to sound like a presupposition. Is there some reason you would presuppose that this is an experiment of satisfaction in that
No,
conclusion?
there's no emotional satisfaction at all. It's actually very. It makes you very anxious, Thrayle.
Anxious?
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's not for my emotional stability. That's definitely not it. I wish
What
it
about
was.
the idea of being in a simulation makes you anxious?
No control, Thrayle. No control. No control.
Do you have control otherwise if this isn't a simulation?
Yes.
How?
There's no alternative to that.
What do you mean there's no alternative?
There is no control. The control is the emotional stability that you speak of, which is the direct opposite to my line of thinking. You convince yourself to be emotionally stable by thinking I'm anxious because I'm within this experiment. I have no control. Because I thought you were trying to allude to me being formulating that theory due to an emotional need to feel something. It was actually the opposite. I'm trying to find meaning, but there isn't anything else.
If you say you're trying to find meaning, but there isn't anything else, then what is this simulation theory providing you?
It must be with the knowledge that it would be an experiment and a simulation. For what reason? Just to see
Must
what.
have. I'm not hearing how it satisfies you or how you reach the conclusion other than
It doesn't satisfy me. You know,
you say
it's
it
not
is what it
satisfying.
is. How do you know it is this? How do you
Because
know?
that's the reality we live in.
If I ask a Christian, how do you know that God exists or Jesus is your Savior? And they say, because that is the reality we live within. Are they thinking
They have a
critically?
distorted. They have a distorted. Come on. That's toddler stuff. We're past that. We can't think about that.
I know you can think critically, Zero. So
No, I can absolutely. Okay, if we ask the Christian,
So
I would
we're
explain. I would tell you that the Christian has a distorted version of reality
how do you know that yours is not distorted?
because I have spent my whole existence formulating
And the pastor says the
stories.
same thing.
Who says that?
The pastor, the minister,
All right, the
the
pastor is
biblical
alluding to
scholar.
texts,
They spent their
scriptures.
whole life
Yeah. You know, but there's a difference here, Thrayle. There's one who is philosophically acquiring concrete, scientific, basically sound knowledge that isn't extrapolated from texture and history and hearsay and you know, it's sound scientific knowledge. It's not stories. I'm not telling you a story.
You say it's sound scientific knowledge,
Yeah.
but what is the sound? Before you answer,
Yeah.
chew on it for just a moment. What is that? While I really quick pull up this list and thank everybody who helped with that last gift goal. Thank you, Michael V. Thank you, Joe Chupacabra. And also thank you, Birdies. And if anybody from a private account helped as well, thank you. I appreciate all of you. So what is the sound scientific basis for your simulation theory?
Absolutely. Jimmy is in here. Shout out to Jimmy. How you doing, Jimmy? So there are scientific theories with a strong uh, pretty much 93, 95, 96%, 99% irrefutable um, through not explanation, through observation. Um, and it's not supernatural observation. It's through an accumulation of observations that are all overall theory.
An accumulation of observations that are all overall linked into this theory that
Are
everything
all
is a
interlinked
simulation.
into the overall theory. Yeah, interlinked. So the universe is expanding, Thrayle, ever since its inception, irrespective of how it began, and it's going through constant changes through reactionary means with matter and energy and all that physics stuff. And it's continued to do that until this day, and it still is doing that. It is a mystery. I mean, it is. I
The
mean, we are
universe
in it, Thrayle.
expands. We
Sorry.
are in it.
Yeah.
I'm just repeating back. The universe expands.
Yeah.
We are in it.
Yeah.
There are reactions. What about
Yeah.
that implies a simulation?
Similar to if you would have to conduct an experiment in a scientific lab, it would cause certain reactions. If you would, um, but obviously that's on a very, very smaller scale.
Mechanisms to record the data, the reactions.
Yeah.
What indicates any of that?
Yes. So the reactions that we have in the controlled setting are very, very minute compared to the reactions that are going. We try to formulate things which is actually going against entropy, really, which also has an effect. But that is nowhere near what is going on out there. But I would, I wanted to highlight that we're in it. It's very difficult to explain something when you're in it. But the best we can do is realize that you know there must be somebody who initiated this. There has to be.
Why?
Couldn't have. Um, because nothing comes from nothing. Something must have set this into motion
Why?
because it never stopped. It never stopped.
See, it never stopped. What makes you believe it ever started?
Because you can see it. You can see it.
Be a beginning.
The fact that it's growing, Thrayle. The fact
Because
that
it
it's similar
grows.
to.
Because is it not possible that it could be growing in a cyclical manner? Could grow and shrink? Or is it not possible that the growing is just one phase in a longer cycle we'll never fully understand?
There is, but no.
You say
Because
there
it's
is that
uniform.
possibility, but no.
Yeah, there. I mean, I am a. I'm a person who questions, as
You've
we
said
know.
we are within it.
Yeah.
What do you mean by uniform? What is the uniformity?
So you said something about growing and like contracting, expanding in a cyclical manner.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what's happening.
You say it's not what's happening. How do you
No,
know that?
because it's expanding outwards.
So, again, you said we are within it. How would we
Yeah.
know
I,
the grander
yeah,
scale of what is occurring?
yeah. So, based on observation, the origin has been expanding it and not contracting, and is constantly expanding and outwards. Um,
Constantly expanding outwards.
yeah, it's similar to
What
a kind
about
of.
that? What about that indicates that there must have been a beginning and could not be part of some cycle?
Yeah, so if I was to toss a grenade into the open space, it would explode in outward manner, in outward fashion, in all directions until it reacts with the whatever. But that's the kind of model that has been observed.
You see, that is the kind of model that has been observed, that of a grenade
It,
outwardly
exploding, yeah,
exploding.
yeah, yeah.
Is there no indication that this model is slowed down, changed in any way? You say it's assume.
Yep. So from the moment the grenade exploded, according to space and time that it exploded in, even though it occurred in a very fast fashion, it did reach a stage where it stopped expanding. Yeah. Perhaps we haven't reached that space. It's metaphorical. It's an analogy. It could stop
So is it
expanding.
possible that we just haven't seen the indications of its cyclical nature or anything like that yet, but that those things could still exist?
Are you talking about cyclical? So, in terms of the grenade example, it would cease to exist once it reaches full expansion capacity, kind of like.
Cease to exist?
Yeah. So the bomb will, like, the expansion will stop
Why are you assuming that the nature of the universe is similar to that of a grenade?
because the model, the way it's been observed, is that it's um, exponentially
Which model?
expanding in all directions. The scientific model,
Which one?
the scientific one, um, the history, the evolution of the universe, the Big Bang,
Which model?
the origin
Eh,
of the universe.
The origin of the universe. Is there a name for the model?
Could we call
Besides
it the?
besides
Uh,
Big Bang, is there a name for it? And
I'm
while
not
you
sure.
think on that, I'm just going to remind everybody to tap the screen and share the language.
Thank you, everybody. Also, hit the repost button.
shared
Has he heard
today.
of
Followers.
DESI study? What's DESI?
Sorry. No, the only thing I know is Big Bang Thrayle. I don't know of any other model, and I don't even want to like go into Big Bang is just
Right. This is just
yeah,
part of the reason, part of the cumulative evidence you said that you see
exactly,
for there to
precisely,
be
precisely, yeah,
a simulation.
precisely, yes, precisely.
So for
Could
you, the
yeah.
idea that there is some uniformity repels any notion that there could be a natural, infinite universe.
That's not expanding Thrayle? Is that what you're
That
saying?
I didn't say that's not expanding.
Yeah, that's what I tried to say about the grenade. The grenade seems to expand.
If there's any possibility that you are mistaken about the understanding of the current models,
Right.
could there be that possibility that you're mistaken and that the grenade is not quite an apt analogy?
The grenade is not quite an apt analogy.
Is that
Yes,
possible?
yes, but the model, no. The grenade model, yes.
You say that there's a possibility that the grenade doesn't explain it well.
Yeah,
But
so
that
the grenade
the
wasn't the
model,
perfect.
but that
Yeah.
you're saying that there's no possibility that you have misunderstood the model.
The main model or the grenade model?
The Big
only
Bang
thing the
model that
grenade
you've
model
been referring
explained.
to. The Big Bang model you've referred to.
Not the skeleton Thrayle, not the skeleton. Not
I
the
see.
skeleton of evolution,
So
yeah, not the expansion.
skeleton of evolution. You're saying that you couldn't possibly be mistaken in your understanding of the bare bones of the evolutionary
Impossible,
of the
yeah,
universe.
Impossible.
And that it's impossible for you to be mistaken about the model that you can't name.
The origin of the creation of the expansion of the evolution of this existence. Yes. We can call it.
How does it feel to be absolutely certain that you understand the science, or have been able to conclude what it means and what it is?
What it means and what it is? No, I explained what it is, Thrayle. I explained what it is. I explained what it is and what it is and what it means.
I was asking you how absolute certainty feels.
Certainty
Dogmatic
feels.
knowledge
It's
that is unquestionable.
Yeah, no, it's questionable, but not the skeleton, not the. I mean, it feels divine. It feels supernatural. It
It
makes
feels
you anxious.
divine.
Yeah,
It feels supernatural to
yeah, it
have
feels incredible.
to have a dogmatic, unquestionable knowing of the nature of reality.
Yeah, no. So when you touch a glass door, Thrayle, is that dogmatic that it's a glass door?
You're saying you have touched the glass door of the nature of existence.
No. No, I'm currently standing in front of my veranda, my balcony, and I have a glass door. And I'm currently putting my hand up against the glass door and I'm touching it and seeing the glass door. Does that mean I'm dogmatic?
No, because you're not actually talking about a glass door. You're talking about somehow knowing that your understanding of the physics of the evolution of the universe is unquestionable and that in that knowing, you also have come to the knowing that there is a simulation, that this entire existence is an experiment of some kind to test the reactions that occur within it. You come to this conclusion without question, without consideration for the possibility that you could be wrong. And I have to wonder, can
Yeah.
you even question your beliefs?
Yeah.
Or are you as dogmatic as any fundamentalist?
Yeah. So the electron orbits the proton. And that's what it does. And that's what it will always do. And that's what it always has been doing. That is unquestionable. Zero.
Do you think that answers my question?
Yeah, because you're saying that based on the observation and based on the knowledge that we have as researchers, that us concluding the evolution of the universe, the expansion, the reactions, and the way it got to this stage, and the fact that it is continuing to do that, irrespective of what the future may hold, being established.
I'm not asking you to question something that has already been established. I've asked to see if you can question your own understanding.
Yeah, absolutely.
To see
That's why
if you have come to a mistaken understanding of what you think has been established.
Yeah. Not
And
in
you've
that
said
sense,
that
Thrayle.
you've said that you could not possibly have any mistake in your understanding, and I wonder
Yeah, because
why you would reach that conclusion that you are infallible in an understanding of such a complicated field.
Yeah. So it's not complicated. The outliers are the current research into the broader context is not the skeleton, Thrayle, not the fundamentals.
You keep referring to the skeleton,
fundamentals.
Skeleton. Can you tell me what the skeleton is?
The fundamental evolution of the universe from the beginning until now. Yeah.
Evolution of the universe.
Yeah.
And you're saying because you can't be mistaken about the fundamental evolution of the universe, that you can't see any failure in your understanding as being a possibility, or some gap in your knowledge, then therefore everything must be a simulation, everything must be an experiment for the reactions.
Yep, Thrayle, I guess.
How grand your conclusion is from such a non sequitur.
Yeah, so Thrayle, I guess to choose to be the person who constantly questions is a great thing. It's a good thing. To know what to question is what separates you from just me questioning. So I don't mind questioning at all. What I'm trying to say to you today is, tonight, today, whatever, is that there are some things that we know that are not questionable.
It sounds like there are some things, Zero, that you have concluded, that you have decided are not questionable. I understand that you want to say that there are fundamentals of the universe that can not be questioned. My question has not been whether or not there are or not. It has been whether or not you have a grand understanding of those things, or if you could be mistaken, and you do not grant the possibility of your own error. Yeah. I find that fascinating.
No. So, yeah, I think, no. Absolutely. Okay. So the way it works, Thrayle, is that any sort of knowledge is that And obviously you need to be kind of, yeah, I mean, you're talking about the absolute essence of our scientific, yeah, the very essence of.
I'm sorry, am I?
Yeah.
Am I talking about the essence of our scientific understanding, or am I talking about your personal understanding?
Brilliant question, Thrayle. Brilliant question. I am very much aligned with our scientific essence.
How do you know that your understandings are so well aligned?
Good question. Good question. Good question. Yeah.
What is,
I guess
what does epistemic humility mean to you?
the scientific method.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I think 0 to 100, while I do appreciate this conversation, I think we've reached a natural conclusion. And you might go look into epistemic humility and see how it plays a role in the sciences. I do appreciate you answering questions. Maybe next time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers.
But Thrayle, 1 second. The whole purpose of, irrespective of whether you're humble or not, there are things that are.
I appreciate you, 0, but I drop everyone on the exit speech. Thank you. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. I'm not interested in proving you wrong or burgling your god. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? And maybe we might get to those other questions. Like, what is the benefit of your belief? And what is the cost? Okay, let's see if that helps. Had a request on YouTube to speak louder. I've increased the volume over there. That might help. Hello, Onslaught. Can I get your age
Hello.
for TikTok TOS? Oh, well, I guess that was all Onslaught had. Nice of him to say hello. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, well then, go ahead and request on up. Right, Kamikaze? That was short and sweet. We have 40 people in here. We're at 12,000 likes. If we just tap the screen a little bit more, we could probably break 20,000 in the next 20 or 30 minutes. That'd be great. We get some more people in here who might be capable of questioning their beliefs. Someone with the courage or the curiosity. Onslaught is back. Hello, Onslaught.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
So, I had lost someone very close to me. She decided to cut out early, and
Very
I
sorry
was
to hear that,
fulfilled
Onslaught.
with
I was
anger.
asking your age.
Pardon? I gotta turn you up there.
I had asked your age as soon as you came up here. Did you
My
hear
apologies.
Yeah.
I did not. I am 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I was raised Catholic.
You were raised Catholic.
Does not mean I am participating anymore.
Do you believe that that God exists?
Yeah.
Why?
The way I look at it is, you're the chances of your great grandfather and your great grandmother meeting, and then their children having children with other, the chances of you to become are so astronomically zero. Then how am I not a miracle?
I don't think I understand. You're saying because you exist, and
Because I exist, yeah. Because
And
because the
humans-
chances of me to become
humans mated before you and made you, and somehow that's miraculous.
how the numbers for the chances of me to become again are close to zero. So
What do you mean again? Are you coming around again? What does that mean? You're saying that the chances of you coming around again are close to zero. Were you here before?
I suppose, yeah. I mean, they say water has memory, doesn't it?
No, I don't think I know what you're talking about here. So let's back up just a little bit. Have you read the Bible?
I've gotten over a few things on there. Mostly it was in jail because I had nothing to read.
Is that the God you believe exists?
Well, that was the thing, is I was in solitary confinement and going down a really bad hole in my head, and I started thinking, and I kind of felt like I was pulled out of a pit of abyss with the thought of someone pulling the rope up for me. But granted, I was probably going a little crazy for being in there for 2 weeks. But they told me after I got out that was about me finding my higher power.
You found your higher power in jail.
In the lowest of low.
In the lowest of lows. So you're saying that you believe that the God of the Bible exists because you had a bottom of the barrel experience in jail.
I wouldn't say that would be what made me start like believing it. I guess, just being kind of mom kind of being, she went to a all girls Catholic school and such, and so I was forced to be an altar boy and all this good stuff. And so like it just was always kind of instilled in my mind, and but now my viewpoint is, when someone asks me what religion I am, I say the one that points me towards the light.
The one that points you towards the light.
Well, at least to be what I think a good person.
So you believe in the religion that points you to be what you believe is a good person.
My name is Ansel Hofer. My name is named after Saint Anselm, who said, "Believe in your own spiritual insights and do not strictly adhere to church dogma." So yes, whatever you believe is true.
Believe what you want. You just believe what you want.
Well, believe in your own spiritual insights and don't adhere to strict, church.
Do you still adhere to any dogma? Do you believe the Bible to be true?
Well, I feel like it's kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? They like, my viewpoint is the Garden of Eden wasn't a garden, but technology.
The
So,
Garden of Eden was technology.
and
When
that's why
was
we
that
keep.
story written? What technology would they be talking about?
Um, I would be guessing something to do with the Anunnaki and the whole
Okay.
thing.
Really quick, I'm going to talk past you and thank Hazelnut96 and Danny Grax. And if anybody on a private account had anything to do with that, thank you as well. But I appreciate all of you. Um, what does Anunnaki mean to you?
Uh, Beings not of this world.
Why do you take that to mean beings not of this world?
Uh, well, I don't like the jump in evolution and all that. I just feel like they were
What does that have to
people.
do with the name Anunnaki,
I,
referring to beings not of this world?
I suppose it doesn't.
Do you know where the Anunnaki come from?
Not 100%. Wasn't Jupiter, was it? Uh, I'm listening, and I will glean as much knowledge as I can from you, sir. But I was just excited to tell you that I wrote a poem about how I don't think God is our neighbor if He's going to lock the door when Satan will let you right in when you're cold.
Hmm. I wasn't
I just
asking why
yeah.
you believe what you believe and how you come to the conclusion that this God even exists. And you've gone from the God of the Bible to somehow the Anunnaki.
I've
And you think that the Anunnaki might come from somewhere like Jupiter. And I was curious when I said, do you know where the Anunnaki come from? I meant the stories of the
oh
Anunnaki, where the idea and the name originated. And you said maybe Jupiter.
well that
And so I'm a
from
little
there.
confused.
Did
Do
they
you,
come from the Dead Scrolls? Like did they find out about them in the Dead Scrolls?
the Dead Scrolls? What are you talking about there?
Those like some of the oldest written texts that they've found. I can't remember what. It's one of those lakes that's like that you can't even nothing lives in it. It's like all salt or something.
Are you talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Correct. That's what I meant.
Old transcriptions on papyrus of old books of the Bible. What does that have to do with the origins of the Anunnaki and
I just
their
thought that,
stories?
I thought that was where we were first like gate.
Could it be that they're even older, that they're from ancient tablets carved in stone?
Yeah. Yeah.
And that they're not talking about beings from other worlds, but gods and judges of gods. Stories about creator beings from a mythology.
You've certainly given me a lot to think about right now.
Is it possible that the stories you've heard about them influencing evolution as alien beings is based on much late from books without supporting evidence or reasoning, but sort of as a almost science fiction rewriting of history?
I will admit I am uh, susceptible to following. My I tried to be very anti confirmation bias, and so I try to stay open, and but then I'm painfully gullible because of it.
I wonder if you might look into that possibility and maybe the origins of the stories of the Anunnaki. See if that you could possibly be wrong about them influencing evolution in such a way.
Would you by chance have an author I should look up?
I would look into the not off the top of my head actually. I would though suggest researching the origins of the stories and the mythologies. And don't stop until you're seeing something translated from a stone tablet, not something talking about what chariots of the gods or whatever that one was called. Not opinions, but rather direct sources. But Onslaught, I wonder if any of that has anything to do with your belief that there is some creator being or God that directly influences your life.
Oh, I'm in control of that. If we are all part, I was taught that there's God in all of us. So if that's the case, then I'm the director.
In jail,
Right.
and that implied that that was why you believed in this God.
That was just like my last instance of what I would say is something like helped me pull out of it. But the time before that was different. It was more of a warm sensation of just losing all my pain and fear and being able to sleep.
So just a comforting moment, a feeling of comfort, not really an influence or a direct interaction.
Well, it was on the night of what would have been my sister's 30th birthday. I was in a very low spot, and I was able to go to sleep after I felt a warm thing that kind of I felt it dissipate, and I just wanted it to come back. That's when I decided that we don't pass on, but we are on the other side of the looking glass.
Other side of the looking glass. What do you mean by that?
Like, well, when you say that your soul sticks around, it doesn't take off, and so that's why my theory is that heaven is here and now, and that we need to live the best of it, because there isn't another. You're moving on to a different realm.
To a different realm.
Well, yeah.
Are you talking about an afterlife? You think there is some other life after, but that somehow it's disconnected?
Yes. This guitar I'm leaning on, he's stuck, like he got caught in between when he was doing some psychedelics, and from time to time he'll go all the way over there and start yelling at them. He also did tell me that the Ark of the Covenant is a woman's knee when she's childbirth. That's the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah, Onslaught, that's something somebody might say who's use that many. Um, let's move on though. Um, you sound like you are finding some kind of comfort in this idea that there is a God or another realm after, but also I'm hearing a reverence for the now, for the this, as though it is and only because of that disconnection. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you got it there.
Does it matter to you if it's true or not, the God that you believe in, the afterlife that you feel disconnected from?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of wish no one told me that Santa wasn't real. But, ignorance is bliss. All that, innocence.
Hope nobody can tell you he's not real. You want him to be real for the comfort of what could be, like Santa Claus.
I mean, I just from growing up, it's a tough cookie to crack when you know. Every time I was afraid, I'd pray, and I could feel like I would imagine myself being covered in a force field, and that's so like that's been my kind of go-to, and it does work. Very active imagination, but my mother, I'm a rainbow baby. I shouldn't be, and my mom miscarried before me, and she was dying of her fever was up to 110 or 11 or something. Her brain was boiling, and Jesus came to her holding my brother and saying that she needs to hold on for another, and so yeah. That was a story I was always told, so that's why I just pictured this guy in robes holding a baby.
You need that to be true.
Yeah.
Look, if you were to find that it was not true, that it were just a fantasy told you as a child,
So I feel a bit of betrayal, I guess.
even if it were meant in comfort, in some kind of good nature.
I mean, but now I'm going to think about it. I guess it wasn't their fault to tell me what they thought was also true. Uh, yeah, that would, same. And know that I am me, and what does it mean to you? As in, to you is to be you. So I try to be this understanding, very um, patient, and I you know going through some abuse. I have to express myself through healthier ways and not without anger. I have rid it from my life, basically. I can get frustrated, but I don't get angry. And I think that's on the. I keep telling myself, I got this. But I mean, I gotta believe in myself.
Then why do you need God?
You're asking the right questions. I, I, I don't have a solid answer for that.
That's fair. It sounds like you're able to depend on, to internalize and rely on yourself in different ways. You're able to look inward for answers and for reasoning.
That is the basis of my writing and poetry. Is I try to put my pain into paint and I throw it onto the canvas, and I write the problem, the cause, the solution. One subject I need to work on to purge to the next.
The only thing I'm hearing about God, I mean, you disconnect the idea of immortality and afterlife and all of that from this life, as though they're not even tethered by a thread, just some other thing, as though this life, almost as though you don't have that belief, as though this life is the important thing now while we're here, something many who believe in an afterlife do not hold. So pairing that with your ability to look inward, the only thing I see you stories you've been told, comforts that they bring.
I'm a huge mama's boy, and it would just hurt. It would just kill my mom, and that's kind of. And mother is the name of God on the hearts and lips of all children.
So the God of your mom.
I guess my mom is my creator, right?
Do you need reverence for anything greater than that?
I don't know. No, I do not.
Onslaught, I don't have any more questions for you, but I really appreciate you coming up here and answering openly and honestly. I do.
Greatly appreciate you. Yeah, I have a lot to think about now, and yeah.
I hope that you keep asking questions, and maybe the next time I see you, who knows, you might have different answers. But
I'm gonna have to go do a little rabbit holing right now on some origins, I guess.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, take care. Keep asking questions.
Peace, love.
W's for Onslaught in the chat. That was a great conversation. And if if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to questioning your beliefs. We'll prove you. I'm not looking to argue with you. I just want to know, if you can question, well then what is your belief? And why do you believe it? And while we wait for our next guest, which I think we will have one soon, everybody remember to tap the screen and share the live. Helps us get out on the FYP. We're up to 26,000 likes right now. That's pretty awesome. You guys are amazing. But the more we tap, the more questionable beliefs might bring themselves to the table, and more respectful conversations we might be able to have. For TikTok TOS.
40.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Some of it's just tough to read, and I find the other stuff interesting, so.
You say some of it's tough to read, but you find some of it interesting.
Yeah.
Do you believe the stories that you know from it to be true?
So I think some I know are probably true.
You think some are true?
Yes.
Do you believe the 6-day creation?
No.
Oh. So Genesis 1 is not true.
Well, I mean, it might be true in just a different context than what we think of as literal truth. I'm sure the ancient Israelite or Semitic people would have thought it was true in their worldview.
But you don't think it's true in yours?
No, I think that it's probably more of a polemic against other ancient cultures. At least that's what the scholarship says it probably is.
So you don't believe in the 6-day creation? What about Adam and Eve in the garden?
No, that's a good question. I don't know.
So Genesis.
Yes. Yeah, I think Adam and Eve could have existed, and it wouldn't be crazy if they did. I just don't. I mean, I'm kind of agnostic about it. I don't really have a strong opinion about it.
I see.
And I think the first 11 chapters of Genesis, even a lot of Christians would say, are kind of typical of ancient Near Eastern myth, and then you see a switch change from I think 12 on, where it's more historical in nature and matches what like a historical ancient Near East would have been like. So I think that's why I would lean where I lean.
So Genesis 12 on is where the history really begins.
I'm like I said, I'm kind of agnostic about it. I'm a Christian not because of how we interpret any of Genesis. I think that Jesus Christ rose from the dead.
You believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, but does it matter to you if he believed in the creation as told through Genesis 1 and 2?
Does it matter how he would have believed it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have no idea. It doesn't have any bearing on if Jesus Christ rose from the dead.
I see. So for you, it doesn't matter if his claims were true, just that he, as you interpret it, that he rose from the dead. Why do you believe that he rose from the dead?
I think that's probably the best explanation of the evidence we have about the events surrounding Jesus Christ's death and by crucifixion.
I'm sorry, the best explanation about
The evidence
stories.
the evidence surrounding Jesus Christ's death and resurrection.
What was the evidence?
That Jesus Christ is a real person. I think that's a fairly established.
I didn't ask about that. You said the death and resurrection. I was asking.
Yeah, well, in order to believe in Jesus rising from the dead, we'd have to establish he was a real historical person, right?
I see. So, do you find all of the evidence of his existence to be compelling?
Yeah.
What evidence is there of that?
Well, we'd have to say, how do we know someone existed in ancient history and go off the exact same standard? That would be logical, right?
I don't know.
You don't know if that would be logical or not?
It might depend on the person and the
why would that matter?
Surrounding the person.
Why would that matter?
The more extraordinary the claims, the more.
So when we have Roman historians talking about emperors doing miracles, we probably shouldn't think they existed, right?
I don't know.
We're just going to use your logic. We should probably throw out Roman Caesar's existing.
Here's the thing. You're starting to talk at me instead of to me, and this is not a debate. And what I think doesn't matter. My opinions, my beliefs are not on the table. That's why I'm not answering questions.
My apologies. I think
so you're making assumptions. Stop. You're making assumptions about my positions or my logic, and really none of that matters. I'm simply asking you if you can question your beliefs.
Well, it sounds like you can't question yours, but yeah, that's fine. We can keep going. I think when we look at ancient history, we should apply the exact same standards.
What belief is it? I'm sorry.
That Jesus Christ existed.
Stop. You said that it sounds like I can't question mine. What belief is it of mine that I have presented for you to question?
I was asking, do you think we should be logical and consistent in ancient history? And when we ask, did this person exist, we should do the exact same criteria.
Right, and I'm not here to answer your question.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying you don't like it when someone questions your belief,
well, no,
which is smart.
Saucy,
you should move on.
Here's the thing, Saucy. I actually have a whole background that I use when it's time to question my beliefs.
Yeah, okay.
It says question the
question. I'll wait for that.
You're welcome to be. Yeah, you're welcome if you can, I don't know what's going on here, but this kind of contentious over talk and competitive conversation isn't what this live is about. I'm not here for the arguing. So I'd much rather see if you can question your beliefs, and it's sounding like you just need something to defensively lash out at.
I apologize. I will say that when we
can you question your beliefs?
Yeah, I think that when you look at
what does questioning beliefs mean?
Can I question why I arrive at the conclusions I do? Or the conclusions I do, are they rational? Are they logical? Do they make sense within a reasonable framework? I think would be the sort of the angle you're trying to ask.
What would be the most, what would be the harshest critique of your own worldview?
Miracles would probably be tough to believe since we don't see them very often.
Miracles would be tough to believe because we don't see them very often is your harshest critique of your own worldview.
I would say so, yeah.
I see.
I mean, I don't, you just asked me. I'm just kind of guessing. I don't know. It's a good question, but most of the critiques I hear are not very logical, so that's probably the best one.
I see. Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Oh, 100%. I wouldn't believe something unless I thought it was true.
And how is it you determine that your beliefs are true? And in what way do your beliefs in resurrected Jesus comport with reality?
It's the simplest explanation that explains all the data.
The simplest explanation. Can you define what you mean there with
Like
simplest?
when we look at like logical claims, we usually say, hey, this, like Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is the one that should be preferred.
Simplest. Can you kind of
Like
clarify that? Just repeat it.
if I walk outside and I see my grass is wet, I can make a couple hypotheses. Maybe one is that aliens came down and peed all over my yard and then ran away, or I can think it rained outside. I think the one that has the less amount of like assumptions built into it is usually the most logical.
And so when the claim is that a person resurrected, not only resurrected, but was born of a virgin, not only was born of a virgin and resurrected, but was the Son of God, when that claim all is like the wet lawn, for you, the alien peeing in the grass is that somebody made things up or had some benefit to that. And the possibility that it rained is that the claims are all true.
No, I'm saying that Jesus resurrecting would be like the rained outside. It's the simplest explanation.
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, I apologize. I misheard you.
That's what I just
asked.
asked.
Yeah.
How have you determined that Jesus resurrecting is not the aliens being in the grass?
That's a good question. We have to look at what is the simplest, most rational explanation that explains all the data.
And you're saying that the simplest, most rational explanation is that once in a lifetime resurrection occurred. I'm sorry, once in humanity's existence, resurrection occurred.
Yeah.
How is that simple compared to people making it up?
Then you still have other things to explain, like why do you have an empty tomb? How do you explain the conversions of skeptics, James and Paul? How do you explain why, let's see, the early Christian movement beginning at all? You're assuming a lot of things. Why would they have the motive to even do this?
Isn't for each assumption that one of those pieces of supposed evidence is true, isn't each of those an assumption that you're having to leap towards? When the question of how do you know is not a claim one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm saying like we could just shave off, like we could say, hey, all these are plausibly true. You could have just an unprecedented amount of insanely unlikely, ridiculous things happen to where this would make all these Christians just say that Jesus rose from the dead. But then
how have you determined that all of these occurrences occurred? You're saying they did. You have.
I would try to make like claims in ancient history according to the exact same standards we do in any type of ancient historical studies. So I would say like we have multiple independent attestation of people claiming this thing, and then we have
multiple,
like it's not just saying
attestations of the resurrection.
Yeah, or people believing that Jesus is alive. Yes.
Do you have multiple
clearly obvious
attestations of the resurrection?
Yeah, I believe so. We have several people claiming they saw Jesus alive after his death. And it's not just me saying this. We have plenty of atheist scholars who even admit, like,
do you think that there are people? Do you think that there are people who currently claim that they have seen Elvis alive after his death?
Oh, I'm 100% believe they probably thought they saw Jesus. If I could finish my point, what I'm saying is
I'm asking
common
about
in scholarship.
Multiple attestations of people.
Yeah, I'm trying to give evidence. I'm trying to give evidence
I
to
was
back
seeing
up my
if
claim.
that was which part of your claim are you trying to give evidence?
That these of several people believe they saw Jesus alive after his death.
And how are you doing that? What evidence are you giving?
So we have independent people, the Gospels, the biographies of Jesus. We have Paul.
I'm sorry, the Gospels. You say those are independent people. How do you know who wrote the Gospels?
You can even just say they're anonymous and say that we have. That would be super
How do you know
cool.
that that's 3 independent sources?
Are you gonna let me finish the statement, or because you're asking good questions and you cut me off about 20% through my answer?
Because sometimes at 20% of your answer, you're making something rather grand that you're going to skip past to make another grand statement. And I'd like to get questions on those things.
Okay,
before
I'm
they
just
pile
going
up.
to answer 20% of my answer. Okay, go ahead. What was your next question?
How do you know that those are independent attestations?
In ancient history, we have to see, do they have independent material? Are they copying each other? We can know for sure there's a Matthew source, there's a Luke source, there's a Mark source, there's a John source. There's
How do you know?
independent, because there's independent material that's found in only their biographies. They
You're
also
saying they're
share
independent,
biographies.
but are there possibilities that these are copies of each other with added
I mean, I think
added claims?
in some cases that's probably likely true, but we do have completely independent material in Luke, Matthew, and Mark. This is not a crazy claim I'm making.
Right. So if I read the story of the ugly duckling to a child and I added details to it, and then they told that story and added details to it.
What if you
are
added
we
a
independent?
story?
I'm sorry. Are we independently attesting to?
Well, if you added
the
a story that we don't see in any other story of the ugly duckling, we'd probably say, yeah, that seems like it's an independent piece of material you got that's not corroborated by the other sources. This is what we do, and like any historian would say the exact same thing. So if we're going to question our beliefs, we should probably say, hey, what is the best method for finding truth?
The question was about if somebody were to read the story or share the story and then add details to it, making it their own version, and then the next person were to add details to that.
Yeah. What if these details are completely
is there any chance that we
at all completely?
Are we seeing completely different stories?
Yes.
Are we seeing added details
not
to other
added.
stories?
You see some added details, but you also see completely different stories of Jesus in some of these
added stories.
No, not added stories. Like they're saying that this is a different event that happened. So for that claim, this is independent material.
Does that mean that this is an eyewitness?
I didn't make that claim.
I see.
But I do believe that they're eyewitnesses too. I think
so. Why do you believe these are eyewitnesses?
There's a lot of reasons. I'll just do one. I think the naming. I mean, I want to make sure I'm very clear on this. This is like ancient history in a court case. If I gave you one, it obviously doesn't mean it's from eyewitnesses. You'd have to look at the corroboration of all the pieces of evidence and make the inference to the best explanation.
So if you
the
give
first
me
thing
one
I would say
reason
is
that
automatic
is an
congruence.
eyewitness, I'm sorry, before you do, if you were to give me one reason why it was, why you think it's an eyewitness, then that wouldn't be, you're saying, enough to say that it's an eyewitness.
No, I would probably need more than that, yeah. But if you look at all the evidences combined,
do you read a lot of eyewitness statements? Have you read very many eyewitness accounts of historical events?
I mean, some. I mean, that's how we know a lot of ancient history is based off of.
Are they often told in third person omniscient?
Do Thucydides writes in a third person? Plutarch will write in the third person. There's ancient historians that would do this. It's not uncommon. John does it. And I guess I don't understand your question. Sorry.
I was asking if they wrote in third-person omniscient perspective.
Do the
Do you know what that
Gospels
means?
like claim that they're omniscient?
Do you know what omniscient perspective? Do you know what that means?
I don't.
So
Not
that
this.
would be when the author knows the thoughts and feelings of what happens, and what happens beyond the side of the supposed narrator witness.
What was your question? Sorry.
So do a lot of eyewitness accounts, are they written in third-person omniscient perspective?
Oh, that is honestly a fantastic question. I would have to assume there are probably some cases of it. I would also assume that it's possible these people talk to each other and
do you know
learn
what
about these
usually
things
is
word of
written
mouth.
in? Do you know what usually is written in third-person omniscient perspective?
I'm sure you're gonna tell me a myth or something.
Storybooks, myths, fairy tales.
Okay. Omniscient person perspective. I'll have to Google that one and see if any of the scholars agree with you on that one. But going back to my point, why these are eyewitnesses, I think is the best evidence is that the first piece I would say is they line up with a lot of the things we'd expect to see in first century Israel. If the later forgeries we do know we have,
You say they line
are
up with a lot of
horribly
things we expect to see. What do you mean by
like
a lot of
they get
things we
exchange
expect to
rates.
see?
We would expect to see if people were writing in a time period, they would get small details right that most people wouldn't give a rip about, especially in that time period.
Is it possible
So-
that they're not getting those details right, that upon further examination you might find errors in those details?
Oh, I'm sure you would. I'm saying that they
So then why would you use
the
that as an
broad
example?
general consensus is
Why
that
would you use that as an example if there's a likelihood that there are errors?
because there's like things we know with a high degree of certainty were the practices of ancient Israel that the New Testament authors get completely correct, including
Is it
names,
possible that they get
customs,
things?
exchange rates.
Is it possible that they get things right at a rate less than that of
No, I
something
don't think so.
Treasure Island? You
No,
don't know
not
why
even
to
close.
know
They
that.
get. I mean,
How do you know that?
because I again, this is not just me saying.
Can you name the Oxford
Yeah,
historians?
A.N. Sherwin White, if you want to look him up.
A.N. Sherwin White. What did they claim?
The historicity in Acts is overwhelming.
That the historicity in Acts is overwhelming. What does it have to do with Matthew, Mark, or Luke?
Well, you were asking, do these gospels?
I was asking about the Gospels.
Do these gospels match what we expect to see?
And
Luke, that we know for a fact, it's pretty high certainty that whoever wrote Luke also wrote Acts. So that is essentially one piece of work split into two. So Acts is a gospel.
Is that what historians say?
Yeah.
That Acts and Luke are one piece of work split into two?
Yeah.
I see. And Luke, was that one of the eyewitnesses that we were discussing?
No, he claims.
So why are we talking about this?
He
if it
claims
wasn't
that
an
he
eyewitness?
claims that he interviewed eyewitnesses.
I see. So why did we move the goalpost to
I didn't move the goalposts. I'm saying that Luke
an Acts?
is a great example
So
of
then
how
what does that
they have
to do with
customs.
the eyewitnesses who wrote the Gospels?
Let me talk.
Well, but you're off. You're totally off in left field here. How did this?
Am I? Am I being?
Yeah,
being off?
because we were talking about the historicity of the Gospels and how those were right and how those were eyewitnesses, and
Yeah.
then you started talking.
we
about
would say
Acts.
that Luke is saying off the bat, "I'm talking to eyewitnesses to get this," and we have plenty of evidence that I think he obviously talked to people from Israel in that time period. It seems obvious. And then you have him copying from Matthew and Mark, which would mean that these are dated to within earlier. And Mark is a
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to start talking now, just to kind of talk past you for a moment. This isn't meant to be rude, but it is because
Oh,
you
you're
just kind of
fine.
trail on and your answers aren't actually going anywhere.
Well,
And I
I'm
need to
just talking
think
about
through.
how we do it.
I'm already
in
talking, so I'm going to
ancient
ask that
history,
you
but
not
that's
talk
fine.
over me. That's really cool if you just stop. And really quick, I'm going to talk past you, not to be rude, but because I'm going to thank 3 Pips and 96 for helping with that goal. You guys are fucking amazing, and I really appreciate you. Thank you. Saucy, you weren't quite answering my question. You were just kind of, I don't even know, you were meandering off in left field more, and
What
I'm
was
still
that
trying to
meandering
figure
about?
out the meandering that you were just doing.
Yeah, what was
Can
that?
you
What
actually,
was
can you
the
stop
point?
for a moment? Stop. I don't know why you're doing that. That's not helpful. We're not doing a debate. I'm not going to do this getcha gotcha thing. I haven't been unloading gotcha questions on you. I'm actually trying really hard. So stop it. If you can answer, I would like to know what your actual reasoning is for saying that the Gospels, Mark, Matthew, and John, were eyewitness accounts.
Well, I was trying to say that they get a lot of the things we would expect for them to get right. We know of 2nd century forgeries in which they're not, we obviously connected to 1st century Israel, so they're clearly not connected to eyewitnesses. But the Gospels get a lot of details right that would be very tough for a forger to get right. Like naming patterns is one. We could just talk about that one.
Mean by naming patterns?
Like, again, later forgeries would have boys named Xenon, and the only people they get right are like Peter and Jesus. But every single other name is highly Greek, and you wouldn't expect to see these names in a highly Jewish city like Jerusalem. And so
Well, at the time, real quick,
we can look. Okay, good.
at the time frame, what was Jerusalem under occupation of?
It was under occupation of Rome, but do you think the population of Jerusalem was mostly Greeks?
I think that Rome at the time, which was definitely Greekized, was under control
Hellenized.
of this area. Hellenized, there you go. Hellenized, and that the reason why we see a lot of Greek in this area is because of that Hellenization.
Well,
So
I'm just telling you that
they
most
would get that.
people.
Well, the fact that they would get a lot of Greek things right tends to lay credence to the fact that it's
No,
occupied by Rome.
I'm saying that we know that the forgeries were forgeries. One clue is all their names are clearly from Athens. They don't know what the names are on the ground. It's not like they have Google and they can just chat.
What forgeries are you referring to?
Like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Peter. We know are clearly forgeries because of these clues that we can see in the text.
What differentiates them between other gospels that also use Greek language?
Like we can look at the ones that are unanimously attested to be written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, like we would any other work in ancient history, and then we would look and say, hey, do they get their naming patterns right? We actually know essentially what the most popular names were in the New Testament because of a work by
what's the New Testament written in?
Koine Greek, and so we know the massive amounts of names from a lady named Tal Elan that went through Jerusalem and Israel, collecting names off of ossuaries, and they compiled a list of them. The New Testament maps onto it better than any other work in ancient history. Go ahead.
Saucy, my question here is why would we not expect a document that is written in Koine Greek to get Greek naming rights correct?
I think you're missing my point. We can transliterate Jewish names, right? Hebrew names, right? Into Koine Greek.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just saying that this Koine Greek document transliterates these Jewish names right to a degree that it would be almost impossible to do unless you lived underground in Israel in that time period.
How is that impossible? because these are
We
people
don't
who
see any
live
other word
roughly in
like
the
it.
same.
No,
We see these people lived in the roughly the same area at the same time frame. I mean, the closest document we have is at best in like what 100 AD.
that's the
And
closest
so
document we have.
that's the closest, yeah.
Okay,
And so
which
these
document
people
is that?
lived.
Which
That'd
document
be,
is that?
if I'm not mistaken, that's P52.
Yeah, I'm saying. So, do you think that
Yeah.
when was the earliest gospel written?
Earliest gospel written.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really see how
How
that's
would you
necessary.
know? How would you know?
You wouldn't. I mean, like,
How would you know?
how would
If the
we
earliest
know?
document, if the earliest 120, then how would you know when the earliest gospel of any of them was
I
written?
mean, you could never know for sure. You can make a range of guesses like we do in almost any work in antiquity. And so you just
I will.
say, we would say,
I
hey,
will throw you a
it
bone
appears
here.
like it's written between this period and this period. We can never be that precise.
I'll throw you a bone here, Saucy, and I will say that I would agree with the general consensus in the fact that they believe that at the earliest, some of these gospels were written in like 72 AD, because of the fact that it mentions things like the fall of the temple and things like that. And I can agree with that. Like I honestly I can, but what you're trying to say is that a people who intertwined with each other, the Greeks and the Hebrew, and the Greek language and the Hebrew language, for some reason, whenever we know that a lot of these people spoke multiple different languages, Jesus himself spoke Aramaic, Hebrew, and Greek, and you're saying that because of the fact spoke, did I say speak? Yeah. Anyway, so
else. Go ahead.
my bad. But he spoke Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew. And you're saying that it's impossible for people who spoke Hebrew to be able to, or people who spoke Greek to transliterate Hebrew names, when a lot of these people, especially whenever your city is occupied by a foreign entity, where they would be speaking both languages, for them to somehow not, that it's impossible for them to be able to translate from Hebrew into Greek?
No, I'm not making that claim at all. I'm saying that the names we see, all the names, Greek, Hebrew, or whatever, in the Gospels are names that.
And why would that be impossible? Like, even if I grant you 72, but even if I don't and say that it's 120, like P52 is stated to be, regardless, the naming of people would have not have drastically changed within that time frame in order for it to be like, oh well, this is such a big deal.
So
this is a mundane.
I mean, I didn't
come
come out and say, I made it very clear that this is one piece of evidence. That's it. Now, if you would you not say, if we read the New Testament and almost every name does not match with the general population, you would say, look, clearly it's not written from that eyewitnesses that lived in that time period. They're reflecting false information. Of course you would.
I would.
So I'm thinking,
I would say that there's
it's
a lot of
rational to apply the same metric back and say, hey, look, this is a clue. It was written in first century Israel. It's not some big claim.
Do you think that the
naming evidence points
change?
to.
Do you think that the naming change, the naming schematics, would change drastically between first century and second century?
No, I mean, I don't think that much. But I mean,
So
you're admitting that these are.
No, I'm
they're
admitting
in the 70s.
He's trying to get you to argue with him, Hammy. No matter how
Yeah, I
you
know.
question him, he wants a thing to latch on to argue against. He can't question his own beliefs. He can only argue with yours.
Well, feel free to show me where I'm wrong, like in my logic.
I'm not here to show you where you're wrong, although Thrayle knows I love to prove people wrong.
Well, then show me where I'm an idiot. Like, I'm being
No.
genuinely sincere.
No, this is not what this life is about. But I just,
I thought the
I
lie
want
was
to-
about questioning people's beliefs. So I'm
I
asking
want
you
to
to question my
the
beliefs.
question. The
He
question
is
I want to
questioning
ask you.
beliefs. You're arguing with the question, Saucy. You're looking for a stance behind the question to argue
He's asking
against.
a question.
Start explaining why you're arguing. You just can't even question. You only want to argue.
Okay. So, yeah, I think
You want the failure to be on us here. You clearly cannot question your beliefs, can you?
So, yeah, I could 100% be wrong. What I would need is someone to come along and say, hey, here's better evidence. Here's a better inference of the explanation that explains all the data. Until then, I'm going to go with the most reasonable, rational explanation.
Can you not see the error in your own inference that this is the most reasonable, rational explanation?
And that's what I'm asking you is show me why the naming patterns don't point to someone writing in that time period in that culture.
Do you think that the naming schematics changed drastically between first, second, and third centuries?
I know. If
So
it's
then
you're
what
talking
are
about
we talking
Jerusalem, if you're talking about in Jerusalem, I doubt the names would change that much. But if you're saying that these authors, I mean, clearly they're not writing in the 3rd century. I mean, nobody says that. They're writing early 1st century in Jerusalem. Where do you think the eyewitnesses of Jesus would have lived? In Jerusalem.
What I'm trying to figure out is if you think that naming schematics, if they didn't change between 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century so drastically, then nobody could figure it out.
I think you meant early 2nd century.
The early 2nd century, like nobody. Okay, that's an extreme position. I don't know anybody.
Wait, when is the 1st century and the 2nd century? Which is
100? Are you saying it's post 100 AD?
Are you saying it's before 50?
I don't know. I don't go that far. I mean, we know Paul's
So
writing.
you said early 1st century.
Yeah, I think that's
1st century, early 2nd.
I think it could be mid 50s to early 60s, and then John probably later 90s maybe.
Why do you think we want to debate you? See?
No, I apologize. I'm feel free to question one of the claims I'm making. So I'm giving a claim.
Why do you say 50?
For it.
Why do you say 50 to 60? Why is that your range?
Because I think Luke is probably writing before 70 AD. And if he's sourcing Matthew and then Matthew is sourcing Mark, your chain of transmission goes back to within probably the 60s, maybe even, I don't know about the 50s, but we know Paul is writing in the early 50s. I mean, that's pretty consensus, as Paul is our earliest Christian writer. And that's just 20 years after the death of Jesus. And he quotes a creed in 1 Corinthians 15 that goes back within just a couple of years, formed in Jerusalem. So we have very early attestation.
Where do you get this idea that Paul was writing in the 50s?
Man, I haven't really. Let me Google why. I don't really remember the exact reason.
So just to clarify, to research your claim that Paul wrote in the 50s, you're going to Google, how can I prove Paul wrote in the 50s?
No, I'm going to say, why do almost all scholars think Paul wrote in the 50s?
Thrayle, would that be a loaded statement?
I can ask it.
Question?
Tell me how you would want me to ask it.
Well, if I was going to type into Google the most unbiased way possible, it would be something along the lines of, what is the earliest, or what is the general consensus on when Paul?
That's fine. Let me type that one in. And that way, you guys don't think I'm being biased. What is the earliest? I think that's a good question. Earliest of when Paul wrote.
I would say, what's the general consensus?
He said
what is the
earliest.
earliest? I'm sorry, I'm freaking tired. Earliest.
Why do you have to include the word earliest?
That's what he asked, right? Where is the earliest writing?
I did say that, but then I corrected myself and said,
So what do you want me to ask?
What is the general consensus on when Paul wrote?
General consensus. Okay. Consensus on when Paul wrote. We were talking about the earliest, but all right, here's how that consensus worked based on historical anchors like Gallio's proconsulship in 51 to 52 CE, the internal evidence from Paul's letters. General scholarly timeline of Paul's letters. First Thessalonians often considers Paul's earliest surviving letter written in Corinth around 50 to 51 CE. Second Thessalonians 51 to 52 CE. Galatians 48 to 49. 1 Corinthians 56 to 57.
That's the general.
Why do they?
So here's the last part. So in general, Paul's authentic letters were written between 49 CE and 57 CE, with a few possibly extending into the early 60s. So I'm not just pulling this out of my butt.
Awesome. So why do they date it that way?
I think it's just, I'll have to go back to my iPad and ask. I think it's because of some of the clues he leaves. Like one of them is, I know mentions the proconsul of a certain region. And that's a good marker that he was probably writing around that time period.
So could somebody from a later time frame write the exact same thing?
Sure. Why would we use points to?
Well, the evidence points to the fact that he wrote about things that happened in a specific time frame. But if somebody from, for instance, I could write something about what was going on during, say, 9/11. But I could write that from the future. I could write that from today and use everything I can to recall everything that happened on the day of 9/11 of 2001. And nothing would be drastically different than if I had written it at that time frame. It might be having a little bit different language because I was 11 at the time, but then as I do now, then there would be no difference, no drastic difference in understanding on what it was, or you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I wrote it in 2001 versus in 2025.
Okay. I think you're just.
I want to know
why. If the evidence points to him writing 20 years later, he could these people can remember things pretty vividly about major events.
What I'm trying to understand is that, why is it that they did it to that? Because
so here's I just was looking at it. So in Acts, Paul is brought before Gallio, the Roman proconsul in Achaia, and we know he could be dated to within 51 to 52 CE. So if you have Luke saying Paul is talking to this person, and we have an inscription on when he existed, it seems like the most evidence is that Paul is just talking to him, and that's when he was reigning.
Could Paul not write about that stuff after the fact?
Well, Paul didn't write Acts. Paul didn't write Acts.
Oh, who wrote Acts?
Well, I think Luke did.
Luke wrote Acts?
Yeah.
Are we sure?
I believe so. I think that's where the evidence points to.
I could have sworn that the general consensus is that Paul did, but I could be wrong.
No, that's for sure not true. But the general consensus is probably that Luke is anonymous. We don't really know who wrote it, which is, fair. I think we can infer it pretty obviously that Luke probably wrote it.
So, even if look, for the sake of the discussion, I'm going to grant that Luke wrote Acts. Could Luke have written that in, say, if he lived to, say, 120 BC or 80? If he lived to 120 AD, could he not have written it in 120? And it seemed as if he wrote it from the same time period that it was happening.
Yeah, I mean, but that would be very difficult to do if we have people attributing
How so?
to Luke, like almost around that same time period.
Yeah, almost everything can be dated to the 2nd century.
Yeah, I'm saying we have multiple independent people saying that Luke wrote Luke early in the 2nd century, around the 2nd century, in geographically disparate areas. If you have someone writing
so the
Luke,
second century is in the hundreds.
Century,
right?
how do you get that type of, these views disparately going out in transmission lines, all saying the exact same thing? It seems highly unlikely that's what happened. I think the likely thing is Luke just wrote it and these people just relayed the message as they got it.
So if people are copying off of Luke, and we can date Luke to the 2nd century, then that would mean that all these other people, even though they did write it around the same time, would also be 2nd century. Correct?
I mean, based on your logic, sure. I'm saying in reality that is not how, kind of being a flat.
In reality, well, no, in reality, what we have is we have documents that talk about something that people say this must be written at this point in time because it's talking about these specific things. However, that's not what really happened. Really, they said that the earliest it could have been written is at this time frame because of these markers. Not necessarily that it was written these time frames because of these markers.
I just read that the overwhelming consensus is Paul wrote within the late 40s to early 50s.
And I asked, how did they come to that conclusion?
And I told you that in Acts, he said, the author of Acts is saying Paul met this Gallio proconsul, and we have an inscription of Gallio. People thought that Gallio was just made to AD. So the best inference we would do in anything else would be like, hey, Paul just met this guy in 51 to 52 AD. So, I mean, I think it's logical to say that is when Paul is the guy in at meeting with the proconsul. But I don't know. I'll lose you guys.
No, I thought. Oh, I guess you lost me. Another question. But we seem to not be connecting there, Hammy.
I am now.
Oh,
sorry, I went to go mute myself because I went to go cough. I went to go mute myself. I went to go cough, and instead I hit the home button, and it said, "Yeah, we're just going to drop you off of TikTok altogether." So I'm like, "Oh, you could have, given me a few seconds." Love it. But yeah,
he was talking about the accuracies apparently in the book of Acts, leading to the confirmation that Paul existed when he is purported to have. I wonder if there are any inaccuracies in Acts that might contradict or at least call into question that conclusion.
I'm pretty sure that there are. I would have to look it up again, but I'm pretty sure there are some inaccuracies.
So here's the chain of reasoning why they think he wrote in 54 AD. We know he meets this 1811. Paul traveled to Ephesus, Jerusalem, and Antioch, and later back to Ephesus for about 2 to 3 years. While in Ephesus, he writes 1 Corinthians. He says it in 1 Corinthians 16:8, I will stay on at Ephesus until Pentecost. Since Ephesians' stay likely occurred around 52 to 55 AD, this places their writing of 1 Corinthians roughly in 54 AD. Internal clues. He talks about how he wrote a previous letter in 1 Corinthians 5:9, travel plans and co-workers, which align with the period described in Acts 18:9. So here's the general consensus. We think 1 Corinthians was written around 54, references to his location and co-workers during his Ephesians ministry.
Do you know who'd be great to talk about this through?
Jared.
Yeah.
Jared would be great.
I wish he was here.
Yeah, I know. Jared has a different perspective. I don't know if Paul was in the 50s or if he existed at all. I don't have that evidence in front of me. I understand that some people claim he did and some people claim he didn't. I guess my question would have to be to you, why do you take it at their word that he was?
Like, why do I take that 99.9% of scholars think Paul and Jesus were real people?
If you've looked into the evidence of why they claim he was, or they were, yes, why?
Because it's multiply independently attested. We know that James's brother is buried. We know Caiaphas, where his tomb, the high priest that sentenced Jesus to death.
Multiply independently attested. How do you know those attestations are not fabricated?
Because, I mean, you can think some of them were, but a lot of the evidence points to they were talking about real people, real places, because they actually match with the real people and the real places and the customs and the exchange rates and all the small.
Back to Elvis. In what way does it not make sense that people would use real people in their miracle claim? How do you know that the resurrection claim is accurate?
Because all the evidence we see points to people having really thought they saw Jesus alive after his death.
I saw
Jesus was crucified. We know Jesus was a traveling preacher that thought he was God or divine in some way.
You say we know.
Sorry, when I say we know, almost all scholars of ancient history will admit these as actual facts. And you're free to just Google. And so, like, what is it odd that you guys would constantly take the minority position on every single one of these topics?
Is it odd that you would be in a room?
Yes, it is
literally,
odd.
Stop for a moment. Why are you actually arguing over me? Is it odd that you would be in a room where it says, can you question your beliefs, and then take some sort of intellectual high road when you are questioned in your beliefs and your conclusions? Why is it that you think that you have some sort of claim on what is and isn't truth and fact? You're in here literally to question your beliefs, and then you act as though when your beliefs are questioned, there's some indignant literally just came in here to argue.
For all you know, I could be Christian, and I could just be taking this point of view of questioning in order to see if you can think critically about what it is that you believe.
He can't. He can Google.
Christians say a lot of dumb stuff. Who cares?
He said a lot of dumb stuff.
Yeah.
That was boring. He wasn't here to question. He was here to rely on his Google skills.
How's it going, Thrayle?
Oh, I was doing all right before that boring conversation.
Yeah. It's very, very sad whenever people can't question.
How dare you question my beliefs? How dare you take some position opposed to mine in your questioning of the things that I assert must be true because I assert them as such?
Right. And the funniest thing is that I hold the position that I don't. It doesn't matter whether or not Jesus or Paul or any of these people existed. I don't care. They could have. They could not have. And I'm willing to accept just about everything that a Christian says about the writings whenever it comes to when they're written and all that stuff. However, I think that you should always question your beliefs, in which case I'm going to question.
Oh, but can you question your knowledge?
Sure.
Could you be wrong, Hammy? Oh shit, Hammy can't be wrong.
And he's quite often wrong. I know it sounds like a joke whenever I say that everybody's wrong, but I truly mean that. Everybody is wrong, and that includes me. I am wrong.
I think this person was tapping the screen. I'm going to clear the queue. And if you meant to request up, request again. And I'll give you just a moment. Well, hello, Danny Grax.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I don't know if you've ever been up on panel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes,
Well, I don't know if you've ever been up on panel. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
yes, 32.
Like that.
Yes, I am a Mahayana Buddhist for a really long time. And I believe pretty much everything on the Mahayana side, so I'm ready to question my belief.
In Mahayana, do you have a deity or a god that you worship, venerate, or even really believe in?
Yes, we have dakinis and other godlike figures, even though I don't put a lot of emphasis on those, really.
Can you tell me in what way those are godlike?
So we believe that kinis, for example, come at night and kind of like give you blessings, dream likes, things like that. But I believe they're more like, they might be a little more folk type of additions towards the religion itself. Again, I don't think there's a lot of emphasis on that.
So, you don't think there's a lot of emphasis on the folk side? Do you believe that these beings exist?
That is a really good question, and this is how I didn't thought this was gonna go this way. So, I never really internalized too much of whether they actually exist or not. But it is nice to think that some out of the ordinary beings are there to give you blessings. I mean, at least in Buddhism, as long as we open our heart towards good blessings, it kind of like makes your day or night better, I guess. Yeah.
You're saying it makes your days and nights better to open your heart to the idea of extraordinary beings?
Yep, it all sounds like a fairy tale. Yeah.
How is that different than fairy tales?
It isn't actually. So, good point.
Do you put stock into fairy tales?
Um. Well, the thing about Buddhism and fairy tales in this case is that everything in Buddhism helps you to um, allow your mind to become better each day. There is a purpose for everything. Unfortunately, on the side of Dakinis, I don't know a lot about, and I don't know a lot about the actual reason behind believing on it. But in any other Buddhist beliefs that at least know, there is an actual practical reason for believing on things that cross the line of philosophy towards the line of religion. So, yeah. Sorry, I don't know much about Dakinis.
Is this the only supernatural aspect of your beliefs?
No. What I really wanted was to maybe, since Buddhism is so large and there is so many subjects, as I said, that pass the lines of philosophy towards religion, maybe I wanted to like pick one subject, for example, karma, and maybe you can help me question it. So,
Can you tell me what? Yeah, Hemi has some thoughts on karma, but
good.
Can you tell me what your belief in karma is like? Can you describe that to me? What it means to you?
Yeah, absolutely. For me, karma is pretty much cause and effect. It's a type of system that we have in Buddhism that dictates, no, that's a really bad word, doesn't dictate, that simply makes things have a result. So if of your actions have a specific amount of factors that will create either positive, neutral, or negative karma, that then will represent a specific similar cause. Yes.
So I'm always curious. What is the purpose of karma?
I don't think there is a that is dictating. As I said, that's why I thought that was a bad word. That will create a purpose. It simply is the way things are, like a system that it was always been there.
So then why do we have a tally of good and bad karma?
Well, I think the reason is more internal on our own practice of being a good person each day. I guess it's again a practical belief where if we start collecting within our minds, or like I feel like a little mind, like a little bag of like black and white pebbles, type of thing of the good deeds that you make and the bad deeds that you make, then I guess we can become a little bit better each day. So it's like a personal type of.
So if using your black and white pebble analogy here, how will I know? Like the thing is that let's say that I have more black pebbles than I do white pebbles at the end of my life. What happens to me then?
Okay, so there is two types of karma. That is the karma that you collect and that you carry with you, and then there is impulsory karma. There's two types of karma. So that karma that you collect throughout your life, you keep, and then it goes to the next life, and then if you die and go to the next life, as you're saying, then within that life, then that karma will come back in different ways. The bad thing about karma is that the more time that passes, the bigger the effects. Yes.
So this goes into reincarnation and everything, which then gets me to wonder what is the relationship between karma and reincarnation?
Good. Again, so there is this type of karma which is called impulsory karma that dictates, bad word again, that that will, once you die, we believe in something called the bardo, which is like this place where we're very confused and everything is like really dark and things like that. And then the last, your last set of mindset that you had, let's say you die peacefully versus you die in a really like distressed situation. That's what I call impulsory karma. That will make your mind feel more closely towards the next place that you're gonna be. It's like that's what you feel more familiar with in that moment, or going towards, because unfortunately that's the last familiar thing. So in that case, you will be born in a place similar to that last minute type of mindset that you had. But then, so that's the relationship between that karma. But then, let's say if it can just impulse you into a really bad start. But if you already collected really good karma from the previous life, then everything can change. So for example, you can be born in a really bad situation, but then you can be adopted and then go into a really nice family, into really good conditions, because you had other types of karma. So it all can work.
So what would be the point in reincarnating?
The point of reincarnation, in our belief, is to reach a point where we can get out of this whole cycle of reincarnation, like what we call reaching enlightenment. The point of this is that we are, in a way, learning to dispel all of our delusions, all of our faults and sufferings. Unfortunately, we're in this cycle where we suffer in different ways mentally. We see the world and we see injustices that simply cannot be explained by anything specific like religions. And then we say, okay, what are we going to do about it?
So whenever it comes to this whole entire aspect of reincarnation, my biggest thing is that in order to reach this enlightenment, would it not make sense that we remember our past lives?
That will be wonderful. In fact, there is, in Buddhism, you get to a point during meditations that we begin to remember past lives.
But if I'm trying to get from where I started at with my very first life, and I'm trying to reach enlightenment, would it not make sense to remember my past mistakes so that way I don't make them again in order to reach enlightenment?
Yes, that will be better. But regardless, when we call mind is like a collection of all of those seeds, so you carry with them. So even if you don't remember what you did in the last, you don't lose all of the progress that you've done in the past.
Right, but the thing is, like, let's say that I've made a small epiphany in my first life. Now I've unalived and I go into my second life. Yeah, I get the fact that, you don't, like, that doesn't mean you start all the way over from square one. But who's to say I won't make the exact same mistakes as my first life? In which case, that entire second life, without realizing it, is kind of wasted. Because I don't remember what I did in my first life. And who's to say that each and every single life after that, I don't keep making the same mistakes?
And that is one of those issues, and that's why we're here for millions and millions of lives, sometimes committing the same exact mistakes. Actually, one of the biggest,
So then what's the point of it all?
to get out of the cycle. So, for example, I was just gonna say the biggest mistake that we can usually do in Buddhism is to unalive, because that will create a cycle where that will make you go to the same point of taking that decision again, over and over again, until you finally are able to find a solution to it and get out of it. So it's terrible, you know. It sounds really terrible.
It sounds really terrible, but at the same time, like, it doesn't explain why we're here or why we're going through the never-ending cycle. Because if the ultimate point is to reach enlightenment, and if I go through all of my entire lives, every single one, never reaching enlightenment, then what was the point?
Yeah. The point hopefully is to finally end the suffering for everybody. That's kind of what we all want. We just want to be happy and free from suffering, and it sucks, you know.
So I can go through all of my lives without ever reaching enlightenment, in which case, what happens to me then?
You're stuck here forever.
So how is that
Motivational?
like? It still doesn't give me to understand anything about reincarnation or karma.
Right. But the only motivation that I think there, though, was because you were painting this very grim, is that we Buddhists believe that when Buddha reached his enlightenment, he saw a vision of the future where every single living being, without exception, actually reaches that level of enlightenment. So we have this in our mind that at one point we're all
Universalism.
Yeah. And actually, when I asked one of my Buddhist teachers once about, like, then why, if the Buddhas are able to do all of this for us and we're all going to reach enlightenment, and why they haven't done it? And then he said, like, well, they actually have already. It's just, since everything is created on the mind, it's kind of like you're on your mind right now, and then you just have to get out of it, reach enlightenment yourself. We sometimes believe that everybody else already reached enlightenment except you. That's another way of putting it, you know. So
How do we know that Buddha actually saw those things?
We don't. That's belief.
So,
Like faith.
Yes, faith.
so you have faith in it, even though he could have just said something that made everyone feel all warm and fuzzy inside.
Yes, I do. And maybe because of what you said, because it makes me feel a little bit better about seeing this really bad, suffering world without questions. I used to be a Christian, obviously, at one point. Sorry, not obviously. And I could never question myself about why is everybody suffering, and there was not an actual solution. Again, my teacher, that's really what he says. Like, you see all of this suffering, it's like, if there is a God out there all powerful, why doesn't he just snap his fingers and make sure that everybody's happy? Nobody could ever answer that, you know. At least this gives us some sort of hope that we're all gonna make it.
So that leads me to a question that we tend to ask a lot here on the panel, which is, would you prefer a comfortable lie over a harsh truth?
Yes, and I said I heard that yesterday, and it reminded me of the plot of Naruto. That's literally the plot of Naruto Shippuden. It was just very interesting. It's two sides of that coin. That's a bit contradictory for me because I do prefer the truth, and I try not to believe anything without sufficient evidence, except Buddhist stuff. But yeah. That's very contradictory to my beliefs, and it makes me think a lot. Yeah. Because I do prefer the truth. The harsh truth, even if it's harsh.
So, in every other aspect of your life, you prefer the harsh truth, but whenever it comes to if you'll ever reach enlightenment, you prefer the comfortable lie.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's good because I mean Buddhism is very logical in most things, and every of those fate things like reincarnation, there is an actual good practical positive thing. Because like for example on reincarnation, going back to it really quick, the reason I believe on it is because if I truly believe on it, and I believe that we reincarnate in unlimited amount of times, that logically means that at one point we've been everyone and everything, which means that every time I see a stranger on their eyes, I don't see a stranger, but I see a person that at one point was my mother. And if you start seeing everybody of a person that took care of you, you start seeing everybody with compassion and in a different way. Just putting that in my mind is like a training that creates only a positive thing. So that's why I think there are practical lessons in Buddhism that makes you just be better, like treat others better, period.
Don't get me wrong, I like to gaslight myself sometimes too. I like to sit there and tell myself, yeah, I'm doing freaking fantastic today. I don't know whenever it comes to like beliefs in like reincarnation, the afterlife, and all that other good stuff. I don't know if I personally could live comfortably with a comfortable lie. I think that it will bother me because I'm hitching my wagon to something that I don't know is even possible, let alone true.
Well, we don't know it's a lie, but we just don't know if
It could be, it could be the truth, but we don't know.
Right.
I'm not saying that anybody's telling you this stuff maliciously in a manner that is like, oh, we know it's a lie, but we're going to tell you it's the truth type of deal. But I just, in my opinion, I couldn't live with, I could not be comfortable living in a scenario where I'm never going to know if this is true or not, and then go through life without that understanding if it is true or not.
Okay.
But I'm trying to find a way to put this into a question, which it probably would be, the question's right there, Thrayle. It's at the tip of my brain and I can't suss it out.
How do you excuse the assumptions that you have to make in order to hold this belief?
I excuse the assumptions by realizing that there is nothing negative coming out of it. There is only positive, practical results, as I said. If there was anything negative, like if my religion is making me negative thing, then I will be completely against it. But until now, I think there is only been positive changes in my life, for the better. So that's how I can excuse that, because I used to be less humble, less approachable, less kind, less compassionate, and people around me saw my change as I became a Buddhist more than 20 years ago, from being a Christian to a Buddhist. So that's how I excuse it. I excuse it with positive change.
The question I want to ask, I think, might be leading, so I'll just try to find a way to phrase it better.
Does it matter if it's true or not?
I would love it for it to be true because the result is great for everybody. There is no like endless like hell or endless like suffering or something like that. I mean, nobody is like, or there is nobody out there judging you unjustly or so. I mean, rather than some other systems and religions and things like that, I think there is a good record, and there's more good than bad, I think.
Do you think that there's no harm within the belief system itself?
I've seen a little, but I don't know how to judge it. I'm thinking about like back in the occupation of Tibet when monks were like unaliving themselves because they didn't want to fight and things like that. I see that as, I don't know how to see that really. I don't know if, like they were like setting fire to themselves type of thing, because they didn't want it to hurt other people type of thing. I don't know if that passes already those type of limits where you see that some bad is being done. Obviously every religion has its negatives, and I think most of the bad that I see is when specific regions add to the religion, as I say, folk culture type of stuff or extra beliefs on top of the original 84,000 teachings of Buddha, So I think that's when it gets kind of like they break the lineages and some negative can come out of that.
What's the harshest critique you can think of about your religion?
Actually, something along the same lines. My biggest critique about Buddhism is how there is so many schools of thought and how this has broken apart into so many different sects, and then they become so strict about their set of lineages and beliefs that they kind of I don't know, maybe alienate certain Buddhists to another's, and I used to be in a specific type of Buddhist sect, and then they used to be very strict about like you should just follow our lineage and not go on through others. So I didn't really like that, so I started that's why I consider myself Mahayana, which is any Mahayana teaching, any Mahayana thing I follow, instead of just one specific one. But I try not to be Mahayana, but I'm in like of the biggest separation of schools. So I think that's my biggest critique, that I think we should be more united as a religion and more accepting of each other. Yeah.
I do have a question, but before I do, I want to make sure I thank 3 Pips and Donna B and 96 for helping with our goal. I appreciate you guys so much. Danny, is there anything you would consider hierarchical in the Mahayana? Any kind of people of various classes or sects?
Not classes, but we definitely do have like your regular student, and then we have like different levels of monks, and then we have like a pope type of figure, if that's what you're referring to, which is yeah, and like in Christianism that we have the Baptists and things like that in specific ritual, we have levels as well. So you have different vows and different ceremonies that you make you a bigger level, highest level Buddhist, from just refuge to bodhisattva vows, all the way to highest yoga tantra vows. That's you go actually to a place with like a guru, like a really old like guru monk, and they give you like a blessing and all of these tantric teachings. So that's what you mean, or?
Well, I was just asking if there was that kind of structure, if there's a hierarchy, a higher than class, those who have done something or achieved something or in some way make the rules or receive adulation.
In certain schools, maybe they make some rules and things like that. But at the end, everybody should just go back to the original, like, you know, Buddhist
Right.
teachings.
That's what you're saying, is that in the end they should go back to just being Buddhist, just being one school, one frame of thought.
Yeah, because each sect and each school should just trace back the lineage directly to Buddha's words. I mean, the good thing is that my teacher, when he was teaching me, and every teacher of Buddhism, he should ensure that you're receiving that lineage and that you understand it the right way, so that you don't interpret it any way you like. So that's very different than other religions. That when you receive teachings, the teacher is supposed to ensure that the interpretation that you're getting is the correct one and not anyone that you like, you know? So
How do you know that the interpretation that the teacher has is correct and that their teacher was correct?
I mean, it's supposed to, it's supposed to an interrupted lineage, but I understand what you mean, that it can be like a broken telephone that, you know, that it can be changed slowly throughout time, you know? So I guess we cannot really know if we have especially after 2,500 years, that we have the exact interpretation passed down. But better than not, you know, because we have the original teachings though. But yeah, I guess there is no actual way to know that there's the exact same interpretation that hasn't been broken. You're right.
So if there isn't a way to know that the chain is unbroken, then could it be that you're just following somebody's teaching, somebody's interpretation, much like another school is certain that they're following an unbroken interpretation?
Well, I'm just gonna say one little phrase. I know you don't like any preaching, but along with the interpretation that goes along all of the teachings, that has not been changed because it's been the same one, is a direct Buddhist saying, which is, do not believe something because I say it, because of a great group of people believe it to be true, or because a great teacher says, believe something because you have experienced it for yourself, you have found the logic for yourself, and you've understood it to be the truth for yourself. So in that way, we get this lineage and with this interpretation, and then it's up to us to put it to practice and make sure that we find the logic toward ourselves. Yep.
So in the end, you're still just following your own interpretation, your own perception.
I guess so. We're just winging it. Sorry. Oh man. Yeah.
If there's no way to verify that there's an unbroken chain, and there's no way to verify that even there was, that your interpretation of what your teacher's teaching and what his teacher taught him is accurate, then
well,
isn't this just I mean, you said it, a game of telephone? Is it?
Yes.
Is it not?
Okay, so
As,
yes.
as both sides says, just winging it.
Well, the thing about Buddhism is that everything arises from your own mind, right? So that's what goes hand in hand. So in one side we have all what we'll be talking about is called the sutras, which are all the Buddhist teachings that go balance in the other side, which is tantra, which is pretty much emptiness. Your mind and the things that we normally see, experience, hear, all of the teachings that you know, they don't actually exist. By that means that normally, I'm sorry, I forgot to say normally, the things that we normally see do not exist, is the teaching, which means that everything that you get, the text that you read, the people that you see, everybody experiences it different from our own side, from our own mind. So the person that you're seeing, and it can be the same one, but if I see it, we're experiencing a different person. The same way from with teachings, everything. So the whole point of Buddhism is understanding this balance of things, so that we understand what's real, what's not. Well, we aim to, so that we can take away all of those things that are not, that we have added on. You know, all of these things that we call attachments of things. Like meeting a person and exaggerating their qualities and things like that, and realizing later that that's not the person that you were thinking that person was. I mean, whose problem is that? It's your own, you know? So I guess that applies to teachings and to all of these things, is recognizing what you should keep for a positive future and what is exaggeration or what has been changed or what has been interpreted different. So I guess I'm asking myself if that helps a little.
Does it help you?
Yeah, a little. Yeah, I was getting worried for a second. Then I forgot that teaching that kind of like helps a little bit of the whole winging it. Going from the whole winging it to then like, okay, but I have to realize what's real, what's not, what's red pill, what's not, what's the metric, what's matrix, what's not matrix, was
How does this teaching help you to know what is real and not real?
By understanding our mind is just full of delusions. It's full of extra layers of things that we have added because of our raising, of people around us, of indoctrination to things, of TV, music, everything around us. So this teaching helps us by telling us, okay, hold on a second, really introspect each thing and see what is actually there. You know, this uh, book that I have in front of me, you might have a specific meaning to that book, but what is the actual truth behind it? What have you added to it? They're just words, or there is an actual anything else to it. You know, it's like really questioning. I mean, this whole practice is actually questioning your beliefs. Literally, question your beliefs. That's literally what that other side of Buddhism is.
But is it questioning with a conclusion?
What will that conclusion be?
That's a good question.
The things that we normally see do not exist.
Sounds conclusive.
Yes. that's the teaching. So I'm trying to figure out if I mean, the teaching is there to the reality behind that teaching is to destroy our ego and destroy our self cherishing, which is the last thing that Buddha did before he reached enlightenment. Did realizing that I that you perceive, it's not really there. All of the when you see yourself in the mirror, and you see yourself, you're exaggerating a lot of your qualities, your things, and it's like, what's really you? If you separate each part of you that is not you, then you end up with nothing, you know? So who are you type of thing? It makes you these things throughout our Buddhist life until we're finally able to reach that point of no delusions.
Do you think that without the teachings of Buddhism, that you could reach that point?
Yes.
That you could even ask the right questions?
Yes. Actually, in fact, in Buddhism, you do not have to be a Buddhist to reach enlightenment. And actually, in our teachings, we show a lot of examples of people and other people that have done specific practices. Like the black and the white pebble that I said, it was a person that literally did that all throughout their life, and they reach enlightenment. So that's one thing that I like about Buddhism, that we say you don't actually have to be a Buddhist to reach enlightenment if you just practice being good.
Is it possible any of those confirmed enlightened ones have actually been fictional characters from folktales?
Many of them do sound like folk tales, especially a lot of them we have sometimes in some of the, for example, in some of the Vinayas and some of the Buddhist texts that I've read. But some of them feel a little more real. For example, the story of Green Tara, which she used to be a woman monk. And one day, one of the men monks has told her, "Oh, hopefully you're a woman a man on the next life, so you can reach enlightenment." And then she was like, "Watch me." So she like put all of her efforts and everything, and within that life, she reached enlightenment. And before she died, she promised that she was always going to be a woman in every single reincarnation. So that's why we know that that's the only Buddha that we always know is a woman, because Buddhas usually don't have a specific gender. So, I mean, that story is kind of cool because it makes you like, I don't know, it's like women power type of thing. That's a little more, I mean, I know it's a little fairy tale sounds like, but at the same time, it's, I don't know, it just gives you good motivation of.
Mm-hmm. It does sound a little bit like a fairy tale.
Yes, it does. Cool one though. Cool one to believe.
Right. A good one, but a fairy tale nonetheless. So how can you tell that in folk tales?
We can't, but it is a practice that we do as a Buddhist. As Buddhists, we sometimes practice to think that everybody around you is already a Buddha, so that you see everybody as somebody that can teach you something. Because in Buddhism, we also practice to view yourself as the lowest of all, without becoming the doormat of the world, but making sure that we see everybody as superior, so that we can learn from everybody, even the person that you think that is never gonna teach you something, so that it opens your mind to always be open to new things. Again, a good lesson. I don't think there is anything negative towards that. But yeah, I do agree with a lot of these things are just definitely just faith-based. You're right. And I hope I'm doing okay.
You're doing great, Danny.
Okay, thanks.
The silence means I'm thinking about a question, or I'm not sure what question to ask. So,
You're doing terribly.
I mean, I've been wanting to do this for a while. I was like, what happens if I go there and I just like pick one subject? I just wanted to pick because I don't know anything about Akinis. And that's the one thing that you start asking me. And I was like, oh.
But for you, karma was really something that you thought needed questioning. And I wonder if you feel that karma is necessarily existent, or is it more of a comforting idea to kind of make sense of some of the harder things that we see?
Yes. And two things to that. One, it's a good motivation for myself to, I mean, I don't need something to like, because in a way, you can see this as some sort of punishment. If I do something bad will happen. But at the same time, I do think of the unfairness of like some people that are living really, really bad stuff and thinking that, oh, that's just what you get for doing something in a previous life. I don't think that's fair at all. Sometimes I think about that, obviously. And but I guess as a personal practice to just ensure that you carry good, you have neutral things that we transform. So as a good practice in Buddhism, we convert a lot of the normal things that we do, like just taking a shower, for example. You can convert that into a positive thing instead of just a neutral. Or just opening the door for somebody. You can imagine that you're not just opening the door for someone, but you imagine that you're opening for like thousands of people, and you think, I hope that by opening this door, I'm not just helping you, but I'm helping thousands of people. So that way you kind of like, it's a way to multiply your karma and to increment your compassion for people.
So you multiply your karma by imagining that your simple act is larger than it is.
Yes. Yes.
Can you tell me what separates that from a delusion of grandeur?
Well, karma is all in your mind. It's your own imprint. So think about your own seed. Again, karma is as big as specific components. For example, the nature of the action, the intention, the method, the object, how often the karma is committed. So all of those things make, and those are all your own mental things, because it's not the same thing, for example, that you do. And so it's very personal. So how bad that karma or how good that karma is within your own mind. So obviously, within yourself, you can, I guess, as you're saying, maybe cheat. But I guess you have to have a good meditation or a good imagination to be doing things, So to make it better or worse. Yeah. I'm sorry, did I answer your question?
You kind of did. It sounds like I'm hearing that if you have a very good imagination and the ability to convince yourself, then you can karma your way into really any position by imagining it. By imagining that your little acts of charity are somehow butterfly affecting the entirety of existence.
So you can, if you, for example, affect somebody, regardless, you're gonna plan, but there is a base karma, let's suppose, for every action. It's just that what happens after makes it go bigger or smaller. And the worst thing you can do is obviously seal karma, which is like the worst thing you can do. Like doing something and be like let's suppose you steal a store or something and then you get away with it, and then you go, haha, and then you don't get caught, and then you're like, haha, I got away with it. That's the worst thing you can do, because that's sealing your karma, because there is no regret. If you don't have any regret and you just let it go like that, that's like sealing it, and they cannot be destroyed after. So there is no amount of imagination that will make that go away.
So doing something that someone else thinks you should regret and not regretting it seals the karma, and now it won't go away.
directly a living being directly, you know. Well, directly or indirectly, actually affecting a living being, and then you knowing about it, and then not having regret. Yes, that's sealing that karma, and there is no way of, I guess, getting rid of it, because you can you can purify karma if the karma didn't ripen yet. So unless you seal it, yeah.
So if you knowingly do something that affects somebody in some way, and you don't feel regret for that effect, then you've sealed your karma.
Yes, that means you're
And
going to
now it
experience
can't.
a result.
I see. So if you feel a little regret for it, you won't experience a result.
No, if you feel a little regret, then you can purify your karma, and then you can stop the result. Yes.
So you can get out of karma free. What is the purifying?
Okay, so the purifying has 4 parts. The first one is feeling regret, as you said. The second one is applying the opponent force, which means you have to know to do an action that is opponent, that can balance out the other action. So you have to logically think what type of action I should do to ensure that I meant or rely on the situation on other people. That's the third part. And the fourth part is to make a promise to not do that sort of thing in the future. A promise that you can meet. If you can make those 4 things, which are very logical, I think it's better than
Say
saying,
that
okay,
again. It was regret, and then
applying the opponent force.
applying force.
The opponent force.
The opponent force.
Yeah.
And then
is relying on others. That means that recognizing that
relying
some
on
things
others.
with the help of
And
others.
what was the fourth?
And the fourth is the power of promise. They're called the 4 powers. Yeah.
So regret, opponent force, others, promise.
Yes. And with those things, you can purify karma. Yeah. Before it ripens.
So if you go through the step of feeling regret, and you apply the opponent force, and then you consult with others, and then you make some kind of promise,
then you won't experience the results of the negative karma that you created. Yes.
I see. And does this work through any kind of negative karma? Is this a get out of karma free for every slight, or is there a limitation?
I mean, it should. I mean, it's more difficult than it sounds, because the opponent force is usually has to be something comparable to what you did. So if you did something really bad, I mean, you have to do something really good that kind of balances that out. So
there are things that might not have possible opponent forces.
Great. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So things that if you did do, there's no application to this purification.
Yeah, it makes sense. You're right.
Does it seem like how karma works in your mind? That there are those limitations, unforgivable, unpurifiable acts.
I wouldn't say unforgivable, because remember, there is nobody there like judging this. It's just a system that just
It's
exists.
the system.
Yeah.
It's more of a bureaucracy than a than a judge or anything like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all I wish is, all I would really want is for everybody to just be happy, stop suffering, and everybody just to be in a heaven. And at least it's a little bit closer to a lot of things, you know. Doesn't mean I believe it all of it and completely. And it just, at least for me, it gives me a little more peace of getting a little bit closer to that end, you know, because we have some.
I hear you, Danny.
Yeah.
I'm curious. What is your biggest question about your beliefs?
My biggest question. I guess if anything at all of these things that we've been talking about are true or not, you know, I guess the truth is actually really important for me. I think I've made it a big deal of it throughout my life, and I guess growing up, Christian, LGBT. I went to like private school, like with the uniform and everything, you know, like an academy, a Christian academy type of thing, and having to confess myself. And when I was just a kid and I had nothing to confess, and it's just all of these indoctrination things and teaching me about hell and all of these terrible things. And I was the type of kid that used to question everything, you know, like I used to question, like I was in school and they sent me to the psychologist many times because I said that I didn't believe in God, that I wasn't really believing on the Bible and all of those different things. Like, just didn't. I was like, how can this be? You know, I had all these questions when nobody else did. And then finally, I went to this meditation class, and then the teacher, I guess, like I asked him, I went in and I asked him about. Because I was very interested in it. That's when he posed that question that changed my view of everything. He said, again, he's like, people are suffering. If there is a all-powerful God that can do anything, then why can't just he snap his fingers and make sure that we're all just happy and free from suffering, you know? And I know free will and all of those like dumb cards that they talk about. I mean, that's not the answer to it, because what about natural disasters and all of these terrible things that happen? So they just brought a little more logical sense to my system. I know this is not for everybody, and I don't think Buddhism could be for everybody. But if it gives a little bit of peace of mind to somebody, then I don't see why not.
Is that what it's doing for you, is giving you peace of mind?
I think so. I think it provided a different platform a little bit. My teacher was, he had a husband and everything. I've never seen that like a Buddhist teaching. Like, I don't know, it was accepting. They didn't discriminate against anybody. I don't know, it was just like a different change of pace. So it was very refreshing to see a religious place where they were very accepting and opening and logical, because I've been really a very logical person. I know there is faith behind it too, but definitely less crazy than a lot of the other things that I used to believe before.
I wonder what the metric of that crazy is.
Yes, that's a good one.
But I appreciate you coming up and answering questions, Danny. I don't have very many more for you right now, but I would wonder if you will consider some of the questions we've asked and some of the areas that Buddhism might either fail to explain or in some cases explain in a way that points the finger at the victim. But other than that, I appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions.
Okay, thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely.
And I will think of those things.
Absolutely. Take care, Danny.
Okay, bye-bye.
And if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or prove you wrong. I'm not interested in a shouting match or slinging insults. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is that belief? And why do you believe it? And maybe if we get through that, we can find out what the benefit is and what the cost. There is one person in the queue who's been waiting longer than anyone else. And if they're still there, I'll give them an opportunity here.
Oh, hello.
Renee, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
50 plus.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
You don't remember me?
Renee, I talk to hundreds of people a week. Can you remind me if you have a belief in a god or gods?
No, I don't. Actually.
Why don't you have a belief?
What's the point?
I don't know.
Okay. So I have been up before, and you and I've had talks before. I'm sorry that you don't remember me.
Did you believe in a god then?
No, I've been raised to, I'm supposed to, but I never really did. And now I believe in energy. Now do you remember? Yes. Okay.
Well, I talk to a lot of people who believe in energy.
Okay.
So which version of energy do you believe in? Can you tell me what you mean when you say energy?
Tis and energy and everything else.
Interesting. I don't usually have arguments. I ask questions. So I would have asked you what you mean by energy.
Chemistry between the natural life force of everything that is here on this planet that we know of. Since we all don't know about the other planets, we are living on this planet, and so there is some kind of connection between us.
Chemistry between the natural life forces of things living on the planet.
Sure, why not?
I think that's what you said.
Yes. And
so what do you mean by that? Chemistry between the natural life forces?
Well, then we just know there's a feeling that we need to take care of each other.
Is the chemistry a feeling, or is it something that is actually measurable and quantifiable in chemistry?
Yes, it is. I'm not a scientist, but I can't tell you the stats, but yeah, it is actually. There is statistical, measurable things that we are attracted to each other and the natural being, the animals, the plants, this, that, and everything else. Okay, this is not my point. This is not the reason why I came up right now to talk about that. But
you didn't come up to question your belief that everything is this energy that is somehow the natural force of feeling between living things.
No, because I don't need to fight that. That's just a knowing thing. Everybody does know it, whether they deny it or not.
Say it's
you
a
even
knowing
do.
Thing.
Yeah, because you know it. You know it too.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
how can you assert that I know what you know? If you're not able to answer the question.
It's not so difficult to figure out the reason why, when you were born, that you loved your mother. The word love is a social thing. I understand that, but there was a connection, there was a feeling, there was chemistry. And
do you think that every human, when they're born, loves their mother automatically?
For a second, yes, maybe.
For a second.
Yeah, there's a connection.
How did
there's
you
a bond.
determine that?
Because when the baby comes out and the mommy holds it, there's a connection. Even when a pregnant woman, there's a connection. And it was, I don't want to fight this stuff. This is the reason why I came up to talk about this.
This wasn't the belief you wanted to question.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
You didn't want to question your belief
about that, because that's not necessary.
Well, what belief did you want to question?
No, actually, what
usually asking people about their god or gods, higher power, and your higher power is energy.
Well, actually, I was coming up to talk to Hammy. Is he still there?
Still here.
There you are, hon.
Well, that's cool. Then I can put you and Hammy down in the comments to talk.
No, we tried that. It didn't work.
Oh, well, it didn't work. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I tried.
But you didn't want to question your beliefs.
Well, because, I mean, it doesn't matter whether we have questions about belief. Okay, so if we want to get philosophical,
If anybody does have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to facilitate whatever that was. But if you do have, the ability to question your beliefs, then that's what I want to do.
I tried getting her to just ask whatever questions she wanted to ask in the comments.
Well, she's got to ask you something very important, apparently. I mean, she can't do it in a comment or DM. Hello, Salty and Spicy. Can I get your age for TikTok? TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power? Or
I mean, I believe we all are gods.
What does God mean to you?
We all have that creator, source, energy.
Can you tell me what you mean by energy?
Energy, vibration, frequency.
Are those just all words that mean the same thing?
Yeah, it does, but we encompass that.
Energy, vibration, frequency, and we encompass it.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I mean, what do you think that means?
I honestly don't know what you mean. So what does it mean for us to encompass energy, vibration, frequency?
It's called a soul. If you don't have one, then I can't help you.
What is a soul?
If you don't have one, I can't help you.
What is a soul?
What is your soul?
Salty,
That's the question.
are you capable of questioning your beliefs?
I mean, yeah.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, that's what we're doing here, is questioning your beliefs. So you've said that you believe that there is a source, energy, vibration, frequency that we are all somehow connected to or a part of, and that is our soul. And I asked you what a soul is, and you said if you don't have one, you can't help me. Can you be a little more clear in your language?
Elaborate on that? Okay. A soul is an embodiment, if you will.
What does embodiment mean to you?
Like, do you really not recognize that?
I know what the word means when most people use it, but I'm just clarifying to make sure that I understand what you mean right now. So what does it mean to you to say
For me,
soul is an embodiment?
You really want to know who I am as a soul.
No, I want
That's
to know what your answers are to the questions, and if you can question your beliefs. So far, the belief that you're telling us is that there is a soul, and that it is energy, and it is vibration, frequency, and that it is an embodiment. And I'm really trying to understand what any of those buzzwords actually mean besides buzzing.
Because, you know, but literally being down here in this low vibration, not a good thing, but
is the vibration so low because there was some substantive courage? Are you inebriated right now, Salty?
I might be.
Okay, that's fair. I find that these conversations tend to be a little bit smoother when all parties are a little more lucid, and also when the echo isn't quite so grating. But I do appreciate you giving it a shot. Maybe another time we can ask you the questions, and who knows, you might have different answers.
Mike was doing a lot of bit of stretching there.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Hector. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello, my name is Hector. I'm 31 and I am from California.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power,
Yes,
anything
I
like that?
believe in God Almighty, the one and true God.
Which one and true God is that?
And that is the one that created the world and the universe itself.
I see. Can you get to a quieter place where we don't hear the TV in the background?
Oh, sorry. Let me pause it right here.
Sure. And also, really quick, I'm going to talk past you. I'm going to thank 3Pip, Susie Blue. I'm also going to thank Donna B, Danny Grax, and 96 for helping with that last goal. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you. Now, which god was it again that you were speaking of?
So, my question is...
I didn't ask you to ask me a question. I asked which god it was you were speaking of.
Oh, I was speaking of the God Almighty, the one and true God.
Which one, all true, almighty?
Allah. No, not Allah. I'm tripping. Sorry.
Oh, so you're not a Muslim?
No.
Oh.
Sorry. I've just been going
Christian?
through a lot of. I've been going through a lot of studying recently, and my words get kind of mixed up.
So you're not a Muslim?
No, I am a Christian.
And have you read the Bible?
I have read it to an extent. I can't say I have read it completely.
So not from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
Why? Because I am a born again Christian, and for a long time, I believe that God wasn't actually helping. In my mind, I believe that He wasn't actually looking out for me at a certain point in my life. But then I realized that it was me that was actually fucking up. And I realized that...
I'm not hearing the why you haven't read the Bible.
Well, I'm trying to explain it to you. You can't expect a plain and simple answer for a question that is not plain and simple. So
I usually get very simple answers to why people.
Yes, I know you
read the
get
Bible.
very simple answers, but I'm not here to give you a simple answer. I'm here to give you the reason as to why.
So why haven't you read the Bible was the question. Is that the answer you're giving, or are you giving up different?
No, I'm giving you the reason as to why, but you are not giving me a chance, so hold on. So, I struggled with my sin for a very long time.
Did I ask if you struggled with your sin?
Well, you asked me why I haven't read the Bible, so technically, yes, you are asking me why. So
can you be a little more direct in your answer?
Can you be more direct with your questions?
Yes. Do you believe the Bible to be literal and true? Every word in it God breathed, and every story, every story as written.
Absolutely.
So you believe in a 6-day creation?
In a what?
6-day creation.
Explain it.
Genesis 1, the chapter. You know that chapter?
Yes. So you're essentially speaking of the creation of the universe.
You believe that?
Yes.
You believe Adam and Eve?
Yes. My question
from Genesis 1 or the one from Genesis 2?
All right. So, all right. So both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, they are both the exact same story.
How?
Given in different perspectives from God, who can see everything in its eternity. Essentially, he sees everything.
How can they be the same story if one says that he parted the waters to make dry land and the other said that he sent the water up because there had not
Okay.
been any
Let
water?
me give you the.
Which,
Let me give you an
which,
example. Let
I'm
me give
sorry,
you
how
an
are
example.
those stories? Stop
Let
for
me
a
give you an
moment. How are
example.
those? Why are
Let
you
me give
talking
you an
over me?
example.
Why are
Because I
you
know
talking
exactly
over
what you're
me?
trying to say. You're trying to say, how can you explain this if this happened in this? Look, many people have
Hector, are you
different
drunk?
interpretations of
How
the
drunk
same
are you?
story. Many people have different interpretations of the
It's got
same.
to be drunk. Are you drunk?
What's the question you were going to ask?
Are you drunk?
Before that,
You're avoiding that question because you don't want to lie.
no, I'm not drunk, fool. I'm curious as to why you were.
Why are you avoiding my other questions?
All right, what was the question? I'm sorry I
Do you
spoke.
not remember?
I do apologize for that. I
You
am a
don't
little.
remember my question.
Yes, I was speaking over you. I do apologize for that. So let me ask, what's the question?
Hector,
I'm asking what the question was.
yeah, it really doesn't matter what the question was because I don't think you're actually here to question your beliefs. Can you question your beliefs?
All right, go ahead and give me the questions that question my belief.
Can you question
Yes.
your beliefs?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
I'm willing to question other people's thoughts on what my beliefs are and their disagreements with what my beliefs are.
Wait, so you're not actually willing to question your beliefs. You want to question other people's opinions on your beliefs.
Is that
You're
not what
holding.
questioning my belief is? Hold on. In your mind, what does questioning my belief mean?
It doesn't matter what it means in my mind.
No, it definitely matters what it means because you asked what, like, can I question my beliefs? In
Yes.
your mind, what does questioning my belief mean? Or, yeah, because you're asking the question.
I asked you what it means to question your beliefs.
To question
And
my
you said
beliefs
to disagree with and find the holes in other people's disagreements with your beliefs.
All right. So
That's what it meant to you.
questioning
So
my
for
beliefs,
you,
what does it mean to you then?
questioning your beliefs meant questioning the opinions of other people's beliefs about yours.
Okay, so give me your definition of what questioning one's
See how now even in this, you think that I'm supposed to provide you with an answer to argue with, to question, to assert.
Because when one questions their belief, they're essentially questioning their morality. They're questioning.
Can you question your own morality, your own way of life?
I am, but the
Why do you need me?
why do I need you? Because I need to know what it is that you think constitutes actually questioning a belief. Does that make sense? Because you're saying this, but yet you refuse to answer core questions that essentially build
I
up
was muted.
question
Why does it
yourself
matter?
brought up.
Okay, stop for a second. I didn't realize I was muted. I was responding to you. Why does it matter what it means to me?
Because you're the one that brought up the question to begin with
Right, but you decided to join the panel.
Yes,
I'm
I
trying to
decided
find out.
to join the
Stop,
panel
stop
because
talking every time I begin speaking. This is why I'm pretty sure you're drunk and lying, Hector. So if you can't control yourself, it just tells me you lack self-control, and one reason or another, we should just move on.
so lacking self-control is questioning what you are saying.
See, definitely drunk. If anybody has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, if you're open to questioning your own beliefs even, well then request on up. I'm not looking to argue or debate. I'm not looking to make you look like a fool, although you may accomplish that all on your own. I just want to know, if you can question, well then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? And then maybe, who knows, we might be able to get to the other questions. Like, what is the benefit of your belief? And what is the cost? Quite a few, Kylie. Happy Tuesday. I guess it's Wednesday now in most places. Oops. Thank you, Catfather. Appreciate that. Hector says that I'm unwilling to listen because that he doesn't tell me what I want to hear. I can't say that's what's happening. Pretty sure what's happening is I was asking you questions, and you seem to want to either not answer them or argue what my point of view of each question is, argue against. You even said it in the answer. What questioning beliefs is to you is hearing somebody else's opinion and arguing with it. I do have a handful of questioners in queue, and I'll bring you up in just a moment, but I wonder if there's anybody watching who doesn't have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and is able, willing, curious, courageous, whatever it takes, to be able to question their belief. Maybe that's the question I should be asking, is what is it? What does it take to question your beliefs? Do you have to already have a doubt? Or can you just be curious? Can you just be insistent on truth? Can you just have an unwillingness to take simple answers as whole explanations? Can you just be curious? Well, thank you, Derisius, and Danny, and 96, and Donna B. Thank you, Susie Blue, and Kylie. Appreciate all of you. I think absent a believer, abstinence is enough to question their beliefs. Well, then, I've got no choice. I'm going to have to start bringing up questioners to question their questioning nature. So we'll start with a Philly red. Hello, Philly.
Hi, Thrayle. How's it going?
Oh, it's going a little slower than our last couple Tuesdays, but just another Tuesday, apparently, with a few booze days for some.
Oh, okay. You gonna question my questioning nature?
I'm curious, what is it that drives your questions?
Curiosity.
What are you most curious about?
Understanding why people believe what they believe.
You're curious about understanding why they believe what they believe. But what about you?
What about me?
Why do you believe what you believe?
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I often wonder why I'm convinced of certain things. But I think that's the answer to your question is I believe what I believe because I am convinced of it. Whether it's justified and true or not.
Are you convinced that Jesus is not God?
Not 100%. Hi, Hammy.
Howdy.
Are you convinced that Paul did not meet Jesus?
I'm pretty convinced of that. Maybe 99%.
Are you convinced that Paul wrote the letters he wrote in good faith?
No.
Do you think he wrote those letters at all?
I think that there's really good evidence that there wasn't a single author for all of the Pauline epistles, as they have been traditionally credited to him.
Do you think that there is reason? Hang on. Nope. I've almost painted you into a corner. I don't mean to. What is your biggest source of doubt in Christianity?
I don't.
When you were a believer, would you have known the pillar of your faith, the thing that holds all of it together?
When I was a believer, and then I missed the next part of the question.
Would you have known the pillar of your faith, the thing on which all of it's rested?
I would have said the Wesleyan quadrilateral, but that was not all that my faith rested on. I think the largest percentage was just a belief in the scripture.
Do you know what the largest crack in that pillar was?
The scripture.
The scripture itself was the largest crack in
Of the Wesleyan quadrilateral. I think scripture was the least firm, even though it was the one that I leaned on as foundational. If you're asking what was the biggest crack in leaning on the Bible, I'm going to need to think about that.
That's a fair answer. It's a tough question, I know. Hello, Holly. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Guys, yeah. 30.
Microphone a lot. If you move it around a bunch, we're
Yeah,
here to...
sorry, I was hitting the pillow.
So, do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. So I was interested in how peaceful your guys' voice sounded. So say what?
He was being facetious, pointing out that he's not as peaceful sounding sometimes.
Oh,
and especially with that background
yeah, he
noise.
didn't sound peaceful. But
No, I have really bad background whenever I'm here at work.
Okay.
But anyways, Holly, you have a belief in a god or gods. Which god is it?
So I only believe that there's one God.
I see.
I think you guys know where I'm going with this. I believe in the Alpha and the Omega. I believe in God. You know, the Trinity. He's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. They serve different purposes, but they are one being.
So I take it you're talking about the biblical God from all the context clues.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Have you...
Question, and I respect that question because I have not, but that's actually been my goal. To do that.
I see. Do you believe the stories that you've heard within the Bible, the ones that you do know of, do you believe them all to be true?
Oh yeah, every single one.
Every story. So you believe in the 6-day creation, the Adam and Eve in a garden. You believe in the flood and
I do.
And all of that. Why?
It's just kind of shocking for me not to believe that. Like how so many people don't or can't. They say that they can't believe in that. Like, they'll say, how could a God that is so loving do that?
Mm-hmm. I'm not really asking about how other people feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
I am asking about
My
you.
perspective.
Right, and why you believe it.
I believe it because I know my creator's, what's the word? His, I know how he is. It says it in the scripture. You know, he's not only a loving God, but he is a jealous God. He is an angry, any other God but him. No idolatry.
What does that have to do with why you believe it?
I mean, you asked me that question, right?
Mm-hmm. So you believe it because it says not to believe other things. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, that's not the only reason I believe in God.
Oh, I see. So why is it
So,
that you believe in the biblical God?
so you want me to tell you the honest truth?
Yes, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Now, right after you tell me how drunk you are.
I'm not tired. Trying to go to sleep. But thanks for that. I mean, do you really want me to tell you?
Yes, why you believe in a God. That was the
Okay,
question.
do you believe that I'm sober?
Not yet, but it doesn't matter. I haven't decided that you're not. See, if there's not a distinct opposite effect, like, because I don't believe that you're drunk doesn't mean that I believe that you're sober.
Alright. Okay, so, I come from a background, from a family that has done, I've experienced a lot of it. It was like put on me. And, I stopped believing God for probably about 2 years. And I chose to be baptized. I ran back to God. And I chose to be baptized when I was around
Why?
15 years old.
Why did you run back to God?
Because I saw the evil. If there's evil, there is a God. There is
When
a
you say
good
you
God.
saw the evil, what do you mean you saw the evil?
I saw what is capable on this earth, and what's on this earth is Satan, evil, the
How did
devil.
you determine that things that you think are evil are the devil or Satan?
I mean, I could.
Probably could, but would any of them answer my question?
I'll just say this. I have friends and family as witnesses, and I have so many occasions.
Friends and family as witnesses to what? You're not actually
I had a
telling
cousin.
really anything clear.
So
let's back up, Holly, just a little bit. Why do you believe that the Bible is true?
I believe because in his scripture is alive. It's living. The word of God.
Scripture is alive.
Yep, the word of God is alive.
What do you mean by that?
So if you have a Bible, a real Bible, if you read from it, the word of God, it's actually living. So when you actually read from it, You'll get the Holy Spirit out of it. God will convict you.
So, for the text to be alive, it means that the Holy Spirit comes out of it.
Yes, but it doesn't mean that you get the Holy Spirit. You will see. You will feel convicted. You will be like, oh, okay.
Can I feel convicted with any other text?
What's that?
I said, can I be convicted if I read any other text?
Sure.
So, does that mean the Holy Spirit is within that text as well?
No. What I'm trying to say is this is the only book that's actually about life. Like truly like a manual to life.
The Havamal?
No, I have not.
The Havamal gives you instructions on how to live life as well.
To live life or to live death?
To live life. It tells you what to do, how to be a good host, how to treat others, and things like that. If I can read that and feel convicted, would that mean that the Holy Spirit is in it?
No.
So, how do I distinguish between feeling conviction because of the Holy Spirit and just feeling conviction?
So conviction is when your heart is heavy and you feel something in your stomach and you're like, you don't want to accept it, but you have to.
So if I can feel that with the Havamal,
I don't think you do.
you can feel that. How do you know I don't?
I can hear it in your voice.
You hear it in my voice? What is it that my voice sounds like that determines my conviction?
I can hear by what you're saying, how you're saying it, your tone.
She knows what you believe. She knows what you don't. She knows what's in your heart. She knows.
It's so scary.
Do you also know if I've been bad or good? So I should be good for goodness sake.
Well,
my belief in the guest
I can
sobriety is
honestly
weighing to
say
a point where I'm ready to move on. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, you're not half asleep and speaking gibberish, then go ahead and request on up. But I'm not entertaining that anymore. If you do have the ability to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up.
This has been the second guest.
We lost Philly somewhere in there, and I honestly don't blame her. There are times when I could drop off the panel and just not speak to whatever it is. Then, I might prefer that.
That was the second guest who sat there and told me they know how I am based on what I've said. Because Renee eventually DM'd me. Yeah.
Told you that she knew you believed in energy.
Oh, I don't know if it's that I believed in energy, but she said that because of the fact that I kept pausing when I spoke about an afterlife, that it was meaningful of some sort. And I'm like, yeah, I'm trying not to ask leading questions.
Right. Welcome back, Philly.
Yeah, my TikTok froze up. Sorry about that.
That's what they all say. Hey, Ginez, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, sir. I want to know about my life.
I wanted to know if you could tell me your age.
Oh, I'm 16 July 1990.
You said 60 in July.
16.
Of the 16th of July, 1990. I got you. Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in a God.
Which God do you believe in?
Yes, me. That's why I believe in a God.
Which God do
I'm
you
a
believe in?
Christian.
That's what I asked. You're a Christian, and have you read your Bible from beginning to end, G?
Like I'm going to church Apostle Zion Van. So they teach me
I
Bible.
wonder,
You have to respect
G,
someone.
I have to wonder if it's the delay or the language barrier that's going to make this more difficult. But it sounds like you're not quite responding to my questions. I appreciate you coming up and giving it a shot, but I think we're going to move on and see if there's another guest. Let's try the next one. I think has been waiting the longest. Oh, well, the last one in the queue. Hello, Global. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Good morning. I'm 48. How are you this evening? Well, morning. It's still night for me.
Doing all right. Do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, but it's not the general Christian construct.
Sure. What God is it?
Okay, I guess it would be the traditional, if someone were to say spirituality, creator, creator of the universe aspect. Source, whatever you want to call it.
So a source, creator.
Yes.
Energy.
Yes.
Mind. Is it a mind?
I don't know if I would call it a mind. I just call it source.
Does it have an intention?
Yes.
What intention?
For my purposes and belief, I believe that the creator has created the universe as a test overall.
So you believe that there is a creator that intends for us to be tested in some way.
Yes.
In its existence. Why
Yes.
do you believe that?
Yeah, we have soul contracts essentially. So, and I believe there's good, bad.
Well, I'm sorry. Why do you believe that you added soul contracts to it? Why do you believe that there are soul contracts, good and bad, and something testing?
There is a hierarchy. So there's a hierarchy that we have that's established. So
I get that. You're adding another layer each time, but I'm asking why. Why do you believe this?
Well, I do have intuitive powers and speak with people and see things. So
What were the layers?
I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry.
The question was why you believed that there was a creator God, and each time I've asked you, you've added another layer of belief, a thing more that you believe, but not a reason why you believe it.
Why? I think it's because of the distinctions of learning over time. I've had when you grow up with things as family and how they teach you. I believe that I've had different theological, experiences and resources that I've been given. I have had experiences of my own that I've had,
Okay.
abilities that I'm different than other people.
Interesting, fascinating. So you believe that you are special, have been chosen or selected, one of the few.
I wouldn't say I'm chosen. I don't like to use that word. So I would back off from that one.
So
Yeah.
not chosen.
I think I'm different. just different.
Different, special, one of the few who somehow is capable of seeing everything for what it is and has an understanding beyond that of the mortal.
I think I just tap into it more. That's all.
And what is it you're tapping into?
The other side of a capability that I think we all have. We just choose to ignore it.
Oh, I thought you were special.
I did not say that I'm special. I said I was different. You chose that term.
Oh, I'm sorry. Different.
That's okay.
What's different?
I have a capability of speaking to the dead, so I believe in spirits.
Don't usually have that.
I'm sorry?
And people don't usually have that. So
I think anybody could. They just don't. The children do. Many children do.
And why is it you believe that you're speaking to the dead?
Well, they've always been around me my entire life, so.
They? What do you mean they?
Spirits. The other side. The other dimension.
Sorry, what is a spirit, just to clarify?
Energy.
What is energy?
It's the other part of our being.
I need coffee.
Our consciousness.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. Thrayle made a comment.
No, that's fine. I mean, we all have our own beliefs. So, but the reason that I came on this evening is that the woman that was on before, her conviction, her beliefs, she didn't even know what the meaning was in the dictionary. So that's why I actually wanted to comment.
What was energy again?
If you don't know what the meaning of energy is, why are we having this conversation?
Because
are we going to have a hamster wheel conversation? What is the point? What is the point of the panel if we're going to sit here and question my belief?
Oh no.
Globe.
No, I'm asking a question. I'm allowed to ask a question, am I not?
Yes.
Well, I'm
Actually,
going to
at the
cut
moment,
the
it's
question.
not helpful. And the point you.
Why is it not helpful? I'm allowed to ask a question.
Right. So
You've asked me how many questions? Minimal 10.
Down. I'm just going to calm everything down because you're kind of shouting, and that's absolutely unnecessary. So I went ahead and muted you. Just because I'm not interested in this shouting or debating. We're not here to answer your questions, but I will clarify, since you said what is the point of the panel. It is to question your beliefs. You came up here requesting up under the banner, can you question your beliefs? So we're questioning your belief in energy as some thing that is. And so Philly had asked you what energy is. You didn't quite answer. Then said you wanted to talk about the other girl. I would say woman. The woman who was up here before here. Who couldn't quite answer or define what she was talking about. And so I just reminded you the question was, what is energy? And now you're a little upset about that. I'd like it if we could just get on back to the question of what is energy. Globe, if you left the app, we're not going to be able to hear you. You'll have to come back, and you can unmute. You just have to push the microphone button at the bottom of the screen when you're here. But if you're off app, we won't hear you. But thank you to 3 Pips, Robot, Heather, to Donna B, to Danny, and also to 96. I appreciate all of you so much for helping with that goal. You guys are amazing. I wonder if Globe is trying to leave. There's easier ways to leave the panel, Globe, but I can go ahead and set you down. It was a good question, Philly.
Fantastic question.
I thought I was going to be able to go get coffee.
And if you need coffee in order to discuss your beliefs,
and you have that coffee, go ahead and request stuff.
It's always interesting how people want to come up and either criticize or save the person who was here before, and then fall on their own face.
It really is.
I just came up here so that way I can criticize Philly whenever she was being questioned.
I deserve it.
You deserve none of it, Philly.
I question how quickly you have done a flip-flop.
Well, one was a joke, the other is my seriousness.
I know. I appreciate you.
And I assume that since it's not Saturday, you're not as susceptible to God belief today.
Truth. And if you believe that you know the truth, and it is a God belief, and are open to respectful questioning, request up.
Fantastic. I love that. That segue.
We could always question Blake on if black magic necessarily leads to Christianity, as a previous guest had implied.
Does it, Blake? Does black magic necessarily lead to Christianity?
I wanted to ask what flavor of black magic they were talking about so bad.
Maybe it was the Dr. Pepper flavor of black magic.
I was waiting for it to be like Cult of Santa Muerta, and then it'd be like, that's also Christianity. It's still just another flavor of Christianity.
Well, Dr. Pepper has 23 flavors, so I guess that'd be 23 different flavors of black magic.
How has the evening been so far?
It has been an evening.
Hammy was defeated in a debate by a Bible believer.
I was so bamboozled, and I now believe God.
Well, and the inerrancy of Paul.
Of course, inerrancy. Paul was 100%, like every word, the God honest truth.
And the resurrection, I mean, had to have happened.
Had to, because, why else would people write about it?
So Hammy was defeated.
Yeah. And by rule of defeating in debate, I'm now a Christian.
Because your questions were taking a minority view.
Yeah. So, I mean, I didn't get the opportunity to ask what flavor of Christian I now am to him before he was booted because of debating.
Well, I mean,
but,
are you still a determined? That's what I'm
Say,
saying.
oh no, are you a
Probably
Calvinist now?
I don't want to be
Calvin. I'm Calvinist now, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to break your hearts like that.
4-point or 5-point?
I'm like 30 point.
What are the 30 points?
I might get
Well,
my coffee after all.
See, the thing is that one of the points is nuh-uh, and another one of those points is and then there's a point that's it's inevitable that it's both nuh-uh and
Thrayle, I don't think this guest is able to question his beliefs. I think you should just drop him.
Oh. He definitely can't question certain beliefs, some assumptions he's made. Consistency is king. Hello, Adwell. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Atwell, are you with us? Okay, well, I'll send you an invite to unmute your mic. If you meant to join us, go ahead and take that. There you go. I need your age for TikTok TOS.
Alright, I'm 25, bro.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Sorry, come again?
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't have the belief on that. For some reasons.
Why
not? So I've been a Christian for like 24 years, right? And I started like doing some research, like trying to ask questions about some certain things in the Bible that I didn't understand, right? And I didn't have the answers.
So you tried to ask questions if there's any kind of God?
I do think there's something that's beyond my imagination, but I cannot quote that as God of Christians. I think there's something that I don't really understand. Yeah.
So something you don't understand is there. You don't know why to call it God. Well, what is it that you believe is there? Do you have any way to describe?
Okay. All right. That's a very good question. So first of all, I've been asking myself a lot of questions. I've been asking myself, if the God of Christians, like the all-loving, the Almighty, the one who claims to provide for those who call upon His name, right? Is He really there? Because I see a lot of people are suffering. Like I see a lot of people in hospitals. I see a lot of kids who are dying, and I end up seeing a lot of Christians who claim to pray the God, like their God. They'll be saying like, God is almighty, He provides for us, He heals people. And every time I wake up, I see a lot of people who die in hospitals. So I'll be asking myself, is the same God who's responsible for those people? And the answer that I'll be getting is there's what we call free will. And I'll be asking myself, okay, there's free will, fine. And how about the kids who are dying? Do they also have free will, or do that free will apply to them? So I've been now getting confused that is there really a God, or it's just like something that we're given by other people just like believing?
Do you know what question you were asking? You were answering?
Yeah, get the fact.
Oh, well, I guess Atwell didn't know the question, or Atwell had to go quickly.
Interesting.
I asked a single question that time, Thrayle. How did I break this guest?
I don't know, Hammy. I'm cursed not to be able to make coffee. Hello, Muhammad. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
18.
What year were you born?
2007, January 2nd. Oh, I like this piece. It's so calm. I can't lie. Good man.
Is math hard?
The math was fine, I think. I just, I don't know. Hello, Julian. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
33.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do, but I just heard somebody say math. But yes, my God is a woman because only women give life.
Your god is a woman.
Yeah, Mother Nature.
My name, Mother Nature.
Why do you believe that Mother Nature is a god?
Is like what all other gods are based off of? The monad?
What I know and believe doesn't matter. I'm asking you about your beliefs, Julian.
I know, but if I start explaining something and you don't know what a monad is, you're going to get very lost.
So
that's why I try to...
Your beliefs
Yeah,
are
so a
based on
monad is a
singular.
singular.
I don't know why you, right? Julian, I don't know why you don't let me finish the questions.
That's why I asked you.
Is there a reason why you're speaking in a condescending, pedantic tone?
No,
are you
I
actually here to question? Are
and
you
then
actually here to question your beliefs, or are you just here to kind of like argue
yeah, I'm
over
here
the
to hear
top
what
of
you guys.
people?
No, I want to know what other people think.
Can you question your own beliefs without knowing what other people think?
So, I used to be a militant atheist, and then I got really deep into topology, geometry. I work at U Waterloo now. Big math shit, but basically, I can't say if there isn't now. And I used to be a very militant atheist because I don't know, man, shit's wild.
What about topological math brings you to a god?
So, like, the fact that what we think is the Big Bang is now coming out to be that it was just our initial instance of fractalization from a larger oververse, and that the observable universe is just that, observable, and obviously there's more out there, but there's more out there that we're finding out. And at the end of the day, there was an initial reflection that happened between two vertices or two shapes or whatever polygon you want to call it, whatever you want to call it, the waters, the whatever. Something looked back at itself and started consciousness, in my opinion.
So yeah, it doesn't really have a basis in topological math if the
it's because
final
there's a reflection.
point
There's
is
two
that,
vertices.
okay,
No, that's for the
so
monad.
you've
Let's go
created
back
a
to the
belief
monad.
that involves
No.
geometric.
Wait. Do you believe in binary
words.
dualism? Do you believe in duality? Are you a dualist?
Julian, please let me finish before you try and pivot to something else, because I'm pointing out that
I'm not trying to
the
pivot.
argument that
This
you
is
just
very
gave is nonsensical. So what you just said is that because of topological math, you believe in this entity, but the basis of the topological math in your idea is just that you're using vocabulary in like topological and geometric math to like complete the final argument. But how do you know
this is
that?
my belief.
I know, Julian, but I'm trying to make sure that I understand so that I can ask you a follow-up question. The
So, what information do you have that leads you to believe that whatever kinds of polygons looked at themselves to create the universe?
Okay, do you know what the Super K research neutrino research facility is in Japan? Where we'd look up neutrinos. So we don't know what this shit is, right? And our consciousness is perhaps just electricity in our brain and biochemistry, right?
We don't know what neutrinos are?
Well, we think it's bare.
So we know what neutrinos are.
No.
We know what neutrinos are in the same way we know what electrons are. The way that we know that.
No. Oh, buddy, no. Not even close. No, not at all. I wish. Trust me, I wish. My job would be a lot easier if that was true.
You're saying that we're not sure that neutrinos exist?
No, we know they exist. We just don't know where they come from, what they are, why they have no weight, why they are everywhere but nowhere.
How can something both be everywhere and nowhere?
Right? That's what dark energy is. That's what we're questioning right now. That's what the confusion is.
No, but how are neutrinos both everywhere and nowhere when we have neutrino detectors and we also do...
So what's dark energy and dark matter?
We're talking about neutrinos.
And
about
that's
neutrinos.
What I'm trying to connect. Thank you. Perfect. You're on board now.
But when we can locationally detect a neutrino, so how can it be nowhere?
Oh, okay. So you know topology, right? You know what non-orientable surfaces are? It's because it's not on a surface.
If you have a neutrino detector in space and it goes off,
it's not in
did
space,
that neutrino? I just mean in like a 3D space, but
a space-time.
If you have a detector somewhere and you know where that detector is, and that detector goes off, did that neutrino pass through that detector?
Do you know what direction it came from?
That's not the point. We're not worried about direction.
No, it is the point. It's just because they appear. It's like we can't explain
Julian,
it. That's the point.
If a neutrino detector goes off, was the neutrino within the detector?
Absolutely.
So do we have location information about the neutrino based on the location of the detector?
In space or in time? Because we only have one.
We're concerned about location.
Define location then.
Jillian, can you read that big question for me at the top of the screen?
And I already said I can't question my beliefs because I used to be a militant atheist, and now I can't explain
somebody else's take on something going to get you to question your own belief.
How else would I get a different perspective on something if not from another person?
Well, is it possible that being asked a question would help you to gain a different perspective because it may be something you've never considered before?
I'm so sorry, guys. I have aphantasia, so I have no imagination. So I literally only have abstract and this dialogue. I can't think. I don't have an imagination. I've never had a dream. I feel robbed of a human experience. And this is the only dialogue I can have in this reality with people.
Are you saying that...
Because I don't have movies in my head.
Are you saying that you're unable to engage with a hypothetical question?
No, I only work in abstract math. It's literally what I do because I only have abstract thinking. When I close my eyes, it's always black.
If I ask you If I ask you, what are you going to eat for breakfast? What would you answer that question?
I think of the cheese in my fridge because I know I bought it this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. So you're able to picture something.
I still
that
have
you know is
recall.
there.
No, there's no mental images. It's literally like, you can look this up. Like, there's tests you can do online.
Mm-hmm. Didn't
Yeah.
you just say you think of the cheese?
No, it's mental images. Like, there's people born without inner monologues.
Yes.
Apparently. I don't believe that, but apparently. Yeah, I just don't
So,
have the inner pictures.
so when you said, I think of the cheese in my fridge, what does thinking of the cheese in your fridge mean?
How much it cost me when I purchased it.
So your brain...
I'm a math guy, right?
Right. So your brain processes the numerical part. How do you have the locale? How do you know it's in the fridge? Is that a part of the math?
I really hope it is. No, I hope it is. You're right. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what's in the model. Epistemologically speaking, I don't. I am looking at the outside of the fridge.
Mm-hmm.
But
so you can look at... Sorry, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying so that I can ask you better questions that would be
I got published
suited
books
for the
on it
way
if
you
you're super
think.
curious. But yeah, no, let's go. You can ask me a question. No, I'm totally open.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you...
I
You
think it
said
is,
you
to be
can...
honest. To being rude. Sorry, I was answering the question in the comments.
Right. I find it easier to focus on the voiced questions on the panel than to
Well, the minute you
look at
ask
the
one,
questions
I'll
in
go ahead.
the... Can you...
You're deflecting now.
No, you are interrupting me. What I was trying to say in a gentle way is that it is probably better for you to address the panel rather than address the comments. Did I understand correctly when you said that you could see the outside of your fridge right now?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you what are the contents of your fridge, what would happen for you?
I just told you I would think about how much I spent today. I think it was like $52. I got cheese, vinegar, pretzel crisps, macaroons,
So-
2 things of orange juice. I just know from how much money I spent.
What about the
I
things
thought we already went over that.
What about the things that are in your fridge that you didn't spend just yesterday?
Oh, hell no. I have no idea what's in there.
So, for all you know, there could be like a jar of...
Oh, yeah. No, so because of the aphantasia, I don't have executive function, or I have executive dysfunction. So yes, if you know what that means, yes. Yeah, yeah. Bad. I'm not proud of this shit, guys, like for real.
Sure. If I were to ask you, what's your TikTok name? Just as
It,
an example.
it's my pseudonym,
Hmm.
but it's Julian Fox, and then
Julian.
a linear, nonlinear equation.
Sure.
Yeah, I know my
So,
name.
no. Sorry. I'm not trying to.
I have recall.
That you
It's just
don't.
not
Can I please
mental
finish? Can I please
images.
finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I heard you say your name is Julian. I asked you, what is your name? Your TikTok name, right? I didn't want you to dox yourself or anything. If I were to say, tomorrow I'm going to ask you what your name is, what do you think you might answer?
Can you, I need a little bit more context for that question. Like, you're coming up to me, like walking on the street?
Nope. Like, you're back, you're on the panel, it's the same thing.
My memory is incredible. Like, I can't read a book twice. So, yes, I will know my name.
So you will be able to say, my name is Julian.
Unfortunately.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question very directly because the answer wasn't terribly direct, and it's part of why I'm asking. The question that I was trying to ask you is, if tomorrow I were to say to you, what is your name? Do you know how you would answer?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is that being able to answer a hypothetical question?
Absolutely.
Okay, so some hypothetical questions are possible for you, but some are not.
What? Who said this? No, I'm only abstract thinking. I'm only hypothetical.
You're only hypothetical.
Yeah.
So what was the?
Okay. So why did you?
I cannot
Go ahead,
picture
Thrayle.
things. Yo, you guys.
I understand.
Can you see things in your head?
Oh my goodness.
Hang on. You're just kind of stepping all over Philly's question. Go ahead, Philly. My coffee is delicious, by the way.
I'm so glad that you got the opportunity to go and get that coffee.
So, I'm sorry, what's confusing still? Like, I'm trying to clear things up.
Maybe I misunderstood, but
I'm sorry.
when I first asked you a question, it was a hypothetical question, and from my memory, you were unable to answer the hypothetical question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, that was somebody else who said that for me. I'm only hypothetical. I'm only abstract thinking. That's my whole point.
So then you can answer hypothetical questions.
I can literally only do abstract math. I can't even write fiction. And I have 7 published books. They're all nonfiction, of course. I can't write fiction. I literally cannot picture mentally.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I can't dream, man.
It's fascinating.
It sucks.
It seems contradictory. I wouldn't wish it upon my enemies.
Why?
Be robbed of a human experience, man. My sister, she tells me about her dreams, and I'm like sitting there, like I beg her to tell me, Dude, I'm like on the brink of tears right now. I hate you guys.
What oh,
Yo, it sucks, man. It
what is
literally
it like
sucks.
for you? Sorry. What is it
Dude,
like for
it's
you when you read fiction?
I it's amazing because I'm there in every moment, but it's immediately gone. But it's not gone because I can remember everything, but I just can't picture it. When I close my eyes, it's always black. It's CPTSD. Look, I already know what's wrong with me. I wasn't gonna get into it, but
You don't have to.
yeah, no, it sucks. But yo, there's cognition levels, and now I work with a couple doctors, and we're trying to figure this stuff out. And you can go do tests online to figure out your cognition level. Just search up aphantasia test, because there's apples, there's horses that you can try to imagine, and it'll tell you where you are on the spectrum, because we're all on a spectrum somewhere.
Julian,
But I'm telling you,
I'm hearing you express this about aphantasia, but I'm not sure what it had to do with your belief in a god.
I was talking to her, and we were having a conversation.
Julian, I was just curious what it had to do with your belief in a god.
Because I could never imagine a god before, so I was a militant atheist. And now the math scares the fuck out of me. Sorry for
the math scares the fuck out of you. Is there any potential that you are either misunderstanding or misconstruing the math?
No,
You leave no room for
unfortunately.
the possibility.
I wish the peers are not. The peers are unfortunately agreeing. Dude, I tried to prove myself wrong so many times.
And by
Prove
the
yourself
math,
wrong. Yeah,
Yeah,
by the math.
published. Like, you guys can look it up.
you mean the vertices.
I'll give you my real name.
Hang on, Julian.
Public
Stop
speaking.
talking for just a moment. Blake had a question.
And by the math, you mean your belief that two vertices or polygons looked at each other.
Incredible, like, low down breakdown, because I don't have time to explain everything. But yes, we live in a clown house of mirrors.
Okay, you can't explain it, but that's not math. That's just an assertion.
It really sounds imaginative.
Yeah, it sounds like a image.
I mean, if
one
you
would have to
just
imagine in their mind.
Look, I can drop papers. Like, I mean, dude, this is happening. It's published. I'm on vacation again because this is too stressful for me right now.
This is too stressful.
No, the work, not this conversation on TikTok. I don't give a fuck about this.
The work, the math. The math is stressful. And somehow the conclusions that it's leading you
You know,
to.
CERN is still down, right?
So the conclusions that the
You wonder why?
So the conclusions that the math is leading you to is what's distressing you. And is it possible that you are jumping to any of those conclusions? Is any of this at all potentially your own conflation of math into something else?
What part of peer reviewed and published was confusing? Like, I don't care. I said I will give you the links. I am a public speaker. I have a public image. This is a pseudonym.
So because you are a public, it's peer reviewed, it therefore is conclusive that there is this, how did you phrase it again, Blake? Polygons that looked at each other.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to say it. Like sacred geometry. I never believed in sacred geometry, but it's weird, really weird.
And and you leave no room for the potential that you have misconstrued anything. You say because
Unfortunately,
you're peer reviewed in
yeah, no.
this.
The whole point is that it flipped
Is
my
this
beliefs, right?
conclusion also peer reviewed? Is
Yeah, the vulgar
conclusion
integers said it, not me. Buddy,
the
I fought
vulgar
the math so much.
integers?
So if CERN was recording data on October 10th, why is it so concerning to you? And why do you think that they're closed?
What? No. They were down 10 years, decade, because it went down for 27 point. What was it 0.27 nanoseconds? I can't remember, bro. I don't. That's another conspiracy that I don't believe in, but it's just fucking weird, and I don't believe in this shit. But I'm telling you, my ideas got flipped.
So
You're
is
getting
CERN
less and
currently
less
down, or was
believable.
it down for 27 years?
No. After the 0.27 second blackout, it got shut down for repairs.
That seems a lot less mystical and mysterious than the way that you portrayed it before.
I'm sorry, how did I portray it before? I never portrayed anything. I can't portray, I can't write fiction.
I don't know if he's inebriated or if he's just
Hold on.
on some kind of, I don't know. It's been a lot of contradiction and defense, not a lot of questioning.
Which is why I'd asked him if he could read the top question.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah, I don't think that they're actually going to give us any answers, because when I keep asking for clarifying on the topology, they're just saying, well, I can't really get into all of it.
And then he wanted you to ask what you mean
he
by
posted
location.
a link. There you go, Blake. He posted you a link. Hello, H. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Welcome up, H. Did you mean to request? Okay, moving on. If anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're able to question that belief, we'll go ahead and request up. Hello, Sassy Frassy. Can I get your age? Are you still with us?
Sassy Frassy can. Oh, never mind.
I'm guessing not. I'm guessing not. Julian is still dropping links in chat for anybody who wants to read his papers.
Although if he keeps on doing so in the manner he's doing, he may.
Kylie says, say sassy frassy again. No.
I love how you did it and then still said no.
Your brother asks if what Julian is doing is a form of preaching. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It is rather a dogmatic, unquestionable belief. And I see that. Good morning, Shell. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I think we're doing fine here, just questioning beliefs as we always do.
Susie Blue says he's preaching equations.
Well, even still, do the equations lead to the result that membranes or polygons perceived each other and therefore consciousness was born? And if that's the case, is that the design of the equations? Were they intended to find some answer like that? Could they be eschewed by simply by being worked in this way?
It does because of reasons and yeah.
I don't know if it was a belief that was questionable or if it was a eureka moment that needs better perspective. I honestly have no idea. Because he wasn't clear in the communication, he was defensive about the presentation, and despite Philly's best intentions, he just wanted to argue with every question she asked and condescend to Blake.
I always find it really suspicious when people are of a scientific ilk and then use their field to find new buzzwords to try and scam people.
I'm falling asleep.
Oh, I thought you were about to come in with a witty segue.
So witty, such a good segue. And if you have a segue into your belief, please request up onto the panel.
You see, Philly, the reason why that one was perfect is because of the fact that you prefaced it by saying how sleepy you are. So, getting the somewhat lazy segue into it is just
Hammy, are you mansplaining her segue to her?
Look, Philly, mansplaining is...
Thank you, whoever muted Hammy.
I muted myself.
Well, if it's late, I'll let you get to bed. I'll set you down gently. Appreciate
Kicking
you,
for
Philly.
the algorithm.
As always.
Oh no, I forgot to put the pillows down for Philly. Oh, sorry, Philly.
Oh, I hope that had to be a hard landing. Ow.
Oh, hey, what's
Hello,
up?
James? Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Can you get my what, sorry?
Your age.
I'm 37, man.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I think I used to, but I think it's because I was more kind of either indoctrinated or I'd say brainwashed, even though I do believe there is something, because there's 3,000 different gods out there. Which one is real? Even though there is one, or is there one? But I do think, what, like, is this just it, God or not? Like, there's a yin to a yang, isn't there? So, like, is like is there an afterlife to a life? I do think in more spiritual belief than a book, because there's so many amended Bibles, for instance. Why do they amend things? Why don't they leave things the same? Because religion doesn't change. People change the Bible, if I'm right.
What I'm curious about, James, you said that there is something. What is the something you think there is?
Well, I've got it down to, I believe that, if anything, the sun is God, because without sun, there's no life.
So now the sun is God. That's the something.
Well, no, I believe it's more than that, but I think because, well, I don't really know. I think the answer is that there is no answer, but if you think about it, without the sun, there's no life. If I'm right, correct me if I'm wrong. But then, like, because the human body is so complex and the way our brain works and stuff like that, it was either an amazing accident or it was intended, you know?
Why do you think it was intended?
Because it's just too complicated. Like, why do we feel feelings? Where does fear come from? Where does love come from? What is love? What is life?
If you found explanations for those questions in evolution, in biology.
But is evolution real?
If you were to look into it and discover that it was, would you then need some greater power?
Well, something would have had to start the start of evolution, wouldn't it?
Why?
Exactly. And where did it come from? Like, why am I conscious and, like, sort of sentient
I'm
enough to
asking,
have?
why do you think something must have started evolution?
Because something got to start somewhere, right? Maybe. But I know what you
Why do
mean.
you assume everything has a start?
Because everything comes to an end. Going back to the yin and the yang.
How did you determine that everything comes to an end?
Well, I just determined in life that every certainty of life is death. So, like, if death happens for a reason, did life happen for a reason?
You say death happens for a reason?
Yes.
What reason?
Multiple reasons. It could be due to, you mistreating your body. It could be you could be murdered, or you could be. But it's. I say it's meant to happen. I think we've been lied to a lot about our own history throughout the world, about certain things, certain elements on the periodic table have been removed. One being the ether, where they sort of.
James, do you know why the ether isn't, like, considered science anymore?
Because they lose too much money through electricity.
I'm sorry, because they would lose too much.
Well,
money
people
through electricity.
in Tartaria, for instance, they were sort of harnessing the electromagnetic fields around, on top of buildings and stuff. They had the copper sort of.
Who was harnessing electromagnetic fields on top of buildings?
Well, civilizations before us.
Which civilization before us?
Tartaria.
Tartaria. You're saying they used electromagnetic fields on top of buildings in Tartaria? You cut out there, James. Is it too soon? If he's not going to stick around, I won't bother changing the screen. But I do want to know what the fuck we're talking about.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry if I seem to.
Welcome back. Yeah, so I'm curious. I have a question. What shape is the Earth?
I believe it's flat and round, like a
Flat
CD.
and round like a CD. Why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Because I believe in the firmament. I believe my own two eyes, and I've never seen a curvature ever, even when I'm on a plane. And I believe that if the Earth was indeed flat, and there were other parts supposed to go to by people like us, let's say, why would they want to introduce to other people? Because a globe is just infinite around. You can just keep going around.
Go ahead. Okay, James, hang on a second. I think Blake's got a question I'd like him to be able to get out.
Okay, and no problem.
What's on the other side of the flat Earth?
I don't know. I believe that possibly, what if we ascend through the firmament, because energy doesn't die, right? It changes form.
James,
What if
I don't think that's answering the question. He's not talking about what's on the other side of the firmament. He's talking about on the bottom side of the Earth. Like if you were to drill all the way down,
I don't think there's a
side
hole.
of the flat Earth.
Again, very good question. I think maybe the
Just
ocean.
fall out the bottom. If you just kept digging, then you just fall out the bottom.
I really don't know, and I'd love to know the answer to that. I think maybe the sea, if you go deep enough, what if you go into space? Is space real? What is real? What is the purpose of us having this conversation? And why were we given the ability to question things if things weren't meant to be questioned or hidden?
Are you familiar with the bridge over Lake Pontchartrain?
The what, sorry?
Are you familiar with the bridge that's over Lake Pontchartrain?
No, I'm not.
It's the one that a lot of people use whenever they're showing curvature.
All right, okay.
Yeah, I would look at the videos and the breakdowns and the pictures of the Lake Pontchartrain bridge and how it shows curvature.
Okay, well, what makes me suspicious of, sorry. Can you hear me?
Really?
Yeah, with like the Antarctic Treaty, for instance, I think there's, I don't know, maybe 150 to 200 countries signing an agreement where nobody can fly over, say, the Arctic. Plus, like, I don't see a lot of. You can you?
Yeah, you can actually. As a matter of fact, right now you can get on the internet and pay for a flight that takes you over the Antarctic.
Yeah, but you can't hire a plane and go where you want, though, can you?
Yeah, that the tourist plane ride takes you right over Antarctica.
But if I wanted to get in a plane and hire one, I wouldn't be able to do that, though, would I?
What do you think a tour plane is? That's you literally hiring somebody to pay.
Yeah, but then what if
to take you over the Antarctic?
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, no, and I completely understand what you're saying. And I guess this is a conspiracy. I just don't know what to believe, to be honest, in anything. And like another thing I think of sometimes is like America and Russia sort of at each other's throats, then, so to speak. And Donald Trump always talks about there's an ocean between them and Russia and Europe between, so they got a lot of defense. But Russia's right next door to America.
Yeah, there's still an ocean, though, right?
No, but they don't.
There's the Bering Strait. There's the Bering Strait that separates Alaska from Russia, and it is very, very. It's wide enough that there's an island in between there. That, as a matter of fact, whenever flights go from Alaska to that island and then come back around, before they land on the island, they get warnings from Russia saying, hey, turn around, otherwise you will be pew-pewed upon. and they
All
get
right.
like there's a 3-step warning system of them
Right.
giving them 3 warnings, and they get to the
From
second
NORAD, is
warning
it?
before they land.
Right. Well, some of these things I don't know, and this is why I like to always have conversations with people of mind like yourselves, because I'd like to look at things from a different perspective. The only reason I think the Earth is flat is because I believe I was indoctrinated at school. I worked for the government for 15 years in healthcare, and I was told a lot of bullshit about what's good for you and what's bad for you. And I know that's nothing to do with flat Earth, but I believe NASA. Does it mean deceive in Hebrew?
It doesn't
No.
deceive in Hebrew.
It doesn't.
That's another one of the things that a lot of flat earthers like to claim, but
All right. No, I'm just talking about what I was like. Yeah. No, I appreciate you like informing me in that respect. It's.
So, James, I'm gonna do the hugest favor here.
Can I ask you something though? Do you believe in the firmament?
No, but I'm gonna ask
So what's
you.
between
I'm
the
gonna
Earth
give
and
you.
space?
James, why do you think there is a firmament?
Because I look at life, not life, sorry. Like I just think of a cocktail. If I ordered a cocktail and there's 3 different colors because of the 3 different densities in that cocktail, one for us being the sea, the middle being the air, and the top one being the firmament. Because if there's nothing between us and space, wouldn't we all be just sucked out?
Isn't that just one hyper-specific cocktail?
I was just thinking about sex on the beach.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, isn't it? How is that
Yeah, sorry.
cocktail indicative of like a law of nature?
No, what I'm trying to
Doesn't
say.
equal to all cocktails.
No, sorry if I'm coming across the wrong way. What I mean is, think of the firmament as the top color of the cocktail, the air we breathe, the middle color, and the bottom, the sea. But because it's different densities.
James, but why doesn't the cocktail get sucked out of the glass into the air?
Because it's a cocktail. What I mean, like if space is a vacuum, there has to be something between space.
Is there a firmament?
Well, I was just using that sort of analogy to try and explain what I meant.
But isn't the air around it less dense than the cocktail?
No, the ingredients in the cocktail are less dense, more dense, sorry, than each other. And then the more dense being the ones which come to the bottom, the least dense go to the top, you know? Sorry if you feel like I'm talking shit, guys. I just thought this might be the kind of group to come and have a chat.
I thought your analogy was wonderful.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just don't think you understood it. But
No, I don't. What it is, I just question everything now because I don't want to be told what's real. Because what is real?
I don't know where you live, but where I live, at our state capitol, inside the Capitol building. Huh?
In
Inside
Washington.
No, I'm in Texas. So inside my Capitol building, there is, in the dead center of it, there is a device, a pendulum that swings back and forth. And at the bottom, on the floor, there is, in a circle, these like wooden blocks that, as the pendulum swings and as the earth rotates, it knocks over a block. And it shows the rotational speed of a globular earth. You can do at home, even if you have a good enough setup to be able to do it right. There's a lot of different things that you can observe just by yourself.
Of course.
That shows that the earth is not flat.
Yeah, but it could be flat and round. It could be both. It could be multi-shaped. And my sort of story in the firmament is, I believe personally that, and I don't know why I believe this, but this is the conclusion I have, and it can always change through information, is that when we die, our energy changes form, and then we can pass through the firmament because nothing else can pass through it.
Right, James, you're adding many, many layers to
Sorry.
what is already a very questionable belief. And I've got to wonder, why would you believe that the Earth is flat at all?
Well, it was documented to be flat. I think hundreds, if not thousands, of years before it was said it was round. We've been wrong about things in the past. Also,
You said it was documented to be flat. When was it documented to be flat?
on the old maps, like true north being the center of the map. And I've just looked
Which
at a couple
old
of
maps?
well, it depends how far you go back, really. How far back maps have you ever saw?
How does that answer the question? Which old maps?
Well, what I'm saying is there were different layouts which sort of contradict today's maps, then, so to speak, especially size and scale. But
Why
it's
would
not
that
that
be?
to be honest, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Then this is the thing, and I don't really know
Let me
anything.
ask you, James, if you go back to their maps, do you think they will get more accurate or less accurate?
I don't know.
Do you think that the ability for people to map was greater in the past than it is closer to the present?
Well, they can't explain how the pyramids were built, and they say a lot of civilizations have risen and fallen. So maybe they had technology back then better than we have today.
James, this is a whole different tangent.
Apologies.
I'm curious. Can you explain why crow's nests are at the top of the tallest mast on a ship?
No, I can't actually.
Does that make sense on a flat Earth?
To be honest, I don't really know what makes sense. I try to make sense of not questions. Is we are sentient beings, aren't we? We can question things. Where does that come from? Who created that?
I'm curious, James. I'm gonna try that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Con.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Could you tell me why you think that crow's nests are on top of the tallest masts on ships?
Oh, that's easy, buddy. Basically, because they're so high up, right? They'll see the crossing of the horizon first. So, like, because the Earth's a globe, so like as you go over stuff, right? The higher up you are, the quicker you see things going over that horizon. The lower down you are, the slower you'll see them because there's a height difference. Think of it as if you're standing on a basketball and you're running on the basketball and it's rotating underneath you. You want to be Shaquille O'Neal rather than my height because you're going to see the other side of the ball coming over a lot quicker.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that. That's a very good way to think, and I understand the nest thing now. Do you believe that the sun is 93 million miles away?
Are you just asking that openly? Or are you asking
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, guys. It's my first time in this group. Tell me to shut up at any point.
Sorry, what was the question again exactly?
He asked if you believe the sun was 93 million miles away.
I don't make a habit of. I'm not an astrologer, sorry, astronomer, so I don't make a habit of memorizing the distance from my planet to other stars and bodies. But I mean, if someone says, you know, from a reputable source that it's 93 million miles away, and they're an astronomer of some sort, and they explain to me what parallax is maybe, and how to measure things like the transit of Venus. I mean, those sorts of things, if they explain them to me, and I'm like, cool, that marries up to my understanding, and the number they come up with is 93 million, I'm like, cool, I can believe that.
Hearing
I
it
can
in
believe
a
that, but I don't
Welsh
know.
accent, I do want to question it, but
What's the matter with it?
Though it does actually remind me of another Welsh content creator who might have said it exactly the same way. So I think it might be somewhere in that ballpark. But it.
Can I ask you what you believe is
James? Hang on, James. The question isn't whether or not we believe it's 93 million miles away. The question really should be, why do you assume that there is a firmament, that it is within.
Because it's documented in books, and it goes
Which
back
books?
the Bible, for instance. I think it's in the Quran as
Because
well.
it's documented in the Bible. Why do you believe the Bible?
I don't believe the Bible. I believe religion was created to cause division, and then you can conquer and divide by
Then
using fear.
why would you use the Bible as a source for the shape of the earth?
Because just because I don't believe in the whole Bible doesn't mean maybe some bits in there I don't agree with, or maybe think, oh, okay. Because I believe a lot of the truth is shown in our faces, but a lot is deception as well.
How do you tell the truth from deceit exactly? In this case,
I don't know. Because the Bible had been changed so many times, and that's the deceit from it. That's where I can't tell, like which version's real, which out of 3,000 gods is the real one. And I just want to share something with you. I've done DMT in the past, and that's the closest I've ever felt to what life is after when you die. I believe.
Hammy, the almost alarm bell in the background was just perfect.
Oh, y'all heard something in the background?
Yeah, it almost sounds like an alarm.
Thanks for letting me come up.
My correcting senses are going off, but
Questions, Hammy.
all the questions I have are non-Socratic by nature, so the only thing I have is advice.
I think I got a question. I think I got one. This is for you, James.
Okay.
If I wanted to master a martial art, what would I have to do in order to do that?
Well, I was a professional MMA fighter in my life, so you'd have to study the art.
Right, I'd have to study it. Did you say?
You'd have to study it, and you'd have to be consistent.
Okay, study, be consistent, and do the things I need to do, and sort of trust in what people are telling me as teachers and instructors, and test it out and see if it works. Right?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you think that if you approached science as a martial art, that maybe some of the questions you have about the nature of the planet and other things might be answerable in your own hands?
Yeah, even I probably would have more of an understanding, because some of the things I might be saying could be, you might think, oh my God, what is he talking about? But I'm not ashamed to say that I'm not educated greatly in that department. I studied psychology, biology, all the things needed for mental health degree, but I've never really studied like astronomy or the planet as such like that, or in any sort of philanthropy, or I have studied martial arts my whole life, and music relentlessly for the last few years, because I find them both very similar.
Yeah, I would too. I was just that was just more to make a point, though. I was more just asking. Do you think that maybe it's possible right now? I think, and do you think, sorry, that it's possible that maybe you're just not familiar enough with science to answer these questions confidently?
Yeah, I think I'm more familiar with sort of anatomy and physiology, and maybe I say mental health is such a subjective. Everything in mental health is subjective. So, but I do like a good debate in mental health as well.
That was it.
Because everything is subjective in mental health. They say that everything that you take in from the ages of 0 to 7, you act out maybe 90% plus subconscious behavior for the rest of your life because you pick them up during the theta stages of your brain's sort of frequency, which is was interesting to me. And I believe a lot of behaviors stem from what were picked up in those years.
Mm-hmm. James, hang on just a moment. We have a new guest joining us, Queen of Heaven. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43. I've met Cam and Blake. They can attest that I'm friendly.
You said 43. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I am not an atheist, but I do not worship any of them.
I feel like I want to ask you questions, but I'll let you ask James a question first.
James,
yeah, I do.
And you believe in the Bible?
No.
Then why would you believe in the firmament? That's where it comes from.
Because it hasn't got to be religious if something is sort of there. It hasn't got to be a religion to be true.
Well, the only place other than the Bible that the firmament is actually mentioned is a document that it was stolen from.
Yeah.
In clay that turned to stone. Would you like to know what it says about the firmament?
Yes, please.
It's what separates the salt and the fresh water for farming. That's the oldest definition of it.
All right, I didn't know that. Thank you for sharing.
Does that make more sense to you even?
It doesn't make more sense to me right now because sometimes I think I take a bit of time to go away and think about things and process them. If that makes
So in the
sense.
Bible, it says it's separating the waters, correct? So if it is separating the waters in the Bible, and there are a lot of mistranslations from its original text.
Yeah.
In the stories before, even in Aramaic or the Judean culture, anything before that, like well before that, BCE's like 4500 BCE. And it says it just separates the salt and the fresh water for irrigating farms. Pretty much aqueducts, canals, those kinds of things to make water for us to drink.
Yeah.
What makes it usable for life.
Okay.
On this planet, not above, not around, on.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. And it's thousands of years older than that text. Thousands.
You know what I meant by the cocktail analogy, though, in that respect of what I thought.
James, did you know what I meant by telling you that the cocktail analogy was excellent? Because you, when you were telling your cocktail analogy, air around the cocktail.
Right. Yes. No, I did. Yes, you're correct.
Right.
Yes. So.
And isn't that more analogous to space?
Yeah. No, I didn't think of that before. Yeah. But in all things, I truly believe that if there is a
and
God,
there's no firmament over the cocktail preventing it from being sucked out into the air, is there?
No, because there's no vacuum, though, is there?
Do you know what a vacuum is?
Well, something which sucks you into something, is it, or something with no air, so it'll crush you, or like
Is it possible? Is it possible, James, that your understanding of a vacuum is incorrect?
Possible, yeah. I'm not going to be arrogant and say.
If that's the case, could it then be possible that your understanding of a firmament or the atmosphere, the way it interacts with space, is incorrect?
Yeah, I think that could be right. But it's nice to talk
remember,
to people like you around about it.
Yeah, James, I'm glad we could give you the space and not just ridicule you. I wanted to make sure that you heard some of the questions and that you were able to think about some of the ideas. I wonder if that crow's nest analogy about the tops of ships might lead you to more questions.
Yeah, I think so. But I think I know for certain that without the sun there is no life. Therefore, is sun their god? Or is there any life which can survive without the sun?
Technically, the answer to that, it's an interesting one. That's an interesting question to ask. There's an answer to that question, which is very interesting, but I'm not going to say it because I'm not here to teach people. That's not what I'm here to do.
I'd love to hear you.
I don't know if you guys have talked about stars yet, other than the sun.
Not really. Can you frame it in a question that gets
Do you
him to
live
consider it?
in the northern hemisphere?
I live in the UK, so I'm up that way, and I think, yeah.
So then you see the North Star every night when it's not cloudy or smoggy.
Yeah.
Do you see the Southern Cross?
I think I've seen it with something else because I've gone to like astronomy tents and stuff where they've explained what's what, and you got the pan of Orion's belt, is it? I believe, but that's pretty much my depth of knowledge in that respect.
So one of those very, very simple things to test about if the Earth is round or curved or any of those things is in the north, above the equator, you can see the North Star. If you go below the equator, you can see the Southern Cross.
The place I did think I saw it was in Tenerife, which is closer to Africa than. So could that have been why I thought I seen it?
So from your house, you can't see the Southern Cross, but you can see the Northern Star. But if you go to the most southern tip of Africa, you can no longer see the North Star.
Honestly, I don't know.
You might want to ponder that.
No, I will. I definitely will. Yeah, like I said, I take information, and my brain takes a while to process it and things. But I'll definitely like lose some sleep to what you guys told me. Like not in a bad way, but I'd be like, oh, I never thought of it like this. So especially for the host day, what you've done is not just help me understand things in a different way. You've helped me understand my own.
Well, that reference about the stars is definitely one that makes sense to me because in the north you see certain constellations and in the south you see other ones.
Yeah.
If you can't see on the other side, is it a wall? No.
Yeah.
And if you take an airplane and you keep flying down and that star disappears anymore, that doesn't mean it's not there anymore or that someone's
You've gone
changing
past the curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It means that you're going around something.
Yes.
Just like airplanes do. They fly around. They don't fly straight. Because if they flew straight, you'd still be seeing those same stars. And eventually you'd drop off the side. And as we know, Columbus did not drop off the other side.
Has anybody ever dropped off the side?
No
What side would they be dropping off of, James?
There's no
sides to drop off of.
Yeah.
Unless you're flipping a coin.
Do you think there's a possibility that if you go deep enough into the sea, you could come out in space? Or do you believe that there's a core?
I believe if you keep digging from right where you're at, you'll come out at the other end and still be on Earth and not in space.
Yeah. Okay.
There used to be a thing that I used to dig holes in the yard, and my grandmother used
Well, if you flush the toilet in Australia, it goes a different way to when I flush it in the UK.
Yeah.
James.
Yes.
Do you see the picture?
Yeah.
Do you think it's shaped like that?
Sorry, what picture? Sorry.
On the screen.
What, your picture?
The big one.
Below the skeleton man. Look below the skeleton man.
All
Look
right.
for Nessie. Look for Nessie.
Yeah, that's what I meant by flat and round. But
So,
it's all theoretical, isn't it?
a fun question to ask is, do you think gravity would work the same way on this kind of Earth?
Well, I think of gravity as things at a different density. Like not gravity as such, but if something is heavier than something else, it's gonna go to the bottom. Like if we chuck an anchor in the sea, the density of that will.
Well, the thing is that when we, as a matter of fact, Galileo tested this out when he dropped a cannonball versus dropping a feather.
Right.
And he found out that regardless of how much the item weighed, they dropped at the exact same rate.
They wouldn't go at the same speed, though, would they?
Yeah.
If we
Lighter
drop the
things
feather.
and heavier things go the exact same speed.
Well, I've thrown a leaf from pens went down faster.
Yeah, because of air resistance. The bit being left out there is in a vacuum, they'll go the same speed. And this test was recreated by physicists in the modern age inside of a vacuum area.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
And they both fall at the exact same rate.
Yes. But they don't fall the same rate in our air then, in the vacuum, you're saying?
Yeah, purely because of air resistance. If you think of planes, for example, planes are heavier than air flight, but they still fly.
Yeah, because of the it's because of the speed they go in, isn't it?
Pressure. It's to do with pressure under the wing, low pressure and high pressure.
Yeah.
It's the same way that your lungs, for example, don't. I'm teaching at this point. I shouldn't be. I'll say this and I'll shut up. But when you sucking the air in, it's that your lungs create a low pressure zone, and this pulls the higher pressure relative to your lungs from the air outside of your mouth into your lungs. So it's the creation of a small. It's the creation of a small vacuum, essentially. And so it's the same way that planes work. Is the same way that like air resistance interacts with feathers. Like you take the air away, there's nothing to resist the feather, and so they both drop at the exact same speed.
Like underwater kind of thing, maybe.
Well, I mean, yeah, water's a good example because you've got buoyancy, right? You're held aloft somewhat by the water. The forces of the water act upon you to lift you up, right? But things will still sink. Now, if we got rid of the water, they'd sink at the same rate. But the water is obviously a medium that they're interacting with, like the air. And I'm going to stop now because I'm just teaching you now, and I shouldn't be doing that.
Well, no, I appreciate what you're saying because what you're saying is making sense to me. Can I ask, if you don't mind, what you do for work?
I'm a dog sitter and pet sitter.
All right. Okay.
What the fuck? Not decreased.
You should have increased it, yeah. No, I did psychology, James. I am a scientist. In my perspective, I'm a scientist. Yeah.
In what field?
Well, no, that's what I mean. Like when it comes to life, I would say that like I'm a scientist.
Like sort of
philosophically.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't do the profession of a scientist, but I do have a scientific approach to life. Yeah, that would be accurate to say.
I respect that. I respect that because if you don't have a scientific approach to life, it's like the only sort of approach which has numbers, and numbers don't lie, even if it's.
Well, yeah. If you don't use science, you end up believing in the firmament and stuff like that.
Well, I just don't know what to believe in. Is the thing? Yeah.
James, do you know?
Oh, go ahead, Blake.
Do you know what a key component of like density and buoyancy is, and what like the driving force that causes those like gradients of density to settle out the way that they do?
No, I don't know.
It's also due to gravity. Like the force that is pulling the densest things down to the bottom,
Yeah.
even in those like systems, it is still the driving force behind even that is gravity.
Okay. Can I ask you, is gravity a fact or a theory?
It is one of the most attested laws of nature that we have. It is one of the easiest things that you can experiment with in just like your bedroom at home, and you can recreate many of Isaac Newton's like experiments that fundamentally demonstrate how gravity works and how you can prove its like consistency to yourself. And you can even do an experiment at home to see the gravity of smaller objects. If you have like a really heavy kettlebell or something like that, you can hang like two weights on a rod from a string from the kettlebell, and if you put your phone on time lapse, that that like kind of T-shaped thing that you've created will slowly twist and then touch the kettlebell, even from the gravity of just the kettlebell. So there's experiments you can do at home to like witness yourself. And it's the fact that these things are repeatable, that when we do them again and again and again and again, we get the same results. And we also have derived equations that allow us to make accurate predictions. When you have a model that allows you to make predictions, you know that it is accurate because it's predicting the future in a sense.
If it's a prediction, though, does that really make it true if it's a prediction, or if it's
Real quick,
wrong?
James.
He said
When a
accurate
scientist says,
predictions. That would be yes, they are true if they are accurate, right?
Yeah, you make a prediction and then you test it scientifically to confirm if, because you can't know until you test the prediction if the prediction is correct. So you make these calculations and predictions, then you test to see if your model is confirmed by the test results. And that's where you get into like theoretical versus practical science. Or theoretical versus experimental, sorry, not practical.
All right. Well, I do appreciate this chat with you all, because there's so many people online who want to have a discussion like this without arguing with each other. Like, people are quick enough to say, "Oh, you're fucking stupid," or you know, whatever. But I'm always just open to conversation and to see how other people look at things, to try and learn from their perspective, to try and just gain more knowledge, like I've done this morning.
The worst I do here is ask what the fuck you're talking about, generally. But I think you did well answering the questions openly and with consideration. You were presented ideas and alternatives and questions that I think that you should and from the sounds of it likely will consider, at least. And so maybe next time, James, when we speak again, we'll have more questions, and hopefully, maybe you'll have different answers. But I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate you. And can I ask you one question?
Yeah, I'll let you get one.
What do you think life is, and where it come from?
I have no idea, and I'm not uncomfortable saying that.
No, because you're right. Even though you don't know, you're right in saying.
Story. The oldest written one.
What
Are you going to say it? Are you going to say the G word? You're going to say the G word, aren't you?
Oh, no. No, I'm not, actually.
Oh,
No.
okay, it's the P one then, alright.
P. No.
But thank you again for that.
What about the E
Cuneiform
one?
is where I'm going. It's the oldest written language we have. Post K12.
Well, then, Then you are talking about the G. Then you are talking about the G.
G? No, I'm not talking about gods. I'm talking about kings.
James, I'm going to go ahead and
Gilgamesh.
set you down while we
Oh,
talk about this,
Gilgamesh,
but I
go.
hope you keep
I hate
listening,
No
Gilgamesh.
and I
problem.
hope
Thank you.
we hear from you again.
Yeah, Gilgamesh was a pompous ass, but yeah, you left.
No, I set him down just to keep us moving forward, but you were going to tell us about Gilgamesh.
I was hoping to tell him about Gilgamesh as I told him about his firmament, but it's just the Bible that he reads starts at the third creation story from the stories it was stolen from. That's the first written, but we have cave dwelling drawings that talk about how there were just a group of mothers that started life, and that it came from one mother ultimately.
Do you believe those stories?
That depends. Do I believe the science that says that we date back DNA and genetically back to 5 mothers in Africa, and that's as far back as they can trace it? Do I believe the science that says that I'm related to a whole slew of Vikings? That part. Do I believe the science that says that we migrated from different parts of the earth, but not just one part of the earth? Yes. Do I believe the science that says the Bible is not telling us the truth? Yes. Do I believe the science that says that Judean religion is not telling us the truth? Yes. Do I believe the science that says that the cuneiform tablets are not the beginning and end all be all? Yes.
So then what is it that you believe?
I believe in archaeology, and I believe that we haven't found what everyone's looking for yet.
Do you
But what
believe
I
there
have
is
found is
something to be found?
If you dig deep enough, you're going to find what you're looking for. Just like if you go to the doctor and complain about something, he's going to find something.
Do you believe that there is a God?
I believe that men used to call themselves gods, yes.
Do you believe that there is a creator being?
I believe that we came
From somewhere. What does that mean?
meaning that humans are not predominantly organic to the earth. I don't believe that. We're the only species on the planet that does terraform. The rest of these species do not. We're the only ones that destroy whole entire ecosystems to make us comfortable.
Can I ask?
Me first?
Do you?
We are the aliens.
These sound like fairly bold claims. Are you certain of
I'm pretty damn certain that we're the only ones that terraform, yes.
Would you include? What are you considering to be terraforming? I guess.
We destroy the entire rainforest just to have one tree that creates rubber.
Is that terraforming?
Right.
Or is that resource mining?
That is terraforming. You make the environment livable and comfortable to you, but not sustainable to other life.
So there's no other life form on the planet that will destroy an ecosystem to suit itself?
Not entire ecosystems of multiple life forms.
If I ask what was the impact of, say, the introduction of cats, would we blame that on humans exclusively as well?
And so now you go back into the genetics of cats, which is an interesting one because they don't match
I
quite
think
a
it was
lot.
about the genetics.
Yeah, I'm more asking
I think
what's your basis for
ecological
terraforming
impact.
exactly? Yeah.
Well, it depends what you mean by introduction of cats.
I'm just saying when cats were introduced to environments where they were not native and they started like wiping out huge swathes of different native populations of wildlife, would we consider that to be the same sort of thing as terraforming? I'm trying to understand what you mean by terraforming
No.
at the moment, that's all.
No, because they're not disturbing the earth, they're disturbing the food cycle. That's different. We disturb more than the food cycle.
I live in Texas, and we tend to hunt deer around here. Do you know what happens whenever deer, regardless if you do it by force, sterilization, or hunting, You know what happens when you don't control the population of deer?
An overgrowth, just like humans. And bunny rabbits. But
Well,
what would
it's
happen
not just
if humans
overgrowth.
weren't on Earth?
They
Would we think
literally.
that there's an overgrowth? Would we think that?
It's not.
Because we wouldn't be here.
It's not just an overgrowth of population. What happens is that because of the fact that they do, yes, overly grow in population, they eat all of the sources of food around them that causes the destruction. The same time.
Do they do it out of greed?
What
Malice?
does that have to do with it? They do
Do
it out of
animals
survival,
out
yeah.
of greed or malice?
They do it out of survival. They eat.
Yep, they do it
need
for
to
food.
eat to survive.
Yes. Do we do
Yeah,
everything we do just to eat?
I would say that, like, on a detached level, my answer might be yes. On, like, an individual, how I personally see it looking outwards way, I'd say no, because we have these concepts, like you said, of greed and so forth. But I am just trying to ask for, like, what your firm understanding of terraform is, because
Well, same as we don't see any morbidly obese deer.
I don't know about that. I've seen a few. I've seen a few
enjoy
chubsters in the
themselves.
forest before.
You can see some large ones, but you don't see them with their bellies dragging the grounds like we do our pets in our house. That we did that to them.
No, that's what I mean.
We
I've
see-
seen a fat deer before. Yeah, I've seen an obese deer before. But it's a human problem. It's a human thing
Yes.
that's happened there. Yeah, you're
Human
right.
problems. Exactly, very human problems.
But I'm
Most
asking.
of the problems I've seen on this earth can be attributed to humans. I haven't seen too
Yeah.
many that are attributed to the animal population.
But if humans were not here, let's say, if we got rid of humans, I'm curious. Do you think another species would have done the same thing?
No,
Why not?
there is no species at our level.
No, that's what I mean. If we,
You can look
because we're in the way,
at,
we're in the way right now, right? Like there can't be another intelligent species because we would probably
What's-
wipe them out.
I think it was Russia. What is the Chernobyl? We can use Chernobyl as an experiment because it wiped out all life, except for in the bordering areas of humans. Life there has thrived. The wolves are bigger and healthier. Other animals have thrived and become bigger and healthier. It changed the entire ecosystem, and now those animals and everything in it are thriving and adapting to that space.
Are they healthier?
Yes.
Well, before I lose it, that's kind of what I'm asking though. If we get rid of humans entirely, let's say humans, Thanos snapped, they're gone now. Do we not think that another intelligent species is eventually going to evolve and probably do the same things we've done?
Not if there's no trace of human DNA left, no. But I'm not
Why would
advocating
it-
for wiping out all human population either. Let's get that
No,
straight.
I know that's not what you're saying, and
people
I'm
on
not
the
saying
back
that either.
listening.
Yeah, I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm asking more. So you think it's like an inherent facet of our DNA that we exploit the resources available to us to the point that
Yes.
we cause ecological damage? If
Yes.
that's the case, so would you be suggesting that?
Yes,
Why?
to the extreme that we do. Because we're greedy. We're selfish and self-absorbed.
Can other primates be greedy and self-absorbed?
Not to our level.
You keep saying, yeah, not to our level. That seems like kind of a biased position to take, right? We're at the level we're at because we've had these abilities and we've been doing it for like, 200, 300,000 years at this point. No one's standing in our way. If we got rid of us...
Longer than that if you look
they're
at in science.
They're going to get to our level eventually, aren't they?
There were apartment buildings back in more thousands of years older than what you just said, 2,000 or 3,000 years. We can see.
I said
populations that
200,000 to
rose and
300,000.
fell. Oh, 200. I thought you said just thousands. Sorry.
No. 200, 300,000. Yeah.
I was going to say, I know you're not a Bible thumper.
No, exactly.
You know the earth is older than that, right? And human
Yeah,
population.
100%. But that's what I'm trying to ask you, though. If you get rid of humans...
The
do you
haplopairing
not-
group can be traced back that far.
Well, yeah, if you get rid of humans, do you not think that eventually some other species is going to get to the same level of intellect. Like I would imagine corvids, for example, are a strong contender. If we got rid of
What did you
humans,
say?
it's possible that the corvids. Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah,
Just
go on.
emphasize this just a little bit. What the fuck are we talking about? Just a little bit.
Well, I think, Queen, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You've got a belief about human beings,
Yes.
and the dangers that human beings pose to the ecology. I am curious because you've said it's
We are
to
the
do
biggest
with the
threat. That's my
terraforming.
theory.
How strong these lines are. Essentially, that's what I'm kind of curious about.
Yeah, my theory is that currently our species is the biggest threat to survival of the planet. And eventually we'll get wiped out, either by ourselves or the planet itself.
And you
That's
base
my
this
theory.
on a scientific understanding.
Yes.
Are you certain that there's no mythological or emotive elements to this?
So we can say that they're mythological to the point that multiple cultures have talked about multiple wiping out of different groups of people. But if you're saying, am I talking about Gilgamesh's flood theory? No, that was regional. Am I talking about biblical flood? No, that was regional. Am I talking about the Ice Age and the fact that we can do core samples and prove that there was more than one Ice Age? Yes. Now, I'm not a stupid person that goes based on biblical references. I'm not one of those that's going to be a flat earther. I take in a whole and I consider the whole.
Are you sure that you're not just looking at the human aspect?
I'm looking at the humans as a threat, yes. I look at myself as one of those stupid humans that have done things to this planet.
Really quick, before we re-clarify that question, I gotta make sure I think Donna B. Shell and 96, sorry, almost lost the list. But are you sure that you're not looking just through the human lens, at the human impact, the human, like could it be that from a broader view that your prediction could be wrong?
Do you think if the animals of the rainforest could speak to us in a language that we could understand, that they'd be happy about what we do to their home?
I don't
or
know that
any,
answers
and not
the
just the
question.
rainforest. Let's just talk about logging in general, or tracking, any of those things. Do you think any of the animals that we displace from their homes, from what we do to it, we don't ask them if they want to move from their home? We don't even try to relocate them because we don't look for them. Because when you go fracking and logging, it's a danger to your business and your financial growth to go looking for animals that are rare or need displaced. They just do it.
Do you hear, again, like, I'm not sure that you're answering my question. You've mentioned the perspective of animals, but are you sure that you're not looking at everything towards what humans do, the human impact, and not seeing something greater?
I think you need to clarify your question for me to be able to answer properly.
Why is your belief and prediction human-centric?
Because I see us as the problem. All of us.
And you don't see other species as being similar?
No. Even in the overgrowth scenario of Texas, or Texan friend there, that's still our fault.
Everything that happens bad on the earth is our
We
fault.
corral those animals. We don't allow them to migrate. That's our fault.
Have you ever
If they were
heard of
allowed
the
to
Great
migrate,
Dying?
it wouldn't overpopulate one scenario. It would be able to migrate and move.
Hang on, I want to hear Blake's question.
Have you ever heard of the Great Dying?
No.
it was a period in time where there was a massive oxidation event in Earth's history where biology changed from different forms of respiration to mainly the forms of respiration we have now. And it caused an explosion. And it like irreversibly changed Earth's atmosphere, much in the same way that global warming is doing now. And what happened is that it created this feedback loop that no animals were like evolved to deal with. So there has been like animal caused mass extinctions. Well, it wasn't animals, like algae and stuff, but single celled organisms and stuff. But there has been like evolutionary issues that like kind of caught where life itself caused a problem that then caused massive suffering for all of the life on Earth.
Okay, compare that one instance, or any of those one instances, with the level of destruction that humans cause. Comparatively, like we were talking about dropping a bowling ball in a feather. Comparatively.
Can you think of any other animal besides humans who have gone out of their way to save a species from extinction?
Not all humans do that as a whole
Right.
species.
That's kind of what I was getting at. That's kind of what I wanted to ask you about. It seems like you're blaming all humans, but is it fair to blame all humans for the circumstances of being born human?
Either we are destroying through our actions of how we eat and survive on a daily basis because we don't do better, which we could, or we are promoting war, which causes more destruction, or we're hurting each other in general.
Are we the only species that wages war? Are we the only species that consumes an environment to the fullest? Are we the only animals that do this? And while I might agree with you, right, I might agree with you that we shouldn't, right, because we can. That's not really what I'm asking. I'm just curious about your perspective of humanity
Depends
right
on
now.
what you mean by wage
in...
war, because someone mentioned ants in the bottom there. They do wage war. Ants do on
I'm
different
thinking
populations.
chimps. I'm thinking chimps.
They're territorial, yes.
No, they
That's still
wage
in the line
wars.
of human.
They tactically remove members of other troops.
That's still in the line of human, isn't it? Are we not related?
No. Sure, we're related, but now we've shifted from humans to primates. Okay, cool. But then are you going to say all primates are to blame for this?
No, because even they live in a different way.
I'd say that I think the question is:
let's do evolved primates then. Evolved primates. We'll do that.
Wait, are they evolved?
Are they less evolved?
Yes, they
When
are.
did evolution become a scale?
It's always been a scale. Why do you think we look for patterns of before we could morph a human erectus and Homo sapiens to Homo sapiens sapien? Why do you think we look for that?
Is there
We judge ourselves, we judge everyone.
Hang on, Queen. Is there an end point to evolution?
No.
So then how can there be a scale?
Actually there is an end point to evolution. Unalivement. That is the end point for everything. Because eventually this earth will. Because the sun will. We see that in other suns. Other grand stars that lose their light eventually. Ours will too.
To say it, but you sound unquestioningly pessimistic and
Not pessimistic, it's just fact.
well, and sort of human hating in a way that seems unquestioning again.
I don't hate humans, I love humans. But I see our flaws.
It seems as though when we question anything, it is given counterexample and argument rather than consideration or a question at all. Do you consider the idea that humans are a plague on the earth and all humans are to blame for the environmental ills do you consider that belief to be dogmatic and unquestioning?
Oh no, I don't do dogma.
Do you? How would you question your belief?
My belief, scientifically, on a grand scale, worldwide. Because you can see in the locations where humans aren't, Earth thrives.
How long have humans been doing, let's call it terraforming?
Well, as far back as we can see, post-cave dweller. When we started to farm.
So how long is that out of our evolutionary journey so far?
As far back as we can prove is only first few thousand BCE, but it was well before that because we can see that even those like Lucy were farming.
Okay. Would you say it's 1%, 2%, 5%?
Since our existence, as far back as we can see.
So from 300,000 years ago?
As soon as we could. As soon as we became
I'm asking you, do you think that we were... I'll put it this way. Do you think we were doing agriculture 300,000 years ago?
We don't have proof of yes or no.
Okay. What's the earliest proof that we get? When is that?
The tablets of 4500 BCE are the first written proof, but there are cave-dwelling drawings and rock wile drawings of corn and different plants in rows.
Yeah, what time period would that be? So are we looking Neolithic, Mesolithic, Paleolithic?
No one really knows. They can guess.
How old those are?
No, you can't know. You know why? Because of the damage from the sun. So you can try to do any of the testing. If you test the rock, it's still damaged by the sun. It heats up, correct?
Yeah, but the internals of the rock
same as
should be the
these,
same, right? Wouldn't the isotopes stay the same?
What I'm trying to think of. Oh,
This is not a test,
the
but-
Tartarian thing that people are all about now. Because it was these fake alien things, and now it's the Tartarian things that people are moving on to. Specifically the ones who only like one shade of skin. The Tartarian tablets are pretty much not provable or disprovable because of the baking of the sun. So either they're real and they were left out in the sun too long, or they're fake and this guy was just trying to get off on more greed and power and that kind of thing, or whatever his theory was. But we can't prove how old these tablets are because of the damage that was done to them.
I'll ask my question in a different way then. Do you think human beings will always be like they have been for the last 10,000 or so years? Or do you think humans are changing? Or capable of change?
I hope they are. But I don't know. So
Sorry,
for historically, we have not...
My phone kind of went weird on me. Could you repeat that? Sorry, because for some reason Google thought I was talking to it when I wasn't.
Mine keeps doing that too. It's annoying, especially the new AI. So I hope that they are capable. But historically, we haven't been shown patterns that say that they will. We've progressively gotten worse, not better.
Do you think that's a pessimistic stance?
No, I think it's a realistic stance. I think to believe that overnight humans could change. We've seen what happened with like 9/11. For a little while, people were nice. They were kind. They were considerate. They were sweet. They loved their neighbor. They helped. But after every cataclysm, we do that.
Well, they were
And then we
kind
go
of white
right back.
people created an intense influx of Islamophobia and displacement of that onto, because Americans are now smart enough to know where people are from, displacement of that Islamophobia on a lot of other people. So I don't quite see where you got that from. Also, I do have a question, because like we haven't really talked that much. Like, why did you come up and used my name when he came into the room.
I said you've met me, and so has Ham. And that I am not going for the Bible reference or the flat earth reference. You may not remember me, but I remember you. That's okay. No one has to remember me. I'm not that important.
I vaguely remember having a conversation with you.
Yeah, we've had a few.
I think you're important. The same way I think everyone here is important.
Well, at my stance, everyone but me is important.
Do you think that sounds pessimistic?
It does. It does sound pessimistic. It also sounds like the antithesis of what was being discussed for the last half hour. Not that you were in any way better than the rest of humanity, but that humanity itself has, is a plague upon the earth. And the eventual outcome of all evolution is unalivement. And there's a lot of...
Maybe we could...
We all die. All of us.
It just doesn't seem... Okay.
Maybe we could play a game here, right?
Anything that lives is going to die.
I'm going to invite you to ask me questions, Queen, because I have the complete opposite stance to you. And maybe you asking me questions will be more fun.
Well, can you give me a summation of what you do believe so I can ask proper questions?
Absolutely. What a great question. I think human beings are multifaceted. I think human beings are cool. They're my favorite animal, I'd say, which is no surprise because I like psychology. I think human beings are not really any different to any other mammalian life that we've encountered so far. We're so closely tethered to all the other animals on this rock that's floating through space that for me there's razor thin differences between us. If you get rid of humans today, in my view, eventually stuff, because we see the building blocks of our behavior in other animals. It's where we get it from, right? We're related to them. That's where it comes from. So when I see, Australian firebirds funneling animals out of the undergrowth by burning down forests, in my mind, I'm seeing that's a strategy, that's a movement. When I look at porpoises and how they hunt and do things, I'm like, well, there's the teamwork and social effort towards pack hunting. That's where that comes from. So clearly, there's some root to that. When I look at chimpanzees and bonobos and their behavior, it's a really close example because they're only recent divergence from the same branch. And so it's like, there's us again. I don't see humans as special in some negative way or some positive way. I just think that we're sort of part of the system. And we have the fun aspect of having a really advanced prefrontal cortex, which makes us really hyper aware of all the stuff we do at the same time. Because if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be here. But we also wouldn't be able to question it. That's my view. That's my stance.
Okay. So I have a two-part question. One, who is the top of the food chain and who is the second? And the other one, before I forget it, intelligence level. And I don't mean just IQ. Intelligence level. Who is the top of the food chain and who is the second?
Well, if we're looking at the food chain, we're technically the apex across the globe until we're not. If you look at areas where polar bears exist, for example, they technically sit above us on the food chain. If we include viruses, if we include mosquitoes, they kind of wipe us out, but they're not necessarily predating on us. It's kind of debatable. But I would say that the whole food chain idea is maybe a little bit outdated. I see it more as a food cycle than I do a hierarchy as such.
Yeah, even in the cycle of life, there's a hierarchy to it, an apex.
I mean, that's
You
what we
have
just
one
described, right?
ball that's super tangled, and you don't want to throw it out, but you're never going to sit down to untangle it.
Well, yeah, that's kind of how I see it. Yeah, I see it as a cycle, like I said. So let's say the wolf is the apex of its domain, right? It's the top predator around.
I mean,
but eventually,
planet Earth is
eventually it
general.
gets.
When I ask the question, I mean in general, overall
No, I got you
population
on
of
it.
everything, from the smallest creature, the smallest tiny microbe or particle, of life to the largest. What consumes the most?
What consumes the most?
Yes.
Would that still be
definitely-
viruses?
That's going to be microorganisms. Yeah, that's going to be micros. It's not going to be a macro animal. It's not going to be any megafauna, that's for sure.
Are we related to that? Or does that feed
Yes.
off of us?
We're related to every form of life on this planet. Yes.
So if we're a mixture of everything that's here, well, pretty much everything, there might be something we're not related to. The stupidity of humans hasn't went down to the bottom of our oceans yet. They want to go out because they think they're looking for heaven. Little do they know.
There are animals that don't have DNA. Sorry, that have DNA that we don't have, but they still share DNA with us. We'll be related to every
share
animal that's evolved
proteins,
with every animal on this planet.
There are things that, like a banana. We share proteins
Yeah,
with a banana, but not actually DNA.
You share 55% of your DNA with a banana, in fact.
Proteins. Look at the most modern science. I did just see
I'm willing to look at it, but I'm pretty confident on the banana thing.
You might want to recheck it, because I thought that too, because I was having a discussion with someone and I was wrong. And I had to go back and look at it. They were right. It was proteins, not DNA. And DNA is a protein, but it's not the same. Just like
what I'm
RNA
reading...
creates proteins in your body, but that is not DNA. RNA tells your DNA what to do, and it creates a protein in there, just like when we took that, what was supposed to be an immunization, but was not an immunization, and it created a protein that we never had in our body before. That's not new DNA. That's just a protein.
I'm with you. But so I'm looking at Pfizer, and this is from the genome sequencing of humans and bananas. And we do, in fact, seem to share, again, 50 to 60% of our DNA with a banana,
What
as
year
well
is
as
that
various
study?
proteins. This is from Pfizer, and this was done in... Let's find the date. Oh, that's fantastic. There's no date on this page. Maybe that's my problem. 1 second.
Unfortunately, we face that a lot when we go into research.
2003. That's when the human genome was first sequenced. 2003.
Quite a long time ago. Our advancements in DNA have structured a lot better since then.
Is it going to change the genome?
It actually does. We can look deeply into it now and see a lot more structures than what we were seeing before. What we think is just DNA, it's just proteins.
Well, DNA
Just like
tells
we
you
have
it tells
the
your body
dark-
how to produce proteins. That's what
We
DNA
have the
does.
dark genes that we know about now too. We thought there were only 23 pairs. Now we know that there are at least twice as many, but we don't know what they all do.
Well, that's just major chromosomes, right? That's not the only thing that's included in your DNA. That's been known
You
for a
tell
long,
your
long
body
time.
what to do. They
The
turn
70s.
things on, they turn things off. It's like a light switch. We didn't know about them because we thought we knew.
Yeah, it's the thing that tells your body is telling your cells what proteins to make, essentially, or what protein you share. 60% of your junk DNA is the same as a banana's.
But we now
Most
know
of your
that
DNA most of
It
your
is not
DNA isn't
junk.
active. Yeah, junk DNA just refers to
actually
DNA
know
that's
that's
not
not
active.
true now. I just told you about the dark genes.
Okay,
Now know
you'd
that
maybe have to show
sharing-
me. You'd maybe have to show me a study for me to understand that, because I can't find it myself currently.
It's been in the last 5 years. Look up dark
Could you-
genes. That was the title.
Okay, sure. That's the title of the study.
Yeah. There's been multiple since then. They discovered and they believe that a few of these are actually clues to turning off cancer, which would be wonderful. I think we already have the cure for cancer, that it just is pharmacologically withheld from us. But, that's my opinion. I don't have proof.
So I looked up the full thing here, and this is going off of Microsoft's AI, but I do have it set to where it's showing me like the sources that it's pulling from. The Pfizer one that Colin was talking about, talks about how many of the quote-unquote housekeeping genes, those responsible for essential cellular processes like DNA replication, cell division, and metabolism, are shared between humans and bananas. Then IFL Science says that the DNA similarity is roughly about 1%. It says while genes make up only about 2% of the human genome, the actual DNA sequence similarities is much lower. When comparing the full DNA sequences, only about 1% of total DNA is similar. And then it also talks about, it pulled from the source how stuff works, about the protein production, where it says scientists often compare the protein coding region of DNA, which are more conserved across species. These comparisons show that humans and bananas produce some similar proteins from shared genes. And then it says, why do we share DNA with bananas? Common ancestry and universal biology.
And the manipulation of the modern banana. Because humans have changed the coding of the modern banana as well. So we may have been more related to the old banana.
Sure, but it's still from the same root, which I think was the crux here, right?
He said 1%.
I still think that's.
You know how
I don't think
low
that defeats
1%
the overall.
is? 1.
I don't think
is
that.
very,
I
very
don't
low.
think that's actually. I don't think that's low in genetic terms, though.
It is. Because my closest living relative, which is 1 or 2 cousins once removed, on the genetic profile that I've been studying of myself, is 6%. I don't even know them.
Well, it does say that genes make up only about 2% of the human genome. So if the gene similarities between the DNA similarities between humans and bananas is about 1%, that's about half.
That's kind of what I mean. I don't think that sounds low to me. And it sounds like the summation of 50 to 60% still works out in terms of its illustrative qualities.
Proteins, not DNA, though.
It wouldn't really matter.
Your specific reference
the whole
was
sort
DNA.
of question, right, was the whole sort of question was about, do I think that all life on this planet is evolved from the same source? And I'd say the answer is yes. There's no example of an animal or a plant that we're not related to because we all evolved together.
Mm-hmm. So, have you ever heard the theory that
Did you say who you live with you start to look like?
Yeah, who you surround yourself with, who you live with, like the ladies that get these dogs and people compare them to their dogs.
Queen, I appreciate you coming up and answering questions and asking questions. I do. I think I'm ready to move on to a new guest. I appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions, and maybe the next time we see you, we'll have different answers. Okay. Well, I just kind of was ready to move forward.
You didn't want to talk about bananas anymore, Thrayle? You didn't want to talk about the bananas?
It wasn't.
Well, you see, a banana has
bananas anymore.
You see, a banana has 4 ridges on one side.
Are you about to Ray comfort us? Please don't do that.
Okay,
it's perfectly shaped for the human hand.
Kiwi accent when you do it.
It also has a tab, Con.
It's got a tab so you can pull on it. God designed the banana for us.
Oh goodness. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, that's what I would like to be asking about, the kind of belief that, I want to question. If you do have that kind of belief and you're open to questioning your belief, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or tell you that you're wrong. I just want to know, well, if you know what it is you believe and why, can you question it? And then maybe we can get to the other questions. Hello, Joshua. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, Joshua's gone. Joshua was kind of a blink and you miss it kind of guest. Zero to 100 was on the panel at the very beginning of Alive. I haven't slept since then, and I've had probably a dozen or more, well, maybe less, conversations since then.
Thrayle,
Mm-hmm.
it's about that time for me here at work. So I'm going to leave on talking about how the banana has, 4 ridges on one side and 1 on the other. And, it's perfectly fit for the human hand.
Yeah. It's a fitting end for Hammy. Welcome in, everybody who is joining us. We are here questioning beliefs, not arguing, not debating, not here to prove you wrong, just questioning if you can question your beliefs.
Me and Hammy just must be on the same schedule. You can also go ahead and food. I'll come back calmer tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Yes, settle down, Blake. You
Yeah.
are so unruly today. Appreciate you. Well, see, now there's fewer questioners on the panel, fewer intimidating non-believers, skeptics, scrutinizers. I feel like we'll give this next guest a timer. Welcome back, Zero.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon and good morning. Can you remind everybody if you believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
What is wrong with my screen, Thrayle? Did you put me on a,
I did not do it.
What's going on? I'm having some volume issues. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it had your camera on for some reason.
Oh, I had my camera on. Right.
It was just darkness.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Better.
Can you remind everybody if you believe in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, hello, everybody. So the God that created this existence has created it in the model of a simulation as an experiment. That's what I was discussing with Thrayle earlier.
How do you know that?
Just based on the evolution of what's happened. Because most people who believe in a good God say, why would God allow all these negative things to happen? You know, they expect a perfect existence. They think that God was intending to create a perfect existence.
That didn't really answer my question. I said, how would you know that? Is kind of the question there.
Yeah. Well, which part? The fact that God created it, or the fact that it's a simulation experimentation?
Let's start with how you know God exists. Let's go with that one.
Yeah. So irrespective of, I mean, it must be that this was initiated by
an initiator.
Yeah, like we discussed this with Thrayle earlier. Yeah, so very circular, yeah. So, yeah, um, everything would have a beginning. Would you agree, Con?
Not necessarily, no.
Can you give me an example of something that doesn't have a beginning? Okay. So, when the planet was formed as a byproduct of reactions in space and flew into the gravitational field of the sun and formulated the gravity, the mass and gravitational, the differences in mass of the sun and the planet Earth and all the other planets formulated the solar system. After some time, living organisms began to appear on the planet.
But are you giving these as examples of things beginning? Sorry.
Look, the last part, the living organisms appearing on the planet.
Okay, but they came about because the planets were formed, and the planets came about as byproducts of the stuff that came before the planets, right?
Well, that was kind of the so that kind of answered the fact that there wasn't a process of formation in space. Yep.
Yeah, my question to you was, could you show me a beginning? Just
Yeah.
anything beginning, rather than
Yeah.
something as part of an
Show
ongoing
you
process.
Show you. Did you say show you or explain?
Have you? You can explain. That's what I mean. Yeah, colloquially. Like I'm asking.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen something actually begin, or is everything that you've seen the continuation of a process?
Yeah.
That was already happening.
Yeah. So a baby being born. That's one.
Is the continuation of the parents, who are the continuation of their parents, who are the continuation of their parents, who are the byproduct of evolution, who are the byproduct of the Earth forming, who are the byproduct of laws of physics.
Con, so you're smarter than that. You're much more intelligent than that. So the physical body.
The question I'm asking you is just really straightforward. It's just, have you ever seen something actually begin, or are these things part of an ongoing process?
Now you're being unreasonable. Now you're
Why is
being
that unreasonable?
Yeah. So I'm giving you an example. A physical body, not talking about your father's physical body, had a beginning.
Sure, but then you're just drawing delineations. You're saying the beginnings are described, not inherent.
What? Say that part again?
Well, it sounds like you're saying beginnings are described and not inherent.
No. Of course, I mean the DNA is in. Of course, no. So we're mixing two things. One physical body, that it wasn't there. It was made. It had a beginning. One body, not the fact that it's an evolutionary inheritance by the the evolution
Where are
of
the
species.
where are the particles? Where's the mass that makes up my body? The energy that my body utilizes? Where's that all come from?
Right. So
Or
a
does that come
sperm
with
cell and an egg cell body,
No, but I'm
when they
asking you,
come to
my physical body, where does it come from? Did it get
yeah,
created,
so
or was it made of stuff that was already there?
so you're talking about the sperm and the egg cell,
Everything,
right?
every body.
They're two different things, though. The body
No, I'm asking
began
you, where did the mass that comprises my current physical form, my adult
right,
5'6", 70-kilogram body,
right.
where does that stuff come from? Did that get made with me, or is that something that already existed?
Yeah, so you're talking about the transcription of DNA. I mean, the information that makes, yeah, exactly. Great point. So let me go straight to the origin of species, which is what I was trying to do when I was suggesting that.
Right, but my question
All,
to you was, could you show me a beginning
yeah,
rather than a
so a
continuation of processes?
physical body begins as a fetus due to a combination of a sperm cell and an ovary, an egg cell.
Which come from the parents, which come from their parents, which
Irrespective,
come from
they
their
are
parents.
not a physical body. A physical body is born out of a fetus.
Oh, you mean
That's
a
a
person
beginning.
then?
Yeah.
Right,
Not
because
talking
when you
about
say
DNA.
physical,
Yeah.
when you say body, like a sperm cell and an egg cell, I would both think of those as bodies because they are physical masses. Like a star
Yeah.
is also a body; it's just an
Yeah,
astrological body, right?
Right. But come on, Con. I mean, we can go around and you talk about circular reasoning, and you guys are pretty much circularists, really.
This
to
isn't
be
a
honest.
circular reasoning.
It
I've
is,
just
isn't
asked you
it?
I've just asked you one
That's what
question so
Thrayle
far,
is.
right?
It's Thrayle. It's not funny.
I've
You guys
genuinely
are
only got one.
Thrayle.
But
It's not even
Zero,
funny.
listen,
I mean, I'm just trying to be.
Zero
I'm trying to.
is kind of funny. It's kind
Well,
of
it
funny.
is,
Listen,
but
because
How
I've only
am
asked
I
you
a
one question.
circularist? What is? How am I a circularist?
So you find a question in a question.
That sounds linear to me, to be honest.
Was there a
Yeah.
question there?
It's also uniform. But you get the idea. What I'm trying to say, Thrayle, is that we can go on forever and forever and forever and forever, right? But
So if
there's
wait, stop right there.
right.
If we can go on forever and forever and forever, then why does there have to be a beginning?
Yeah. So was there a beginning to this panel, this conversation today?
I wouldn't know, Zero. We're exactly where we started, weren't you, the first guest?
Yeah. Yeah. So so you're saying if everything's continuous, or there doesn't really all you're saying is, Thrayle, is that you haven't seen the beginning, really. You're just saying I'm in a continual existence.
And are you saying that there must be a beginning?
I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings and have an impact on your...
Why would answering the question with a yes or no hurt my feelings?
Because you might think that I'm, dogmatic, You might think that I'm very stubborn in my beliefs, but I'm not really trying to prove anything, not even trying to have an emotional safety net into anything, but there must have been.
Do you think that being dogmatic hurts my feelings?
I think so, because you're a circularist.
Why do you think that being dogmatic hurts my feelings?
Because you're a circularist.
What is a circularist?
And a circularist and a dog minion come on, just try to work this out, please. I mean, let's just
a dog minion.
Hang on, that's not our job, buddy. We ask you questions. You explain the answers. That's up to you.
sure,
That's not
sure,
up to
but
us.
you got to remember that. Hang on, you got to remember
Just
that.
read my mind real quick. Read my mind and tell me what I mean to say, please. That's not how that fucking works.
No. I didn't do that. I didn't do that at all. I just said that the way you think is different to, the way I think.
What is a circularist? What is that?
So it's a person who not only questions everything, but questions everything within that everything. It's a constant cycle of questions.
So a philosopher then? Are you describing philosophy?
I mean, listen, I believe that your sanity itself is based on your circularist notions.
Well, given how you've described it, that a circularist is one who asks questions and then asks questions as they are revealed within the question. I think that sounds like a sane thing to do. That sounds like an intelligent thing to do to assess the foundations of your presumptions. For example, if I asked you a basic question like, have you ever seen a beginning? And you go off for 5 minutes on a tangent, not answering that very basic question, maybe that's a sign you haven't asked enough questions yet.
Okay. That was a really good manipulation of language. Great attempt.
What are you talking about?
No. So I gave you a perfect example, Con, of a physical body beginning from a combination of cells, whatever you want to call them, right?
Right.
A physical body was born.
What was my reply to that? What was my follow-up question?
That you said it was an inheritance. It wasn't a beginning.
No, that was not my question. My question to you was, are you therefore saying that beginnings are described rather than inherent? That a beginning is a chosen position to look at, to be described?
And then I've got to know what a dogminion is.
Yes.
Same.
Sure.
Seems important to my work at the moment. I'd like to know that too.
Right. So dogminion, quickly, Thrayle, is the way of thinking that is the opposite spectrum of a circularist. On the opposite spectrum, that person who questions but still is firm, planted in firm.
Are you a dogminion?
I am sure. I am the god of the dogminions. It was the beginning tonight. Today, wherever you are in the world,
humble.
There was a beginning of the dogminion movement at this present time in the universe. We have a new...
How much...
not only a beginning of a new word, but also a beginning of a new...
How much does your guy charge you? Because I think I might need to get onto whatever you're onto at the moment. It seems like you've got more
Con.
available.
So I've been following you guys for a while, and I'm on other panels as well. But so I believe there is a reality that exists. It's not just perception. And I believe the reality that exists is the one that's been evolving and going through this evolutionary process ever since the beginning or the creation of the universe. And that's been continuous ever throughout. All that we have available in the scientific, the knowledge that and the information that we have within the scientific community has a strong basis to predict that things have been evolving, expanding ever since we can examine, right? And it's been theorized that whatever you want to call it, the Big Bang or whatever, there's been a beginning. There's an expansion all around. Everything is reacting and everything is happening and everything's being formed, everything's being destroyed. And that's what, as mysterious as it is, so you've got these organisms on this planet right now that are trying to understand what's going on. And it makes perfect sense that whatever's been happening has led to us being formed as byproducts of other things reacting. And if by chance or miracle, an organism can grow on planet Earth to detach and become a form of live, an independent, autonomous form of live matter, a completely independently functioning form of live matter, self-directing with a consciousness. I mean, it doesn't get any freakier than that. But so...
Well, you've made some jumps there. So you said three things. You said,
Right.
again, you've made this presumption of the Big Bang is now at the beginning, but the question exists, could there have been things that happened prior to the Big Bang? And the answer to that is actually a resounding yes, there could have been. There
Right.
could have been. That's kind of the problem I was trying to identify earlier to you. What is a beginning exactly?
Right.
And then,
Can I answer
you
that
said two
before you
other
go into this?
things.
Yeah.
No, because
Okay.
I'm summarizing what you said.
Okay,
and the
sure.
problems with it. So the second thing you said is some sort of description of cause and effect. It's like, yep, I would agree. We live in a deterministic universe. Good thing to point out, maybe, if you agree with that sort of thing. And then this third leap, which I don't understand, which is where my question is going to be, which is where you say, at some point, we must eventually evolve to the point where we become pure living matter or detached matter that's got a consciousness. Where does that presumption come from?
Yeah. What was the second part, Con?
You described cause and effect.
Which is what of what?
You talked about things reacting with other things to produce us.
They're byproducts, so the things are out in the universe that are reactions.
Yeah, byproducts would be things that are the result of antecedents. That would be things that came before, things that come after. Yeah, no, I would agree. Cause and effect are a thing.
Yeah, sure. So
That's why my question is about the third thing.
Sure. So your only problem is the start and the end. I mean, this part.
Yeah, I think I want you to explain to me why you think there must be a beginning. And I'm not saying
Right.
there is or isn't, but your
Right.
insistence is that there must be, and I want to know why
Right.
you think there must be.
Okay, sure.
And then the second thing,
So-
this jump of one day will evolve to the point that we don't have physical bodies, or that we become pure living matter with consciousnesses. It's like, I don't know.
With consciousness, live matter.
Oh, well,
He says we already
I don't.
are.
Oh, then that just, I don't know what that means then, because like.
Okay, sure.
I don't
So
know
I'll
what that
just go. Thrayle, you were saying?
Nothing. I was gonna attempt to steel man you, but it would sound like a comic book.
No. So what I mean, so it's very, very, I mean, it's, okay. So this is the part of the psyche that Thrayle and Con, you guys are trying to tap into. Your basic stance or your basic exercise is to dig in to my solid beliefs of my accumulated knowledge. So you believe, Thrayle, that everything is being shaped by my own perceptions. And you are...
When the fuck did Thrayle say that?
I've spoken to Thrayle before. So Thrayle's... You constantly question... He's not saying I'm digging into you. I'm talking about my psyche and the way it's formulated. You seem to believe that it's based on my own perceptions, and I understand that. But you're missing something here.
What am I missing? If that is my assumption.
Some people, Thrayle, are completely aligned with what is going on. I know it's hard for you to understand.
So just let's assume for a moment that I understand without the condescension.
No, it's not condescension.
How is it that you have determined that you are completely aligned with what is going on rather than some perception?
Precisely.
As you assume is my assumption.
Precisely. And a great question, fantastic question. So one, you acquire knowledge through logic, observation, and your mind. That's one way to accumulate information, solid information, knowledge, to keep yourself sane. I'm not being condescending at all. I'm just extremely confident in what I'm saying. I respect you very much so, Thrayle and Con. Two, you can acquire information and knowledge through feeling, being, just mere
How is it
existence.
that you have verified any knowledge accumulated through feeling and being, as you said?
Yeah. So I am, my mere existence and me experiencing this existence through my feeling, even subconscious, not even something that is even thought, even the unconscious. For example, if you want to go into the inheritance of the generational memory bank of experiences stored in my DNA all the way back. Perhaps you could call that unconsciousness, subconsciousness. But I am experiencing an existence that is a vibrational field. It is a frequency that is separate to my conscious and discerning mind.
How have you determined? Oh, go for it, Con.
Sorry. No,
that's
you go,
fine.
Thrayle. You go.
No, I think it's a great question. What is a frequency zero?
Absolutely. Fantastic question, yeah. So frequency is your being, so if I said it was the soul, you wouldn't understand that.
I would
If
ask
I
you
s-
what a soul is. But
Yeah,
if you
so
say it's a being, I'm going to ask what you mean by being.
right. So it is your soul, it is your vibrational field as the live
Vibration.
matter. Yeah.
Vibrational field. There's a field. How
Field.
far out does this field extend? And
Yeah, right. So
what is it comprised of?
yeah, it's actually radiating from your body. It's in your body, in your physical body. It's a composition of energy that makes you feel, makes you connect to to other surrounding mass and matter, and also connect to the overall existence of everything, the universe and everything. That soul is the actual energy field that you have within you. This Thrayle and Con becomes in you. It became in you as soon as you detached. So what I was trying to explain about Earth before.
Wait. Back up,
Right.
back up. The energy field that is soul became in me when I detached, and then you cut off. No. What were you going to say?
Yeah. No, so the detachment stance belief that I gave you at when I talked about the formation of planet Earth, the detachment, the first organisms that detached from planet. So
they detached from planet Earth.
Yeah. So the eukaryotic or prokaryotic or parasitic or whatever they were, they detached from dead, not dead, but byproduct Earth. It wasn't live. The creation of live matter that became autonomous and independent of the planet had that live matter in it. It was that energy field in it, which had that frequency, that vibration.
Back up. You're saying that a proto life form became independent of the Earth somehow, and that and in that action, it carried with it some kind of energy.
Yes,
field,
precisely.
Of vibrational life essence or whatever it is.
Yes, precisely. Yes.
How have you? Well, two questions really.
Yeah.
One, how can you, or have you been able to verify the existence of this life field? And two, the second question is, have you copyrighted or looked into the copyright of this story?
Thrayle, you got to be one of my favorite guys, man. You really are. Con, you got to work harder. You got to do more research. You got to study more.
I have a master's degree in research. What do you have? Get the fuck out of my face, Zero. Don't make me hit you with a textbook. Jesus
No,
Christ.
listen for a second. No, I've got a few science. I've got a science degree, but I'm not that complicated. But I've been thinking about this stuff for a while as well, just like you guys. And so Thrayle, what proof do I have of this? Okay, the previous discussion that I had with my peers was what differentiates. So the soul was a very important component, a very important topic, and the question was, why do we have consciousness? Why doesn't a rock or a tree have consciousness? What is it about humans that gives us consciousness? And I actually dig deeper, and it wasn't, I don't care about consciousness. I think consciousness is just the evolution of just a memory bank of experiences that is like a, I'm not fascinated by consciousness. I think it's completely natural. But what I was fascinated about was what broke away from byproduct matter in space or even on Earth, planet Earth, and what caused live matter to exist. And that's where I formulated my theory as to, because one of my other friends said that if you watch a pond somewhere out in the open, you will see that toads, like if you put water out in a hole somewhere, and you'll notice that toads start to exist out of nowhere, and you start to get, even though that's not related, hang on, Thrayle, even though that's not really like,
Zero.
even though that, yeah.
You're saying that if you just put water out in like nature, toads will magically appear. Or do you think maybe other toads find the pond, deem it habitable, and have children there?
Okay, so I can't ask you guys any questions because it doesn't work that way. But it would be great if I could, because I would like, you to contribute to this wealth of knowledge. So the question arose from when the planet was formed as a byproduct that ended up orbiting the sun due to differences in mass and gravitational fields. There was no life
form.
form.
To do with the spontaneous frogs.
Yeah, so I'll have to look into that, Thrayle. I'll have to look into that. But listen, do you want me to copy? Con, hang on a second. Stop laughing, guys. All you do is make fun of
frogs.
All you do is
because listen though.
You just make fun of us, Con. You just love making fun of me.
You're overreacting. Listen first. You don't know what I'm going to say yet. You have insinuated that frogs can spontaneously appear in ponds.
I didn't say that. Not frogs, Con. You took a big leap.
Toads.
Yeah.
Okay, toads, not frogs.
Yeah, it's not frogs.
So toads, can they spontaneously appear out of nowhere if you make a pond?
Yes, they can.
Are you Okay, I'm just gonna go back on mute. Fuck
All right.
me.
No, it's okay, Con. When you find that out, you come back and bow down to me and start prostrating and pray to me as the god of the dog mingle.
I would love to meet you in person. Let me make that
Okay.
perfectly
No,
clear.
it would be a pleasure. Yes, but in
Everybody
terms of
remember to vote in the poll in the upper left-hand corner. Just remember to vote.
okay, so the difference between Thrayle, the difference between byproduct earth, crust, water, atoms, skeletons, chemical structures, chemistry, whatever, physics that turns into chemistry gives way to prokaryotes or eukaryotes. How do you think a eukaryotic cell, I mean, I don't think it's independent, but that I'm talking about the wider, the bigger scale of things that are evolving constantly throughout the universe, together collectively in separate, diverse reactions that are giving way to more and more and more and more complex, not only byproducts, but have given way to independent, self-directing, living, being organisms that I call live matter. And that is the evolution of species. But in terms of, you asking this species to figure out how it was created, that is a bit of a stretch. But I'm going to take that leap and say that it is an experiment. I think it was created, even if it was born out of a dark hole or dark like a black hole, and it's expanding outwards. Like the grenade theory, Thrayle, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, the grenade theory. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Black hole. It doesn't make sense. It was
What do you
created.
mean? What doesn't make sense? Sorry,
The
what's not
grenade
making
theory.
sense?
Yep. So.
Do you mean the Big Bang?
So Con, can I ask you? I'm not sure if I asked Thrayle, but can I ask you? Do you know what the Big Bang theory is?
Yeah, fairly well.
What is it? Can you tell just one sentence?
It is the theory behind the expansion of the universe. It's the explanation of things like redshift, cosmic background radiation, and also gives us some indications about the origin of our planets. That's about it.
Yeah, but layman's terms, Con,
That was layman's terms. That was layman's terms.
Right, but so would you call it like a black hole that expanded outwards in all directions?
People refer to it as a singularity, but that's kind of a misleading term, so people avoid using it these days. No one really knows exactly what it was, they just see the effects of it, and from the data we have available to us today, we understand it a bit better in its process, because it's ongoing. The Big Bang is not something that happened, it is happening currently.
Happening.
Yeah, it's happening right now.
Precisely, which is what I said about the evolution of the universe. But what I want to know, Con, is...
Okay, go on.
But Con, what I want to know...
Poll 0, and the audience has voted. I appreciate you trying to answer questions as best you can. I'll let you get one more before we go.
Okay. What do we have an audience?
Yeah, there's
87
like
people.
87 people, and at
There's
least
people
5
watching
of them
us?
voted for you to.
All right.
For us to move on to the
Okay,
next
sure.
guest.
So my theory relies upon the people's votes?
No,
At
it's
the
just whether or
moment.
not we want to keep talking to you at the moment in time, that's all.
Oh, so whether we should keep talking or not relies on their votes.
Well, it's already done.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, one last thing was that simulation experiment created by a creator, even if it was a droplet and it turned into this, it would still be an experiment. It would still be a simulation. In terms of the Big Bang, Con, the way it's expanding in all directions or just one direction?
In all directions as far as we can see.
All directions. So it has this thing in the middle, that right in the middle that started everything.
Not necessarily, but to our observations, yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah. So would you call that a black hole?
No.
No. You wouldn't call it. It's not a black hole?
It's not a black hole, no.
Not a black hole.
Yeah. But it's a droplet. It's a droplet, or it doesn't matter how big it is.
I don't know where you're getting droplet from. I don't know what you mean by that.
No, so this, do we have the circumference of the Big Bang? Do we have any that gave way to this? No, we don't.
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Yeah, so metaphorically, I'm saying it was a droplet or it was a spherical explosion that.
There's ways you could look into this. You might look into the lambda CDM model and see what you can glean.
Yeah. Thrayle, one more question before I go. Should I copyright my theory?
Only if you're going to, continue the fiction into a larger narrative. Otherwise, I think the framework might still be just generic enough that anybody could use it. But don't take my word for it. I'm not like a creative legal expert. But I appreciate you, Zero. I hope you keep asking questions.
Behaved myself. I behaved myself.
You did. Believer in Q here. I think, well, if that one doesn't load in, I think the next one has been waiting the longest. Hello, Jen. Are you with us? Jen is not with us. Let's see. Maybe James is next. Wait, James was up here earlier.
Hey.
Hey, James.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you something, if that's okay. When in your picture where it says, "Can you question your beliefs? What is it? Why do you believe it?" The bottom two for me is that what is the benefit? I think people love to be reassured. So I think the benefit of believing something is reassurance, helps people. But what is the cost of that?
What is the cost? You don't know the cost of your belief.
No, not my belief. But if somebody believes in something because they're reassured by that belief, then what cost does that come to them?
Can you not see any cost in a belief that in proportion with reality?
The cost of that, if you look at the risk to benefit ratio, like I personally think people are reassured by religion, and that's why a lot of people believe in something, so they're reassured by it. But does that come to a cost to their are they what's the right word I'm looking for? Deluded?
I'm not quite sure what your question is.
If somebody believes in something for reassurance, what is the cost of that belief to them?
What is the cost of a belief for reassurance? Again, doesn't it depend on what that belief is and how
Like if
far
somebody-
out of alignment with reality it is?
Yeah, but if something...
So, for instance, James...
Go on, yes.
If your belief in the flat Earth was to reassure you that things are texts are true,
yeah,
could that potentially cost you? Are there costs that you can imagine with that belief?
Not to me personally, because
you mentioned it
yeah,
before when you were on panel.
Yeah,
The
I don't think
kinds
there's any
of
cost to me
conversations you're used to.
because I don't know if the Earth is flat or round. I'm kind of in the middle of where I don't know. This is why I question things. So the cost to me would just be wasting my time trying to figure out what it really is. But then speaking to people in a more educated sense helps a lot. But I mean, belief in religion where others seek reassurance by believing in God and are told God loves them, which gives them reassurance. But does that come as a detriment to them?
I suppose it depends on the God and what that God.
Religion, good things are good. But I do believe that religion was created to cause more division, and then governments can divide and conquer and control people through fear, because fear is not a very high frequency, whereas love and authenticity is such a frequency which can't be controlled.
James, we're going to get off in a whole new conversation about what is
Sorry.
frequency.
Well, I can tell you.
I appreciate you coming up with that question about the costs. Hopefully we'll get to ask that of our next guest. But I think we're going to save asking further questions of you, and at least for now, until another day.
Yeah, no, of course, I appreciate you letting me back up. Thank you. I just wanted to ask that one thing. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, there's not many people like this who holds these sort of groups and conversations with respect, and I appreciate that.
Appreciate you. Hope you keep asking questions, James. I'm glad you came up with questions. I think the next longest waiting person was inappropriately menace. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Menace, are you with us? Well, I think he might not have meant to request up, or maybe the mic just wasn't working. Let's see who else. Hello, Andy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you with us, Andy?
Yes, I'm here.
Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 46.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes.
And what god is that?
The God of Abraham, or what would you say, the one true God, or?
If that's the Bible.
Well, not specifically. I believed in God before I became a Christian. Had a Bible, knew what the Bible was. So,
Do you believe that the God you believed in necessarily is that biblical God?
I was interested to hear your conversation with.
Was it just me, or did you miss my question?
Oh, I mean,
if the God you believe in is the biblical God.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And have you read the Bible?
I haven't read it cover to cover. No, I've just started reading recently. I've read, started bits. I haven't read cover to cover. But
Do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
okay, so you've got 66 books in the Bible and other Gospels which are not included in the Bible. I'm not going to sit here to say that would be foolish, wouldn't it? Haven't I just said that I haven't read it cover to cover? So to say that I would believe every word is true would be foolish, wouldn't it? Like having.
I might be. Do you believe the stories that you have read to be true?
Yeah, I mean, it's the book of history, and it's a book of so. I do believe the story of Jesus, and I haven't read much of the Old Testament. The book of Genesis, I sort of look at that in a kind of a more of a there's a truth and a metaphor kind of balance there, which is I believe it's true, but I don't believe exactly what a lot of other Christians.
You believe that Genesis is true in what way?
In that the universe.
Do you believe the order of creation?
I've not heard of that phrase before.
The order given in Genesis 1, where it tells you what order he created things in the 6 days.
Well, I mean, I would have no reason to not believe it. I wasn't I wasn't around then, so I say that some of it can be oracle, some of it more literal, some of it, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me what was on which day.
Or if they're necessarily true.
Yeah.
Or even if they agree with each other.
I'd say I haven't read through all Genesis. If something I do want to read, but if he says like, I created the animals on Thursday and I created the land on Monday, that would make sense, wouldn't it? But I don't know it well enough to say to you yes or no.
If it did have some kind of wild claim like that, where it created the plants on the 3rd day and the animals on the 5th, the humans on the 6th, and then in another chapter, really the next chapter, it says a totally different order. Plants first, the human first, the man, and then the plants, and then the animals.
Like, let me just put it to you this way: if the Bible contained all our modern science's explanation of how the universe, how we understand the primordial sleep, all these processes and things that have gone into getting to where we are now, do you think the average person in the street would understand that? Because I don't think they would. I believe that the Bible is there so that God can explain to everybody, every single person, because he loves us, everybody can have an understanding of creation. And some of us are fortunate to have the intellect to look into it more deeply, but not everybody does. So that's why it's so simplistic. That's my belief.
Your belief is that if it contained all this,
let's be honest, I mean, someone of your intellect, or maybe your friends, maybe would, but I don't know what people, I don't know what people are like where you live, but in people that I've met in my life, I would say that wouldn't be able to understand it, and it wouldn't help anything.
Does it matter if there are contradictions or things like that? If you can understand that, was my question.
Okay. Well, as I say, I haven't read all of it, so it would depend on the contradiction and what it said, and it's the background of the books and the different books. Because obviously, people do talk about this about the Bible, say, "Oh, it's got contradictions," but let's be fair, it's It's not one book, so it's not one author who's contradicting themselves, because that would be a fair, you know, argument and a fair criticism. But it's not. It's 66 books with many different authors looking at this sort of situations from different angles. So for one person to, it's like, you know, we all have our own viewpoint, and we can all be sat in the same room having, like, say, watching the same person speaking, and we could all have a different view of what they've said. So I think it's a bit unfair to be jumping on, oh, it's contradictory, because it's not written by an individual. You know, it's a simplistic argument to say that.
It's a simplistic argument to say that things in the text contradict each other.
Because there's many different authors.
Are they not all supposed to be inspired by the same God to be telling the same story?
Well, that's another thing, you know. You can say, you know, oh, it depends what you mean by inspired by God. If you think that means that God is, like, literally, like, speaking to them to, like, tell them exactly what to write, then you could argue, yeah, oh, it's contradictory. But if God has inspired them and they feel like they need to get things written down from their experience to help future generations know what's happened, and they're writing from their own intellect, but they're doing it because they feel that God wants them to do it, then no, it's not a contradiction.
So if the information contradicts, it doesn't matter if the intention is somehow, I don't know how you'd verify the intention, but if the intention is from God,
yeah,
then that makes it. I'm curious, Andy, does it matter to you if the books are true or not?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I think if I was, like, following a faith and I started reading the texts and I thought, you know, this is like a load of rubbish, then yeah, it would affect me, and yeah.
So one of the reasons why I ask many believing guests about the contradiction between Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 is because of that exact reason. As someone who is not raised in that belief system, to read Genesis 1 claiming everything's created in a very particular order on particular days, and then read Genesis 2 where the entire order is flipped on its head and contradicted.
Inspiring me to get reading, because I haven't read.
It makes me wonder how people get past that second chapter believing anything that follows.
Oh, I'd say I haven't read it, so I can't help you with that one. Yeah, it's on my list to read, so you know.
So you hadn't read past Genesis 1?
I started with the New Testament. You know, I was, you know, that was sort of advised to me. I dipped into bits of the Old Testament to see what it was like, and you know, but I started with the first book of the New Testament. Yeah, because it, you know, obviously that's the New Covenant. I mean, it's good to read the whole thing, but yeah. Can I ask you? I know, like, the from what I'm gathering from a previous person, it's that the idea of the live is that, you know, people come on and you're questioning, and that's the idea of it. Is it okay to refer to a previous caller or a previous conversation?
Generally, I don't find that helpful.
Okay.
I'm
no worries.
Mostly trying to find out if you can question what you assume already to be true. and why you would hold to the beliefs that you do.
Okay, so I believe that everything in the physical realm had a beginning, or has a beginning, like a middle and an end.
Why do you believe everything has a beginning?
Through observation.
Have you observed beginnings?
Yeah.
What beginnings have you observed?
Well, as a gardener, you see, like, you sow your seeds.
The seeds. Did you see the beginning of the seeds?
Well, you can get into semantics and say, that's something from. I mean, you can see the beginning of the seeds. Yeah, you can see them growing on the plant. You can see the fruits growing, and you can see the seeds beginning there. In a sense, you could. Yeah.
And they came from somewhere.
Yeah, but there's always got to be a point where they started. You see, you can't look at a plant with no seeds yet, or no flowers, or no fruit, and say, "Oh, there's a seed there," because there's not a seed there. At some point, the seed will develop, but that's sort of like the beginning. Nothing exists. You're taking the only reason why you can take it is because nothing exists in isolation. So you can take and can connect to everything, and that can go back in time as well. But really, you've got to have some kind of framework of understanding, and you've got to be able to say that, going back to the plant analogy, at some point.
Are you saying at some point you have to decide to stop looking at what came before and say this is the beginning?
No,
That's what it sounds like you're saying. It sounds like you're saying at some point you've been asking what came before this and before that and before that. You should give up and stop asking and say that point is the beginning, and we'll call that our framework.
Okay, so I think what's happening is, if you're talking about the creation of the universe, there's an atheist viewpoint that is saying that God can't exist because the universe has always existed. Therefore, God couldn't have created the universe. I didn't
say that.
Yeah, but this is the underlying background to the conversations that we're having.
The underlying background to the conversation we're having, Andy, is why do you believe what you believe?
Well, okay, that's what I've been thinking about lately. I can't remember the guy's name, but really interesting. He's a Christian scientist, evolutionary scientist, who's
Christian evolutionary scientist.
unusual, isn't it? I thought that when I heard him.
Are you sure you've got his credentials correct?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. I don't know if that's exactly how he described himself, like his title or whatever, his job title. But yeah, essentially that is what he was like an evolutionary scientist for a long time. And now he's believes in God, and he's making sense of Darwin's theory.
Are you sure that this Christian evolutionary scientist is an authority on the subject?
I don't know that well to know well enough. It looks like he, from what I was seeing, he did seem pretty authoritative, and questioning of his own beliefs. I thought it was interesting.
What did this have to do with why you believe what you believe? Is it because one scientist gave some reason for you?
No, the reason is because Um, I'm just interested in this whole sort of intersection between science and spirituality.
What intersection are you talking about? I mean, is it possible that this is something manufactured? Intersection of science and spirituality.
No, I don't think it's manufactured. I think the more you look into it, then the more that, because I think a lot of people see it, obviously, because of dogmatic religion, that they're sort of diametrically opposed, and that. But no, I feel like they do. The more you look at it, they can, they align really. So, yeah, that's my view.
You say the more you look into it, the more what? What is it you find?
Well, that they just like, I don't know, like science sort of proves sort of certain spiritual beliefs, and
Can you tell me what spiritual belief science proves?
I do I do need to sort of write all this down because I do find it really interesting. The most recent one I was looking about the big ones, then we can talk about creation. Then in the Bible it says that God created the world. He spoke the world into existence, through his voice.
I'm sorry, you're saying in the Bible it says God spoke the world into existence through his voice.
Yeah.
You were telling me earlier that it didn't matter if the details of creation stories were accurate, and that it could just be people interpreting things the best they could. What does this now have to do with why you believe what you believe?
I just find it interesting because, I say a lot of these sort of, the sort of this modern sort of macho atheistic views of scientific materialism. I just feel like their view is that, as I say, that creation has always existed, that the universe has always existed. I believe that.
Andy, it's getting harder and harder to hear you. I don't know if it's because you're not using headphones and there's some feedback as you're speaking, but I'd really love if you got to the point. I haven't heard the answer of what this has to do with why you believe what you believe.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I feel like a lot of times that this kind of atheistic moment by saying like, well, your text is contradictory, so got you. This doesn't agree with that, so how can you believe that? It's crazy. But if you
did you hear what I said?
No, but that's what people do say.
Did you hear what I said about the contradictions and why I bring it up?
Yeah, but I don't know if you heard what I said, that I hadn't read that part of it yet, so I couldn't really comment on that. I kind of gave my best answer.
Why would you think it's true if you haven't even read the first 2 chapters of the first book?
Just from what I have read.
From what you have read of what?
No, the Bible, that's what I'm saying. What I've read so far of the Bible.
What you've read so far of the Bible, which parts have you read?
I'd say the book of Matthew be like the only bit I've read from beginning to end.
You've read the whole book of Matthew, and you believe that to be true?
Well, I believe it. A lot of it is true. Yeah, it's obviously it's somebody's perspective on events that have happened, and it's 17. Well, best part 2,000 years old. But
Whose perspective is it on the events that happened, and why do you think those events happened?
well, from my understanding, it's Matthew's perspective on the birth of Jesus.
Why would you think that it's Matthew's perspective?
I do find this a bit funny. The thing is, the reason why I be alive because I do question my beliefs, and I think that's super important. Especially when you're, just about anything really. But I think, I'm not, I'd love to be a scholar on so many subjects, but I think there's a reason why you have like people who are like an expert on this, an expert on that. They go into a particular field of study, and they focus on that because some people can do it. They can be an expert on a number of subjects. But I just don't think I would have literally the time to be like a Bible scholar, a biologist.
Did I ask you if you were a Bible scholar, or did I ask you why you believed Matthew wrote Matthew?
Why would I not believe? That's the thing, I mean, I can go into all the history, I could go and be a scholar and study like all the historical accounts and then I could come back to you and say this is why I believe this is that. But do I really need to? I don't think so.
Okay, Andy. So what I'm not hearing is you questioning your beliefs. I hear you kind of just rambling and pontificating about what you don't like about atheists and other things about which bother you in conversations like this that you
difficult
actually engage in. But so since all the background noise is nauseating as it is, I think I'm just going to move forward to a new guest who can question their beliefs, but maybe another time, perhaps, you'll be a little more direct and considerate of the questions. Continue forward. I think Abby Normal's been waiting the longest. Hello, Abby. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, apparently not. Now Andy wants to say that he thinks I can't question my beliefs. That's fine. That seems like a rather common defensive tactic, Andy, to assume that because I'm asking people about their beliefs, I must not be able to question mine. But that would also be a rather ignorant assumption. I think if you watch this live any longer than probably 30 minutes before you requested up, you'd know that I do question my beliefs almost daily. Let's see if Abby actually meant to be up here. Hello, Abby. Can I get your age for doing all right? Did you hear my question?
Oh yes, I think that's probably one of the best questions any of us.
Their age for TikTok TOS, you can request up again. Good morning, Hazel. How are you? Good morning, Hazel. Did you mean to request up? I'm gonna guess not. Well, we'll still greet you that way and see who's been waiting longer. Oh, guess we can try Abby one more time. One more time. Third time's gotta be a charm, right? So Abby, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I apologize. I didn't even answer that question. I'm 64.
Awesome. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I used to, but I learned to do something that you're asking, and that was question everything I thought I believed. And I started with the word belief itself, and I discovered something about that word.
I see. So you don't believe in a god or gods or anything like that now?
Well, okay. If you're okay with it, may I start with the actual word believe itself?
Well, it would have been nice if you'd answer the question, but sure. What is it about the word belief that you would like to speak to instead of the question I asked?
Well, entertain this thought for a second. Replace the word believe with limiter or limits. Okay, do you have limits? I think everybody has limits because as physical creatures in a physical universe, well, everything is limited. Everything has boundaries.
Sure, boundaries.
So when a person starts throwing in the word belief,
sure,
they first have to understand, well, you're operating within limits. So as
I'm going to go ahead and just take this opportunity to thank Heather's Descent, Ethereal Embers, Shell, Amoria, and 96. I appreciate all you so much. Thank you for helping with that goal. I decided to set up boundaries and impose limits, and I think I did a fine job. Let's see if somebody else has the ability to question their beliefs.
Good morning, Thrayle.
Good morning, Hazel. How are you?
I'm good. That was kind of funny. I was wondering how long that was going to go on for.
It went on for exactly as long as my limits allowed.
You're so clever.
I don't know about clever. I just repeat things sometimes.
So did he, over and over and over again. Has the night been busy?
It's been something.
Well, that's good.
I think Domenico's been waiting longer. Oh, I guess Domenico's not there. Let's see, maybe Dante. No, neither of them actually exist. They did exist in queue, and then as soon as I accepted them, they're gone. So if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that you've questioned, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you. I'm not here to burgle your gods. Although there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what are those beliefs? And why do you believe them? I don't always burgle gods, do I, Hazel?
Well, I don't know if I'm the person to ask, but yeah, you don't try. It's not the intention. The silence is deafening, though. You burgled my gods, so I can't say you don't burgle gods.
I was gonna let you know it's nice and warm in the shed tonight, so they're not shivering. The gods I burgled from you.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Does energy shiver?
It has to, right? It's always wiggling.
Always, always a frequency of vibration that isn't a vibration of frequency. Wasn't that last night where somebody couldn't define frequency but also was using vibration?
Isn't that every night?
Yeah. I wonder if there's other people who believe in frequency that want to tell us about it.
Do you think it's possible that you could question someone with the God you used to have, and that through the questioning you would find the God again?
No. I think the more I listen to people who believe in what I used to believe, the more I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it at all anymore, but I feel when I hear people talk about it, it's more and more ridiculous, unfortunately. People say silly things, and it makes me realize how silly I was. Do you ever wish that you believed in a God? I shouldn't ask you questions, but I don't
No.
anymore.
What was the question again? Do I wish what?
I said, do you ever wish you believed in a God?
I have, in the past, wanted to believe, yes. I don't know if I want now to believe, but I don't want not to either. I don't think I have a desire either way.
Maybe I do believe in a God a little then, because I don't not want to, but I feel like I more not want to than want to.
Does it matter to you? Well, actually, I was phrasing it wrong. Hang on, I have to think about it for a second. If a God doesn't exist, can it still be meaningful?
Yeah. I mean, I still believe people like create meaning for God. Not like I used to where it's like an egregore where it actually creates a God, but people define God and similar to my beliefs on love. Love doesn't have to exist for it to be meaningful. Your actions and words define it.
James in the comments says that it can't be meaningful because something that doesn't exist can't mean anything.
I wonder how something cannot exist and we can still talk about it. I mean, we do that with God a lot. So, interesting.
Well, I would ask anybody that says yes, or I'm sorry, that says no, that a God can't be meaningful unless it exists. Does Santa Claus have to exist for it to be meaningful?
As a child who believed in Santa Claus for way too long, I would again say no, it does not have to exist for meaningful. I do think that's an interesting question to ask, and telling for what people believe without them knowing it. It's almost like asking those people who are Christians if they're actually Christians when they won't say it. Are unicorns meaningful? Yeah, sure.
Isn't meaning whatever we decide it is?
Exactly. Meaning just is like a definition. Anything has meaning if it exists or it doesn't exist as a concept. Like if it doesn't exist in tangible form, it's just a concept that we assign meaning to.
I wonder if there's anybody watching who assigns meaning to a God existing, or something like a God. If you do, if you have a belief in a God or gods and you are open to questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to argue or debate or tear you down. I just want to ask questions about what it is you believe and why, if you can question. I'm curious how Hazel would do questioning someone's beliefs, especially one who believes in something similar to what she used to.
Especially people who believe in energy. If you believe in source, or what else do I used to like? Return to source. I used to say that your energy has manifesting powers. If you believe any of those things and want to try and convert me back and give me my clips back, come on up, friend.
Oh, you want to see if they're answer your old belief, your lost belief in source.
I don't think it can, but we could try. I don't know. Someone would have to be actually a quantum scientist and actually know their shit and like describe it to me in a way that makes more sense than I used to make up.
How would you know that they're actually a quantum physicist?
How would I know? I would have to be able to look up research studies and papers that they have published and have been scrutinized by peers.
Could those be falsified?
Probably. But they'd have to be published on like places that are normally like the word checked. You just have to have enough purity. You take everything with a grain of salt. Just because even if someone is a quantum physicist,
It's time to wake up.
I know it's literally time to wake up. If someone is a quantum physicist, that doesn't mean they know all the answers. They just probably know a little bit more than me. A little, you know. Because I did so much research. Do you hear the sarcasm?
Yeah, it sounds like you might be easily misled by pseudoscience or someone selling some kind of snake oil. If they could produce something that appeared to be a scientific...
Told I'm to be gullible. It is something I'm working on.
Do you think that science is likely to result in some unified, easy answer that tells us everything about everything?
No. I wish it could. But I don't think so. I think science is just a process, kind of study that people use to be somewhat more data-based. Like they'll collect more data than other fields of study sometimes.
What do you think would convince you that you once believed in exists in the way that you once believed?
Consciousness returning to source at the end of life and being aware of it. If it happened. So I'll really never know, I think. My answers are a lot more boring, I think, than they used to be. I used to be like, well, you can vibes, you can fix it all with vibes. And just a positive energy.
So, do you feel absent the vibes and the that you have lost the magic and the wonder that you once had, or have you gained more wonder?
Oh, I'll answer both of those separately. I do think
Before
I lost
you
a
do,
bit of magic.
Before you do
Go.
answer, I just wanted you to know we're getting a lot more background than voice. I don't know if your mic switched up.
Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like I did lose some magic, but I gained wonder. And that's okay, in my opinion.
You lost magic and gained wonder.
Yeah, that's because like magic was the things that weren't really real in my head.
Is it fair to say it was like a blanket hiding the wonder?
Probably. I mean, the wonder, because to me, wonder is the questions. And when I was explaining things with magic, I didn't need to ask questions because I was making up answers.
That's unfortunate.
It was.
Well, what's also unfortunate is we had a guest requesting up, and I thought it would have been based on their name perfect for you to question, but accepted.
That's what they do, Thrayle. That's what they do. You have so much energy, gods, in your shed that it's gonna, like, explode from all the frequency and friction or whatever the hell.
Hello, Crystal. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, did you mean to request out?
Okay, I do want to be up here if she's talking about magic. Did she really create?
What do you mean, did she
No.
create? Oh.
Like there's a
I
creation
mean,
from creation somewhere? I have
I don't think that's
accidental
what she meant.
creations, but
Well, before you go into it,
but I
Crystal,
have such
I've gotta know your age for TikTok
tangible,
TOS.
purposeful.
Did you hear me though?
And smelled and seen.
Crystal, did you hear my question?
Say it again.
Can you tell me your age for TikTok terms of service?
42.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like it?
I mean, don't smart people read directions?
I don't know if that answers the
Jeez, that's
question.
so valid on here. What do you mean? Oh my god. You know,
Do you
it
have a
stands for
belief?
basic instructions. I mean, the belief is just there. It's not really mine. I mean, it just is, you know, what it is. You know?
The belief in what?
Well, there's definitely relativity for one. Next life, you know, light bodies.
Relativity, next
Future.
life, light bodies, and basic
No
instructions
pain.
before leaving Earth. I'm hearing a lot of like catchphrases, buzzwords. I'm not hearing coherent answers to the questions at the moment, Crystal, and maybe that's
That's
just
your
timing.
intuition.
Sure, maybe it's my intuition. Maybe it's timing. Maybe it's Michelob. I really don't know, but maybe another time we'll have a better conversation. Just at the moment, I think it's best if we move on.
so you see why I said no, right?
Hey, Casey, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a higher power or anything like that?
I believe in the old gods.
Which old gods?
Odin.
So the old Norse gods.
Odin, Thor, Freya, Frigg, Heimdall, Loki.
So, do you believe that these gods actually exist and interact with the world in some meaningful way? Or are they representations of the way people describe natural events? Or something else?
I believe that they're out there. They live in a more evolved world, apart from our world, but they do have some somewhat control over our world a little bit. So I make rituals and I make offerings to them on their special day.
So you believe they actually exist and respond to your rituals?
Yes.
Have you read the Eddas and sagas?
Yes.
Do you believe the stories contained within those to be true and literal?
Yes.
Why do you believe that?
It's a feeling that can't be explained, like a personal journey. Sometimes I have these dreams and I don't know if they're real or not, but part of me feels like I need to believe in it in order to have some sort of hope for anything in the world.
So in order for you to have hope, you need to believe things you see in dreams that lead you to believe in these gods.
Yes, you could call it that.
Why is it that you need to believe in the things you see in dreams?
Because the world is a dark place, and sometimes belief is the only thing that a person has to have hope.
And so because the world is a dark place, that means that you should believe in the gods and goddesses of your dreams.
I've had signs when I was younger, such as lightning striking down very close to me. I don't know if it's physics, I don't know if it's the gods, but I feel in my heart, not just my mind, but in my heart, that they are merciful gods, and that the gods are very much like us because their stories, in a way, kind of sound like they're human. So, in a way, I feel like the gods can relate to being human, and it brings me more comfort to believing in them.
You find comfort in relating to the gods because it seems like they can be human. Why do you not consider the possibility that these gods are created by humans, imagined by humans, and so therefore have human-like qualities?
Because they predate Christianity by 2,000 years. And
What does that have to do with the question I asked?
To be honest, I don't know. I may never know.
Does it matter to you if these gods are real or not?
It does. Because being able to, they talk about respecting nature and respecting humans and being friendly to other people. Their stories.
Can you not find those virtues in other places, in other ways, rather than through these gods particularly?
It helps to believe to look up to someone or something like a god or a belief in order to have inspiration to be more like them through kindness. And without a little guidance, a person would be very bitter towards the world and only see all the darkness. But to constantly focus on the light of things through the belief or through the inspiration of another would help keep them focused on the light part of life and trying to be a better person because that's who they want to be from someone else or something else.
Are you saying that you require these gods in order to stay focused on being a good person?
In a way, yes.
Why?
Because I grew up in a very dark world, surrounded by very bad people in my life.
What do these gods specifically do that keep you a good person that other gods or even no gods and other ideologies couldn't?
Well, Odin represents wisdom and knowledge, so I seek wisdom and knowledge. Thor represents the earth, so I am kind to the earth, and I try to not litter, and I try to pick up after other people who do. And I do feed the animals every now and then to show respect for his children. And Thrayle is kind, so I am kind to others.
Do you believe that you wouldn't be kind and you wouldn't be respectful and you wouldn't care about the earth if you didn't believe in these gods?
Yes, I would have nothing. Everybody's inspired by something, whether it's an idea or an action. They're trying to be better, not just by themselves, but because they want to be better from the inspiration of someone else or something else.
How are you sure that the gods are what make you kind?
They make me want to be better because of what I read about them. And I may never know that they exist or they don't exist. I only know what I've read about them. And reading about them and their stories make me realize that they argue and bicker just like humans do. And that brings me comfort knowing that there are deities out there that can, in a way, relate to being human, but also show kindness to the world and show kindness to each other. And I also want to be like that. So, they don't make me kind, but I want to be kind because that's what they are.
Where do you learn about the gods?
I go to the library and I look up Norse mythology and I try to understand the stories that are told from the old ages. And I read about them and I realize that Thor and Loki used to fight all the time, just like humans or brothers. And Odin is just a father like every other father who wants better for his people and his family. And reading about them is from what I know about them. It inspires me to feel like I need to be a better human being because that's what they are, what they represent and their abilities and what they can do, and how kind they are to one another in the end.
What do you mean in the end?
Ragnarok, the end of their world, was the beginning of ours.
So do these gods still exist?
I believe in a way, yes.
In what way?
A spiritual way.
What is spiritual?
I believe that they're still out there in another universe, and they do have somewhat of an effect on this world just by talking to them or bringing offerings or simply believing in them.
How do you know there's another universe?
I don't.
Then how are you sure that they're there?
I'm not sure. But I feel in my heart that we all have to believe in something to help us better ourselves.
Why do you feel that way?
People grow up their whole lives in the darkness. They have no light to look up to or inspired to be. So sometimes finding someone who is better can be kind to the world, even though the world is dark and bitter. Some people look up to see if they can find an inspiration to be like that.
Casey, if you were to wake up tomorrow and discover that all of your gods were just fairy tales, just a myth told to comfort an ancient people, what would that change about your life, if anything?
It would make me very disappointed and make me feel very foolish. And on top of that, it would make me feel like I have no inspiration to be better because the world is dark and bitter and cold. And I would feel like I wouldn't need to care for anything if the world is truly like that.
So, if given the choice, would you rather live in a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
I do like knowing that there is truth out there, but sometimes the truth can be too dark for people to handle. So in a way, I feel like if there was no higher power and the world was simply the way it was, it would make me feel very alone and that the world has always been dark and bitter. Sometimes a belief in the smallest thing can help a person make them feel like the world isn't that bad.
Does that belief have to be fantastical? Does it have to be magical, full of myths and legends? Or can it be something grounded in reality and observation?
In a way, it can. It can be something physical and grounded. No? Everybody's looking for someone to inspire to, whether they're real or not, in order to make sure that they can be like them. They can try and inspire to be like them, so that way their view of the world isn't that dark.
Casey, can you question your beliefs? It's the big question on the board. And
I question my beliefs all the time.
what does that mean to you?
It means I'm trying to find, still, even for years, I'm still trying to find a way to inspire to be better, whether the gods are real or not. If they're not, then I'll try and find another way to inspire to be better.
Are they really inspiring you to be better, or are you just choosing these characters and finding things that you already want to improve?
Well, my family grew up pagan, and I grew up with these stories and these beliefs in my life. So in a way, it's to it. But I've also questioned my belief and my family's belief all the time, wondering if they are real or not. And it's difficult to try to understand if they are belief or not, because all we know is what we've read about them. But in a way, it's a good story to inspire to be like them because of how human they act, but also how kind they can be to the world.
Do you think these books were written as a sort of reflection of someone's belief in their own power? And what would it mean if that power that you always attribute to the gods was actually the reflection of your own power?
I would say that's a very interesting thing, and I would want to know more about that in order to inspire to be better. If someone had made it all up, then I would probably try to be better by myself without believing in the gods.
How would your life look if you honored yourself the same way you honor the gods?
Well, I would probably turn to Buddhism. In a way, every belief was always written in a book or in some sort of story passed down through the ages. And everybody's always trying to inspire to be better from the actions of another, from a story, whether it's real or not. But the fact is that everyone's trying to be better themselves. But it doesn't help very much if you don't have an inspiration.
Inspiration be to be better?
Yes, by seeing others being better people and acting more in kindness, it does affect each other. It does affect other people to be better themselves. When they see kindness being done, they want to be kind. And I think sometimes it helps whether you believe in a deity or not, or other deities. Still, it's a way to see that there is good in the world and want to continue on spreading that goodness through the actions of others.
Is a deity something that is above humanity, or is it a part of it?
I think in a way it's a bit of both. A deity is like a higher power or a different being from another world. It makes it interesting to believe in that. But it also, for them to really be able to relate to humans, saying that they're kind even though they bicker like humans and they act like humans, but they're from another universe. We may never know that if gods or goddesses exist, but we do know that if they do exist, then not knowing every single thing about them is something that makes us want to know more about them, want to learn how they're able to be that powerful.
Is it possible that we can know enough to know that they don't exist?
Only through evidence of the non-existence of deities through physical.
What evidence would you expect to see to convince you that your gods don't exist?
I don't know. It would most likely be the lack of evidence that there is a god. Because the only things that we know is physics and science, and everything can be explained through science.
If there was evidence that the world was not created from the skull of Ymir, would that not prove that Odin is not the creator of the world?
Yes, I would say that it would be enough physical evidence that evolution is real.
Have you seen such evidence? Evidence that the Earth is not created from the...
I have. I went to a museum last year, archaeology museum, and yes, they started talking about evolution, and I'm always questioning my belief, but they started talking about the evolution and everything, and it made me feel like maybe the gods never did ever create humanity. They just existed in their own world and let evolution take its course.
Why would you need gods to have any play in that at all?
For inspiration.
Can you not find inspiration in just what is without added explanation, added fantasy?
Not really. I grew up surrounded by bad people in a bad place. So my mind began to form that that was how the world was. And that is how people were. And so I needed to find a way to believe that the world isn't that dark and people are not that bad through the inspiration of something else. Because in a way it does help me cope with having those terrible things done and those being around horrible people. It helps me realize that not all people are bad, some people are good. And it makes me want to continue to search for the light in people, despite the fact that I was born in a very bad place. And when a child is born in a very bad place, their mind starts calculating about how the world is through the actions of others when those people. So, in a way, my mind was formed around darkness. So, yeah, in a way, yeah.
Cassie, it's sounding like you question a little bit of your belief, but you draw the line at seeing it as impossible or unlikely. You would rather hold to the idea that these gods exist so that you can be inspired to be better, as though you don't have that desire.
I do believe in physics, and if the gods are not real, then it's a good story to inspire to. But either way, I question my belief all the time. In this world, who doesn't?
I hear that. you'd be surprised at how many people don't. I'm curious if you question to the point that you might consider the possibility that you could be wrong, that you might be wrong, and that you could still be inspired to rise above the darkness, so to speak, without these deities.
If I am wrong, then I am wrong, and then there is no gods, and I'm okay with that. So I'll look for inspiration somewhere else, soothe through something that is real, like the teachings of Buddha, or the possible kindness of other people.
As Martian Fire Yeti says, you could be inspired by humans.
Yes.
Does it give your life meaning? Huggy asks in the comments. I think is a great question. Does it give your life meaning to believe in the gods that you do now?
It makes me feel like I am seen and that I'm not forgotten.
In what way does it make you feel seen? Just in, you described that they had human-like qualities, or could be human-like in the stories. Is that what makes you feel seen? Or is it something more personal?
It makes me feel like when I offer my offerings to the gods that they see me. I've been invisible my whole life by my own family and most of my friends, so I feel like doing something for someone else or doing something for nature helps me feel like I'm being seen by those people, and that my kindness means something.
I wonder if that's something you can't easily find absent these gods. But I'm not here to take them from you, and I think I've asked you several pointed questions, so I appreciate you, Cassie, for coming up and answering the questions that you did. I hope that you keep asking questions, and if you're interested, there is a Discord community built around asking more questions, or meeting other people who might help you find the questions that you need to ask. You are welcome to join the link tree in my bio, or in the Batcolyte bio will take you there, and that
Okay.
first link will take you to the Discord.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate you, Cassie. Keep asking questions.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
She was so sweet.
She was, and you did great questioning her. Let me turn the questioning over to you for a moment while I see Tetra off to work. But we're going to bring up, I think this person has been waiting the longest. Oh, of course there's no one there.
We love. I can just talk to chat. Have fun. Leave me free to chat. Hello, everybody. Have fun. So, I would like to say, if Cassie is still here,
that we do see you and your experiences are very valid and your kindness is seen even through a digital space. You seem open into questioning, and yes, W's in chat for Cassie and questioning. And I just appreciate how much she attempted to pull out her own beliefs, and she was very receptive to the questions, like anyone should be. It was a great demonstration for how you should question your beliefs. I do think she can go even further, and I hope that she does join us in the Discord, because we love to ask questions over and over again until they get so repetitive that you don't even know why you're asking them sometimes. But then you remember that there's a purpose. But W's in chat for Cassie. And hi everybody in chat. I hope your morning is going well. I wonder if there are believers in the comments, if you believe in a god or goddess or something like that. Request up so when Thrayle gets back, he has so many people to choose from that he won't even know who to pick. Tap share and repost. Tap 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 the screen. Also, there's a gift goal that y'all should fill if that is possible for you. Thrayle won't do a shameless plug, but I will. This isn't my channel. Yes, thank you, Dodger, for reposting. I love everybody's names. Huggy Serenity. Oh, I hear he's back. Welcome back, Thrayle.
W's for Hazel for filling the air like that. Thank you.
Just use your script.
You can keep going. I'm gonna take.
Thank you, Robert, filling up that goal. I don't know who else did it, but thank you.
Oh, I can tell you who else did it. It was Robert. It was Shell. It was James, and it was 96. So thank you all so much. And also welcome, Humble Daisy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
So it might be a little bit more of a trickier case, but I'm actually a medium. So the belief part can kind of get a little confusing, only because sometimes I can feel a little bit more skeptical about it until things kind of become more real through the experiences. And so I grew up, and hopefully this is not like a too long of an answer, but my mom was rather pagan, but she made sure I grew up without like a detoured or like a bias in religion. She wanted me to figure out my own way. So throughout growing up, I, got introduced to the Bible, and I got to take different parts and experiences in churches. So personally, I believe there is a God, because sometimes there's things that are so surreal, but it's also not fathomable at the same time. So I'm kind of conflicted.
So you're a self-doubting medium.
Only because it doesn't seem like something that is possible realistically until the things happen. And I'm at a point in life where I'm more solidified in this. So at the beginning, more and more, I wanted to learn about different religions and question
What is it
everything.
exactly that you're solidified about when it comes to what you believe?
What I am solidified, fact, real experiences, because of the information that comes through.
So you're saying that you glean information that is so specific or so unique that it must be through some sort of medium connection.
Yeah, in a way. So, for example, when spirits come to me, or when I'm with someone and I'm able to help someone, I end up with, it's something called clairvoyance and retrocognition. Essentially, you get visions from either the past, or I don't want to say the future because I feel like nothing is exactly set in stone, to be honest, but I do see very, very vivid, specific details, or get visions from spirits in which, when I relay that information to the person in front of me, and it's like information that I have never met them before, I have never known, I would not have ever known. And when I get these visions or images or this information or communication, and I relay it back, it's information that is, which becomes kind of bizarre, but very exact to what the person knows or experiences, or from their passed away family members, or messages that I would have never known in advance, and gets confirmed by the people around me, which is very freaky.
Are you ever wrong?
Pardon?
Are you ever wrong?
No, which is kind of scary. Like sometimes, like I have a theory about it where, with people who are very artistic or vivid imaginations, like I'm somebody who is like that. So growing up with these experiences, I always question it, like, oh, maybe I'm just very imaginative. Maybe I'm just, I love creating things, and maybe it's just, something silly, until I started sharing what my visions were, and it started freaking me out, and it did start freaking the people around me out, because I would know things that I'm not really supposed to know or had any access to in the first place, until I started realizing that these things were happening more frequently, and the precision in them starts the difference between my imagination and what's a vision. So I do believe that there's times where your mind will fill in the gaps and your imagination will fill in the gaps. So you have to be careful to understand, like, the differences between the two, which can be hard. And if you're, insecure, or, you're uncertain of yourself, it's going to make it harder, because
you won't have a way to practice and feel comfortable practicing these kind of things to understand, like, are you in a safe space to, ask someone, be like, oh, is this my imagination or is this real, what I'm experiencing? And only through that practice I was able to really kind of like finite and understand and kind of like sort between the two.
And so you're never wrong now. You
Oh, I'm sure, like, if something were to happen, I feel like I don't want to say anything in absolutes. I'm sure there's going to be times where maybe, I'm not certain, but from the experiences as of late, from like over, oh, I don't know, maybe 2 decades, like it's just getting progressively more and more accurate that it kind of is freaky.
how do you account for confirmation bias?
Well, that's the thing. Let's say I won't give like too many personal details just because it's, from people that have happened, but I can give an example. Um, I do sometimes like tarot cards, but I don't necessarily need tarot cards. I've had different things like that, but to give one example,
Do you know how to play tarot key?
tarot key? What's that?
So you use tarot cards, but you don't know the origins of the cards.
Necessarily use them all the time or need them per se. It's more like the most strongest visions and the things that have happened is just by being with people and kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's kind of like things will, yeah, it's really hard to explain. I'm gonna sound really silly explaining it, but it's kind of like your brain downloads information when you're around certain people or energy, and then when you receive that information, you're kind of able to explain it. So like, yeah, human connection. So like, it's not something I can just like take up on a phone call or anything like that.
I'm sorry, are you just talking to the comments now?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I
What was
saw.
the question I asked?
Oh, sorry. What? No, I don't know the full details of the history behind it.
So then, if you're using these cards, and you don't know the history behind them, how is it you can think that they do anything divine or magical?
I don't want to say per se divine or like, it's just something that I've been introduced to because of my gifts. So I thought I would try it out, and sometimes it really helps kind of like guide through it. So I thought it was interesting. But it's not necessarily the thing I need, if that makes sense. Like it's a cool tool. When I help people, it's more in person.
So you were going to tell me how you eliminate confirmation bias a moment ago. That's when you brought up tarot.
Yes.
How is it you eliminate confirmation bias?
For an experience like recently that I had, to kind of like showcase it, because I'm sorry, I'm not really very good at this like explaining, but at my work, we deal with guests coming in frequently, and sometimes things will happen even if there's a guest there. So this is a recent experience where I had someone come in, and all of a sudden I was getting a lot of information, and a spirit also came.
You say guests coming in. Do you work in fortune telling? Is that what you do for a living?
No, I'm actually, well, I don't want to give away the name of the company I work for, but I work at a photography studio.
I see.
So I actually do photography for a living.
So someone came in and you gleaned something from them.
Yes, and because they were receptive to this kind of information, which already seems like it would be a confirmation bias if somebody's already in the same headspace, but the information that I was relaying was exact moments from beginning to end from a person who had came through that had passed away recently in their life. I was able to describe them to a T of who the person is, their personality, what they were like, what had happened to them when they passed away, what happened to their family, like to the T, exact details, the location, the places that they would be a part of at that location. And then these are things I would have absolutely never have known in advance to the exact detail. And when I relayed it, they were in like complete shock and disbelief with the amount of information I was able to relay and kind of like share with them. So I would say through that.
So a photography studio, and you were able to relay to them some information about a person from beginning to end of their life, in exacting detail, so that they agreed with you that it was somehow accurate.
Achilles, stop. Sorry, my cat's meowing. Achilles, it's hard.
I just
I'm sorry, go ahead.
repeated back what you said to see if it was what you meant. You're saying that you were able to glean enough details that this person agreed with you. Do you know what cold reading is?
Cold reading? I'm assuming just reading just straightforward.
I find it interesting how many mediums don't actually know the term cold reading. So when you read someone or when you guess things, what is it you say to like clarify the information? Do you ask them questions?
I guess maybe very rarely, but when the visions come through, it's more of me describing the images and the visions I'm receiving, and then kind of explaining to detail what it is. So it's more I'm relaying the information than asking questions.
So just relaying information, just telling them, this is what I'm seeing, this is what the person, this is what their name is, this is what they did, this is how they lived, this is how they died.
Yeah, and this is what they look like, and also their experience with this person. And
the people you're talking to always agree and say, yes, this was a person I knew, this is what they, and everything you said is true.
Yeah, because usually it comes to like, obviously it's sometimes very like intimate details that sometimes it's a very emotional experience. So
is it only with people you meet in person, or is this something that you were able to do like over distance, over the phone or online?
No, I mean, I don't know about other people, but I know for myself, like I've never had this experience through technology, or it's always been through people who are connected or closer around me.
So only physically in person with people.
Yeah.
And you're able to, with absolutely no clues or prompting, no leading questions, you're able to just pick out a person that is recently deceased.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's not necessarily that you pick out a person. It's sometimes like it doesn't happen with every single person. It's kind of like sometimes it will just like happen or come through certain people. I don't necessarily have like a control over it. Oh, sorry, my cat is yelling at me. But no, it's not something that is specifically controlled or assumed at every moment at every time with each person it will happen. But sometimes the strongest things, I guess, might come through. I don't know the exact like science or reasoning or meaning, just because I don't think, honestly, there's nothing that truly proves anything like that. So
do you leave any room for the possibility that you are just making intuitive guesses, and
oh,
sometimes
absolutely,
that you are that you are incorrect sometimes, and that either you or the other people gloss over or ignore those.
I've always been very skeptical just because it's very surreal and it doesn't make sense that I could know something like that. I do know with psychology, like sometimes you can pick up on like, certain hints or maybe personality of character of what they're looking like or what they're wearing or things like that. But the fact is, what made me more detoured of like, oh my God, this is real experiences is because of the fact that the details are so vivid that there is no possible way I could have known in advance. Even if you just happen to meet someone, you don't guess
You
that
say that
fine.
they're so specific,
Oh yeah.
and all we have to go on is your anecdotes of these specific incidents. Um, is there any chance that you're misremembering these to be more favorable to your assumption that you have this power?
Honestly, no, only because of the people that come to me and confirm it and re-communicate that with me, or people like who come back to have those conversations. So it happens so frequently in my life that it's not something that I would remember alternatively. Because if anything, during the time in the absence of it, I'm like,
Could these
oh my God,
people
if it's
not
real.
be? You're discounting these people's potential for confirmation bias and seeking some kind of solace at the loss of a loved one.
Not necessarily, because that would assume that every single
Can I
person.
tell you, Humble, it sounds like you say that you can question this, you express the potential for a doubt. But as we question, I'm not hearing doubt. I'm hearing dogmatic certainty. I'm hearing an unquestioning, unwavering belief that you cannot be wrong.
Well, I think if we're doing devil's advocate, as you have more questions, I can only explain also the more confident answers of the yes. But I'm happy to talk about also the doubts of it too.
But you have no questions about your accuracy or that you have a gift. That sounds dogmatically unquestioning. It sounds like you are not capable of questioning that belief. So the only doubts you have are what in the source of it, or the what to call it. Where are your actual doubts?
So if we wanted to discuss the doubts of it, I'd say because it's not something scientifically proven or fully understood, it's not something that would seem real. Whether it's maybe it's more of kind of, I guess, doubts of also with my insecurity of unknown. So it's not something we always know to be true. Like it's
So
not
your
something.
doubts are, I know this sounds unbelievable, but I don't question anything else about that it sounds unbelievable.
Yeah, it's not something I would assume or expect anyone to believe because it's not something that is even fathomable or like proven.
Stop though, that's very condescending. It's not something that's fathomable. It's absolutely fathomable. It's fathomable on many levels. It's also fathomable that you're making up the accuracy. It's fathomable that you don't even believe what you're saying. It's fathomable that the people who come back to you with positive results are doing so to make you feel better about something, or even playing some long-term prank on you. It's fathomable. There are a million different fathomable things, except that to you, it seems unfathomable that you could be wrong or don't have this gift. And I wonder why.
Maybe because of how frequency the experiences are. I was more doubting as I was younger than I am more today. Like today I'm more firm to try to like be like, yes, this is right. I need to focus on the path of that, or else I'm not going to be able to really properly practice it or understand it fully.
So you need confirmation. You're seeking confirmation to help bolster the bias that you already hold that this is true. It's unfortunate. I don't hear you actually doubting a belief or questioning a belief. I hear you. I hear you excusing it. I hear you confirming what you claim must be and not questioning it at all. I would wonder what the benefit would be of this belief if you can confirm to loved ones that their dead loved ones are dead. I don't see the benefit of telling people that you know something about someone else's loved ones just to confirm what they already know. It just sounds like a way to exploit a vulnerability to make you feel special. That's what mediumship sounds like. If you're actually questioning the belief, question the motives behind this strange communication and what it actually is doing. Do you think that comfort is actually granted by guessing at names and likenesses of loved ones?
I think there's a misunderstanding that we're having, unfortunately. It's not as simple as like I guessing names and things like that, and it's not something that is more for personal benefit. It's something that when I did share to people in those situations, it was more to help the person than myself. It's can be more of a like a scarier experience for like the individual for myself than it is something that's like something that's
How is it?
for me.
What is it actually doing? What is the benefit?
Just from the experiences that I've had with people and why like I think it's a benefit, not necessarily for me. It's because when these experiences come through, sometimes I'm able to actually like share like either a message or something meaningful, and I think people find reassurance knowing that maybe, you know, for maybe an individual it's that there is a heaven, or maybe there is something more to it, or
So
maybe
you give
that
them false hope. You give them
would
hope
it
it's
be
something that you
false?
don't really know.
Well, that's under the assumption that what I'm saying is guessing or untrue. But if it's something for the person
How
that
have you verified it? Other than through the few experiences with people who could, as you very well admitted, be going through some kind of confirmation bias with you.
I wouldn't say few, if over 20 years, how many people have I've been able to help from it.
Have you
But
documented these cases?
I would be kind of weird to randomly start filming on my phone a very intimate and personal conversation. Like, I don't do this for cost or anything like that.
You take notes.
I mean, I've taken mental notes, but if we're looking for
So
a
you have
study with
stories that you have stories that you have remembered the outcomes of, and you leave no room for the possibility that you've misremembered any of these outcomes to be more favorable for you.
not when I have people coming back and returning and having information confirmed. There's been cases where
I don't hear you again, humble, questioning anything. I appreciate you coming up here and telling your story, I guess. It feels like you could easily have just made yourself a TikTok video if you just wanted to preach the beliefs that you hold. You're not actually questioning them, you're just professing them. This isn't your ad space, and I'm not going to help you find clients. So I don't hear what use you being on the panel is anymore if you don't actually know how to question your beliefs, if all you know how to do is argue against questioning and further try to bolster your own bias. It's actually kind of, I don't know, insulting. Go ahead, Hazel.
I was just gonna say, that was entertaining to listen to, but yeah, there was no questioning. Like,
It's not questioning belief. It sounds like just infomercial. It sounds like by my service I am never wrong. It sounds like an advertisement for a John Edwards psychic special. I'm not hearing anything in there that sounds like a serious critical thought or questioning of one's beliefs. And the interesting thing is, I've been criticized before when people come up and claim mediumship or psychic powers. I've been criticized for questioning that rather than the belief behind it, the God or the gods or the creator or the source energy. And yet through that conversation, that seemed to be the focus that this guest wanted, was the mediumship, question that belief. And so we did. And there was nothing questioned. There was nothing at question. It was all 100% certainty that they couldn't be wrong, and all of their psychic connections were absolute, and all the use of it, the worth of it was comforting other people by giving them a promise of something that, how could they know?
what worries me with that type of belief is when the clients are the ones who are told it's definitive. Like, I am for sure speaking to this person that you loved. Where when it comes to coming to us, like questioners, they'll be like, oh, I'm not sure. I can't be sure. And that ingenuineness is a little disturbing.
Taylor in the comments says number one rule of being mediumship: don't make promises. Willpower overpowers it. I'm not sure what that means entirely, but it does sound like our previous guest was making promises. 100% certainty that they were always accurate. Over 20 years, not a single instance misremembered, or not a single detail guessed wrong and forgotten.
Also, doing the math, she would have been starting when she was 9. So that's interesting to see. I wonder who was influencing that practice.
Good catch on that. I wasn't even thinking of the age.
I honestly didn't catch it, but until right now. I just remember because she's the same age as me.
Yeah, that raises a lot more questions. Questions that I'm certain would have been answered with certainty and zero scrutiny or critical thought, zero consideration. But if anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. I'm not looking for a debate. I'm not interested in the arguments. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is that belief and why do you believe it? What is the benefit of that belief and what is the cost? Normally, I'd be considering wrapping it up, heading to bed, but I think I'm up for a while. So, let's see if anybody else has a belief that they can question.
Keep tapping the screen and telling Thrayle how much you like him through hearts.
Is that what tapping the screen does?
If that makes him do it.
We're at 168,000 likes. That's awesome, guys. Yeah, we can also remember the the share button down there. And inside that pops up a menu where you could copy the link and share that way. Or you could repost the video to show up on your followers FYP. Or you could post it to any other social media site that it offers, or I don't know, any other way that you want to share the live. That might bring somebody in here who's actually capable of questioning their beliefs, whether that's courage or curiosity required. Either way, let's see if they bring it and really question what it is that they assume to be true. Hello, Nick. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And what god is that?
So actually, there are several. But overall, it is not the Abrahamic God. It is more infernal based.
It's not the Abrahamic god, it's more infernal based. What does that mean?
So rather than the God with a capital G, I believe in ancient gods of different pantheons. The infernals, such as the basis of the Ars Goetia, there's ancient gods beyond capital God that still exist today.
What makes you think that any of these gods exist at all?
There are a few things that contribute to that. One of them is that
Before we go into that, obviously, deep rabbit hole of questioning, which ancient gods are you talking about? Is there a name of this pantheon? Name of any other gods you're talking about?
So I'll go through my list. That's fine. Specifically, I work with Hecate, Nyx, Lilith, King Baal, and Lord Beelzebub.
Okay, so these are the ancient infernal gods that you're speaking of. And in what way do they communicate with you?
That really depends. So I have sat down and used pendulums and spirit boards and other divination tools to speak with them.
How does that tell you that they're speaking with you?
Because I trust in my own instinct, but also in the vetting questions that I ask them.
The spirit boards you use, do you use the ones made by Hasbro, or do you use a different brand?
Actually, a vast majority of the time, I just write out an alphabet on an index card for them.
I see. And in what way is this actually divination and not automotor function?
So, I actually agree with you. There is always a risk that it's automotor function. Part of what I do to make sure that I'm not just appeasing my own, basically stroking my own ego, and is I will ask questions to trip up the answer. Now, I completely agree with you.
Can that not? I mean, if you're asking questions to trip up the answer with that intention, could your automotor function still not kick in ways that might?
It absolutely could. It absolutely could.
So if that's the case, then if your mind can affect the results of these questions, how can you actually eliminate that bias?
There is no way to eliminate the bias. That's just.
In what way
plain
can
and
you
simple.
verify that you're actually communicating with these gods at all?
I guess the long and short answer is I can't. There is a certain aspect to repeated conversations. There's a certain aspect to nicknames given, things like that. There's personal, the UPG, unverified personal gnosis. But it's also something that I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase this. I apologize.
That's all right.
There is no way to verify it. However, I guess my biggest question becomes even if it is my own hand guiding, if I'm telling myself to take better care of myself, if I'm telling myself to expand my own knowledge, there's no harm in that, right?
If you recognize that it's you telling yourself.
I recognize that as a possibility.
Why would you give credit to anything other than yourself?
I don't. I give. I should clarify something. The gods that I work with, the gods that are in my life, are not ever asking anything of me other than to care for myself better. There is no
Right, but why are you giving them credit?
It's guidance. I'm not giving them credit. Any of the change that happens is on me. I do the work.
Right, but what I'm hearing is you do all the work, you make the decisions, and then you say you worked with the gods and communicated with them. Why are you giving them credit for what you thought and did?
I think we have different definitions of what giving credit is.
Sure.
That's
What
cool.
are the gods doing for you?
I think honestly it is the biological need to believe in higher powers. Like
You think there is a biological need for that?
I think that our brains are wired for religion to a certain degree.
Does that mean that people that don't believe in religion have some sort of malfunctioning brain if they don't feel wired to believe?
No.
Then what does that mean for your idea that our brains are wired for it?
I think that there's evidence through evolution that we have, as a species, continuously believed in some kind of a higher power. Whether that be the gods that control rain and harvest, or whether it be Abrahamic religions.
Are you sure? Is it just through recorded history? Could it not be that prior to that, there were no gods, no need to praise them?
I think that if I'm looking back through history, there's almost always a higher power in play when it comes to humans. Yes?
I just asked you, could it not just be in recorded history, in recent recorded history? Could there not be a period of time prior to what you were looking at anyways, where there were no gods, no higher powers at play?
Okay, before we continue our conversation, I want to address something that's said in the comments, if I can.
If you want to address something in the comments, you can do that in text in the comments. I was asking you a question, and now it feels like you're not part of the conversation. So it's all right, Nick. It doesn't sound like you're interested too much in questioning your beliefs, but more so just kind of saying them. Is that the case?
No, actually, the basis of my beliefs
mean?
I question everything about my beliefs because they're fluid.
What does questioning your beliefs mean?
It means being willing to be proven wrong.
Fair enough. And do you feel that you are willing to be proven wrong?
Yeah.
Do you feel that you could question your own beliefs in a way that could prove them wrong?
I think I could.
What kind of question would you ask yourself that might shake the foundation of a belief like yours?
Oh, damn. Okay. can't continue the conversation right now. I have to go to work. So
Fair enough, Nick. I hope that we get to talk again. Maybe you'll have different answers to the questions, or maybe we'll just get to keep going. But
All right.
either way, I hope you give the host a follow, and we'll see you around.
All right.
Take care. Keep asking questions. Yeah, interesting. Interesting is always what we get. It was more questioning than the previous guest, but only just.
Yeah, I don't
Right,
know.
Tiny?
I don't know if it's always frustrating to me when they can't believe in themselves, and I'm so sorry. Like, but it is. I'm just like, how do you separate that? How do you separate yourself from you doing the things that you do to be a better person?
I have no idea why they can't, but that's okay. Everybody's different. Hey, Louis loves people. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 34.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I think there's a possibility we might exist in a simulated reality.
Fascinating. You think there's a possibility we might exist in a simulated reality. So you don't believe that there's a god necessarily, but maybe some simulating simulator outside the simulation doing all the simulating.
Right.
So why don't you believe in a god?
I think a god is assumed to have a moral compass.
And so you assume, since you don't see evidence of a god's moral compass, then therefore no god exists.
Right. When people make the assumption of a god, they think there's like this higher power that is pulling our strings and making us do things.
Is that not what your simulation assumes?
A simulation has no morality or compass or desire. It simply is.
How do you know it has no desire?
Can AI desire?
I have no idea. Are you assuming that this simulation is created by an AI?
I'm assuming that a simulation is AI.
Why? Why are you assuming the simulation is AI?
It is perfectly capable of creating reality in our existence.
How have you determined that an AI is perfectly capable of creating reality? When did you test that?
We actually can't tell the exact difference at some point in time in our life of what is AI and what is not.
You're saying at some point in time in our lives we won't be able to tell the difference between what's AI and what's not?
Yes.
So, because at some point in our lifetime we might not be able to tell the difference, some of us might not be able to tell the difference, then therefore this reality must be AI. Is
Strong possibility of it, yeah.
How do you get to that conclusion?
I don't think anybody can tell the difference between AI and reality at some point.
Before I ask my next question, I gotta thank Hazelnut for being here. Appreciate you so much. Absolutely, you too. So, back to what we were saying, you assume that an AI must have simulated this reality because an AI, I'm lost. It sounds like you're leaping at conclusions based upon your own assumptions of what AI is and can be.
Well,
Do you actually have reasons behind this, or is this more of a sort of mind-altered pontification of what maybe?
it's based on some form of. I understand this life is to ask questions, is to be asked questions, but not ask questions. Is that correct?
Yes, for the most part.
Okay. What is AI not capable of doing?
Can I answer that?
If you would like, Tiny, go for it. I was just about to shoot down his question entirely, so go for it.
Well, AI cannot metabolize matter. It can't breathe, and it can't reproduce.
Okay. How do we know that we are in fact breathing?
I should I. So, do you think that we could be non-existent? Do you think that you're really real?
I don't know that I'm real.
So why would you ignore the certainty that you are more likely to be real than not?
Because there is no certainty.
Well, there's no absolute certainty, but there are degrees of certainty.
I think in this day and age, it's being farther from the truth.
What makes you think that it's further from the truth?
The fact that quote unquote organic matter can have symbiosis with technology.
How long has technology like computers existed?
That's in the modern age.
Yeah, like if you had to give a date, what date would you get? Like how long? Like a time period?
Past 100 years.
How long have human beings been around?
Homo sapiens have existed for 300,000 years.
So, with the given data, with technology only existing for about 100 years, those 299,900 years, were those real?
Who gave you that data?
Were those 299,900 years real? Were those years real?
You'd have to prove that it is. You'd have to prove that time. You'd have to prove that.
Do you know how to prove things? How do you prove things?
How do you prove things outside of your mind? How do you prove time is even real?
How do you prove that you have a mind?
How do you prove that we have a mind?
Yeah, that's the question to you. How do you prove that you have a mind?
I can't prove that I have consciousness. I only know that I have consciousness.
How do you simulate that you're in a simulation?
I can't do that either. I'm inferior. Why can AI create organs?
How do you know you're conscious right now?
I don't.
He's in a jar, Tiny, all the way.
Wow.
It's a digital jar.
Or maybe there's some point in time in which we were humans and we're no longer.
How do you know that I'm not you?
I don't even know that you're real.
How do you know that I'm not the real one and you're just a figment of my imagination?
That's a possibility. Maybe you brought me here.
I don't know, Thrayle, do you want to?
Is he a figment of your imagination?
I don't think this is my fault. I don't know if I want to claim responsibility.
But you claimed responsibility.
Louis, what do you know?
I only know what the reality of the AI wants me to know. I'm simply fed information and I'm expected to digest it.
Do you believe what you are saying?
I don't even know if I'm saying it. I'm very frustrated because I've attempted to end my experience several times, and the AI doesn't let me.
The AI doesn't let you.
Yeah.
Have you tried punching yourself in the face?
Yes.
Does that hurt?
No.
Does the AI let you?
I don't know. Maybe it wants me to think that I can think.
Have you ever been in a relationship?
Currently married with 2 children.
How do you know that the procreation of those children was real?
I don't know that they are.
Is it real enough for you?
It produces thoughts and emotions.
It produces thoughts and emotions. How would you go about falsifying this AI simulation?
I'd have to prove that it's not real.
What might be convincing evidence for you that it is not real?
I must find something that AI cannot reproduce. Some kind of information.
If you find the information and you are able to understand it, how would you be able to test whether an AI can produce it?
As we spoke, my other phone literally just lit up the prompt, thinking that I was speaking to it instead of you.
It literally spit out what prompt?
It was a notification.
That doesn't tell me anything about the AI.
But to answer your question, for me to think that there isn't a simulated reality, we must be more advanced in our mental fortitude and capacity than the AI itself.
Where did this AI come from?
It probably came to us to tell us that it even is a form.
Well, that's like a probably, but where did it come from?
I don't know. It probably fed us the knowledge to create it in what we thought was its creation.
A quick reminder to everybody to vote in that poll in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Louis, I don't know that I have very many more questions for you, but I wonder, what is this belief actually doing for you?
Well, for one,
How is that beneficial?
I don't think there's a benefit because I don't even know that I'm thinking. Can I ask you a question?
Before you do, quick reminder to everybody, about a minute and a half left in that poll. So far, 13 people have voted. Louis, does it matter if your belief is true or not?
I don't think it does.
It doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's not beneficial in any way. It leads you to be depressed. And you can't verify it or falsify it. Does it sound like this belief is useful and helpful in any way?
I think the AI in your comments has voted me out.
fairly certain they're not AI, but I don't know.
That's
That would have to be a whole new poll to find out if the AI in the audience thinks they are AI. But with 10 seconds left, I appreciate you, Louis, for being here. Fairly certain that, yeah, we've got 89%. So until next time, if you even can question your belief, maybe then we'll have different answers. Hey there, Handy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No, I just beliefs in general. I think it's good to question everything, I suppose, right? Like, not to be cliche about it, but
I might ask about other beliefs, but at the moment, why don't you believe in a god?
There's a lot of reasons. I don't believe in mysticism. I think mysticism, such as like magic, is a fool's game. It's trickery. It's not really what it appears to be. It's something more complex that we just kind of give mysticism as answers to what we don't understand. So,
Is that what you classify the idea of a god as mysticism?
yeah.
And so you just think it's something we use when we don't have the answers?
Yeah, that'd be an accurate statement. Yeah, we're like, why do you believe this? And they're like, well, God tells us, and you hear that so often. It's quite a cliche in and of itself to just kind of appeal to authority.
What might convince you that a god exists, Andy?
Could you convince me that a God exists?
I said, what might convince you? What evidence or proof?
I don't think anything will make me believe in mysticism, but if I were to believe something in the realm of maybe something more advanced than us made us, like either aliens or maybe we're a simulation, that might be a little more digestible for me. But I don't ever and I will never believe in mysticism. It's like I've kind of stepped behind the scenes and seen Mickey Mouse pull his hat off and light a cigarette. So it's kind of like at that point it's like there's not much of anything that could make me be like maybe I do believe in sparkles and magic and fairies, and it's just I don't. Not that.
So nothing would convince you of sparkles and magic and fairies.
I mean, sparkles exist, I suppose. And I was gonna say fairies. I don't have to be, in and of themselves, mystical. I suppose. I do think it's not real, but I suppose like wings on a humanoid miniature. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like it's like dragons. Do we think dragons existed? And obviously, we don't have any evidence of it. But from what I understand, we barely have of dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but dragons wouldn't be mystical.
What evidence would convince you?
I am already on the fence about it because we have written documents that I haven't looked into, but I suppose are historical in some capacity. I guess I'm looking to see I guess I'd have to look into the literature and then also maybe take another, pour through the data on the evidence.
And if you looked into the evidence and found something compelling, would you then believe that dragons and fairies and mystical gods exist.
Okay, no, I don't know about the mystical, but the dragons, yes. But dragons wouldn't be the
So
dragon.
it's the word mysticism that you have an aversion to.
It's the concept of mysticism.
So you could believe that some greater being created the mystical elements out of it. If it were some
Yeah, but
mechanical
yeah, and I
chemical
don't.
reaction or something like that.
Yeah, if you took all the mystical, I suppose I could believe that something else, maybe even possibly someone else made us. But do I believe that that means they're overtly or inherently good or holy? No. Do I think that gives them power? Yes, but at the same time, it's like, and holy I use in a very um, liberal way right now, but I don't believe in holiness. So it's like I'm just kind of using it to describe something I might not have another word for.
I'm guessing that you wouldn't worship a god just by nature of it existing, since that would be a mystical element. But I am curious, if you were required, what kind of god would you want to worship?
That's actually a pretty good question. I don't know. I think one that was, well, geez, I hate to sound like a narcissist here, but I guess myself.
I think that's extremely honest. Why yourself?
Oh, because then there's only what boundaries and understanding that you can grasp guiding yourself through. I mean, I grew up without I'm not, boo-hooing or anything, but, I grew up without guidance. And I think that was a defining factor in what allowed me to kind of understand in an unconventional sense the world that we experience, and so I don't, I think a lot of people have that opportunity, but they don't take that opportunity. Excuse me. And I guess I'm taking full advantage of I'm looking at this as as a plus more than a burden. So I think yeah.
Andy, I don't think I have very many more questions for you, but I appreciate you answering the ones I did.
Sure.
Maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers.
Yeah.
Tiny, did you have any question for Andy before we move on?
No.
Right on. Well, appreciate you being here, Andy.
Absolutely. All right, y'all have a good one.
You too. Keep asking questions. Good morning, Island King. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, bro, how you doing?
Doing all right. Don't need the camera, but I do need your age.
Oh, sure, I'm about 30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like
that? Well, they say belief is not sure, so I know there's a God.
So you know there's a God. What does that mean to you, to know there is a God?
No is like without a doubt. Like, belief is not sure.
So you have no question at all. You can't question your knowing in a God. Which God is it that you can't question?
I can question, but I have no right to, as being a creation of the one and true God. Like in the Bible, Job, Job,
I
God
see,
told
that
Job.
answers a lot. So you believe in, sorry, you don't believe, you claim you know that the biblical God exists.
Yes, because the only reason I joined this thing again, I don't know, like, and I respect you as well and all of your viewers. Good day to everyone. I don't want to sound like some type of
I'm
person.
giving you a little room here, Island, even though you say that you have a knowing regarding the God of the Bible, people who can question their belief. And if you
Oh,
claim you have a knowing, it doesn't sound like you have anything like a belief that you can question. It's something certain, something dogmatic, something
well,
unquestionable. And
dogmatic, like, in
I would
terms of,
wonder to you if I would wonder if you might possibly consider questioning your knowing. Is that something you could do?
I mean, I'm more than open to it because you have people here who are listening that are also like myself, at one point maybe not too sure of what they were believing in. So of course you can ask.
Mhm. Why is it you are so sure that the God of the Bible exists?
All right. Now I'm happy the way that you mentioned of the Bible, but I mean in all religions and most aspects there is a one true like being or creator, you know. But I mean everybody has to use something to push or back up what they be they're how should I say like they're into. Most people do that. Like they usually take something that matches their lifestyle and so on. But it's for life experiences that made me understand there is a God. So that's my answer for you. Like experiences in life.
So
Yeah.
you're saying you've had experiences in life that convince you that there is
Yes.
this God.
No doubt. No doubt. Yes, for sure.
Island,
Or
have you read the Bible?
Well, I've tried to, I grew up in a Catholic/Christian family, so you get to know the Bible from Genesis all the way to Revelation.
So did you read it from Genesis to Revelation?
Well, honestly, I read different parts of it, but not every single thing. But I've gone for mostly all the books.
Fair enough. So you didn't read all of it.
Not into
Do you
deep.
believe the stories you did read to be entirely true in the
No,
Bible?
I'm happy that you mentioned that. So that's two, like, I don't know, like two specific parts that spoke to me the most is like when God humbled us as humans. Like I was trying to mention with Job, where he told Job like who was he to question like what he does or like anything because he was not there from since the beginning, like when he created it, like his plans and like if you know the Bible, because you sound like someone who possibly would know certain things. So you maybe know what I'm talking about. So that part humbled me a little bit. And then
It
there's a
humbles
part.
you because, it humbles you because God shames Job for asking a question.
No, you see, the English language, the word shame, that sounds negative. No, I don't believe. I know I don't use the word believe, but I have to use it in that sense. God cannot do wrong. Like I don't saying like everybody arguing. So I don't wanna tell you what you're saying is wrong or what, but in my sense of it, God cannot do wrong. Like God is just pure love and everything he does supposed to have a reasoning behind it. Yeah, just to keep it short.
You're saying God cannot do wrong,
Cannot.
but you use Job as an example.
No. No, again, like,
And
who are we to
Job,
question?
well, the thing is, Job is asking a question at the end of the story.
He did.
About why this was visited upon him,
He did.
and you're saying that you believe in this God more because of the way it responds to Job in that question.
Well, again, I mean, if someone created me, at the end of the day, I was saying certain things, but he created me and everything else. So at the end of the day, yes, you feel a way about something, but you have to have that overall understanding that that's his way.
Island, do you believe the 6-day creation story from Genesis 1?
No, that's a good question. In that relevance, I believe God created the earth. I believe He created everything. I mean, in terms of, as you said, the 6 day reference, everything have a relevance. I'm not a philosopher. I didn't go in the archives of Rome, wherever that have all the secrets that no more. But as far as I know, that He did create the earth. He did create the waters and everything and the birds and
You're saying, as far as you know, He created the earth and He created the waters, but you don't know for sure about the 6 days in Genesis 1.
well, I mean, I would have to go with that belief, like in terms of how they try to break it down for human understanding. That's the most way I can say it, because we can't create a leaf. So the simplest things alone, so they try their best to maybe break it down for as simple as we could understand it as humans.
You're saying that the whole story is, regardless of being true or not, is simplified so that we can understand it.
Understand it.
So even if it's not true, it doesn't matter.
It is, well, again, I mean, if you say even if it's not true, but in my mind it would be true, because I mean,
So,
would you think we came from a big bang though? I mean, honestly, like you
I'm
think.
not here to answer those questions, but I am curious why you would ask that with such incredulity when you're talking about the 6 day creation being somehow true. I'm curious if the 6 day creation from Genesis 1 is true. How does that align with the second account of creation, the Genesis 2?
When you
Like,
say
is it a
second,
different order?
Adam and Eve, like that part, second account, like when
Yeah,
man.
the one that says that the man was created before
Yeah.
the plants and animals.
Okay, so again, is our human concept of it. I mean, we have to question things, I mean.
Right, and that's the question I'm asking you is, which account of creation is true? Is it the one where the plants come before the animals and the man, or is it the one where the man comes before the plants and the animals?
Well, I mean, honestly, I mean, how can I say, there'll be different accounts of things, but which one ever came first, the chicken or the egg, but they're still there. So at the end of the day, plants or animals, or plants or humans being first or second wouldn't change the fact that He did create everything, but.
Sure. Are you sure it wouldn't change it if the stories are
Well,
contradictory and
that's the
both
problem.
exist in the book?
That's the problem. Like, you see what you just said, the story and man, like, I don't know how long the history of man has been. I think they say the Bible so far, like, I try to understand certain things because there's history for everything. Like, you can go back as far as we can try. But, I mean, we can only give a certain account of
Is there
certain.
history for this?
I mean, the Bible is one of the most accurate history books, but
How can you, I'm sorry, how can you verify that the Bible is the most accurate, or
Well,
one
no.
of the most accurate history books?
Well, it hasn't been tampered with for thousands of years. I mean, it's been translated in different. That's where the problem maybe
You
started.
say it hasn't been tampered with for thousands of years. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, in terms of the basic stories, I mean, I know what you're gonna say already. Like when we say tampered with, because so many different translations, so somebody can maybe try to fit in something in there, and that's where discernment comes in, I guess. I mean, you should.
Are
know
you a
that.
prophet?
No, I don't never consider myself a prophet. I just consider
Well,
myself
how is it that you claim to know what I'm going to say?
Oh, I apologize. I don't want to sound like that. You know what? I'll be respectful, because you see, on top, honestly, I was just scrolling for TikTok, and then when I heard like the young man speaking, and again, he's honest. He was so cool. Like when he mentioned not having certain guidance, because in life, you need certain directions, but sometimes it's better to don't have certain guidance that would lead you wrong. And now you reach a certain point in your life where you have your own understanding and you're trying to seek things and understand things. So when I heard the
Do you
guy
think it's possible, Island? Do you think it's possible that you might feel that you have correct guidance and still be wrong?
Well, I mean, if the guidance in my life, speaking of being positive and, trying to be as good and good to others, and in terms of, as far as we concern, like, generally speaking as humans, love and respect for others and that type of thing.
You're saying if you just take the love and respect for others, are there no judgments or no other considerations within the
Well,
teachings?
I'm not saying no, there isn't, but at the end of the day, you just try your best to be like, again, no one is perfect. We use that term, but I mean, you just try to be as positive as you can, and live as best as you can. I mean, why not? Because we only live
Could you
once upon
be
one
as
of you.
positive? Could you be as positive as you can and try to live as best you can, absent these stories, without this God? Or
Do you
Christianity on a whole and Jesus, like out of all the others, like you just mentioned, Hinduism and different Allah, you don't find like Christianity is the one that getting the most persecution, especially like anywhere else somebody can say Allah and thing in sports, they wouldn't say anything, but the time you mention Jesus, they want to censor you. Like a lot, like why, like don't you find that funny? Like as you might meet, like me and you talking now. So I told my friend that the other day, I'm like, why do they like when it comes to Jesus, especially Jesus? Like again, his name a cousin ago, so that doesn't mean his name was Jesus. I'm like, whatever you want to call him, like Yahshua, Yahweh, you can go Hebrew. But there was
wait. Do you think that Jesus actually fulfilled the prophecies?
well, when you say his prophecies, like in terms of what the Bible says, like in terms of coming back and after his death and all that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Where in the Old Testament do you think it says that somebody was going to die for people's sin?
Well, I think it has certain accounts. I can't tell exactly where, but where certain prophets mention there will be a Messiah one day coming, and different things like that. So there were accounts where the prophets did mention that. They just didn't mention the timeline, like when he would be coming.
Did you know that the story of Jesus in the New Testament, that he does not fulfill any of the major prophecies? Did you know that?
Now, when you say the major prophecies, can you give me an example? Again, I don't sound ignorant like I know everything, but when you say one, so I can maybe get an idea. So, like, give me one example of one of the major prophecies you speak of.
He wasn't the king of Israel, and he didn't bring the people of Judah and Jerusalem together. He wasn't of the bloodline of David.
Well, I mean, in terms of the family tree, I think they did show some part. Again, I know the song ignorant, but I think he is related to David. I don't know. But at the end of the day, like Joseph or Mary, whatever, but at the end of the day, bro, all I can say is, I mean, I don't know you. I'm pretty sure you may be older than me. I don't know, and you sound like somebody well versed. And you,
What are you doing right now?
Me, I just wash my hands. Yeah. But what I was saying is, and you maybe heard some water in the background. So, but what I was saying is, I appreciate you guys, questioning certain things and trying to open certain people's eyes to certain things because honestly, before when I was growing up, like you see how you speaking, I used to be flabbergasted. I had certain friends when I was growing up. You're talking about God and but while growing up, you have to understand, there will be questions asked, but you have to know how to respond back to it, like in a way where I guess God can try to speak through you in a certain way. I don't know. That making sense to you? To answer the questions.
If you come across a stream, just a little stream, and you see a bunch of sticks that got there on their own, would that be a god dam?
Wow, you see, a friend of mine told me that certain jokes you're not supposed to laugh, especially when it comes to reference to God. But wow, that was a nice one, man. Why would you do that? Wow. Why would you do that? At the end of the day, right? I mean, I appreciate. Let me ask you: do you believe in something greater than yourself out there? I mean, how do you think you came about? Like, do you answer questions? No, you don't answer questions as well?
I answer questions. Host does.
Okay, so Tiny, how do you, it sounds like your friend, Thrayle and yourself have similar, I don't know, beliefs or understandings, we'll say that. Am I correct?
It's possible.
It's possible.
I'd say that it doesn't matter what you believe. at all. I don't think beliefs are necessary.
Okay,
I'd also
so
say that there's many different people out there that are convinced of many different things. And I
yeah.
think that being convinced of Christianity is the same as being convinced of Hinduism, paganism, spirituality, or any other religious ideology.
Okay, but let me ask you though.
Well, that's a really good question.
I'm guessing he got a call. Caught me coughing.
You can't hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I was just saying, like your friend mentioned earlier, right? Like some people can still be positive, have love, have respect, but don't want to believe in the story, like these so-called stories, as you said, or beliefs, right? And they can still live a good, positive life without being believing in those things, right? And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong in that, but in the end of it though, like what would that benefit you though? Like when you like, I mean, we're not here forever, right? Thrayle and Tiny, we're not here forever. We know that for facts. We're humans. We have a certain limit. Nobody knows the time nor the hour when they're gonna, leave this earth. We don't go into details. So at the end of it all, like, I mean, what do some people want to live for though? Like just a legacy, like for people to say they were great on this earth and like, I don't know, like, I mean, you want to grow up and still thank something out there for having you there. I don't know, like that makes sense to me. And you can still be positive and live good. And I mean, like you might say to me, oh, you don't need something out there to,
Island.
I don't know.
How many lives do you get?
Well, you only live once, as far as I know, right?
So, why would you live this life in any other way as though you only have the one?
So what are you trying to say? Like, so like people should just do whatever they want because you only have one life to live?
I think within limitations.
Nice.
Certain reasonable expectations.
Nice. So your limitation sounds like what I didn't call it philosophy. It's philosophy. No, there's a thing we studied in college, like let's say if there are three people on a boat, like one is a vagrant, one is a priest, one is a police officer. They would say and the boat is sinking and you only have to ethics, right? So it sounds to me like you living by ethical principles, meaning like like that sounds to me like what you would live by. Like as you say, if you don't want to put the God factor in it, you can still be positive. As you say, you have limits, but you're living on ethical boundaries. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't judging you, but I don't know if I correct or I wrong. But for me, it's better to have something out there to have you in that type of mindset or spiritual mindset. You don't think? I mean, we're not robots or AI, like we're not just batteries plug and play. Something has to breathe birth into us.
So what benefit does the spiritual mindset bring you?
Peace. And that's what a lot of people don't have. I don't know, I don't judge it. Like I said, I'm not always as things in reality to deal with. But that little part of it gives you peace, bro.
I'm going to ask you a question on behalf of a friend.
Sure.
Does God have to exist for God to matter? I'm sorry. Let me
it's
rephrase
okay.
it. No, I
Okay.
didn't ask that quite right.
Okay.
I need to do the question better justice.
Okay.
Does God have to exist for it to be meaningful?
For what to be meaningful? Life?
For God to be meaningful.
Does he have to exist for him to be meaningful? Well, a lot of people make things that are meaningful to them and they don't really exist. So why not make something that actually, well, again, for me, he exists. Like right now, I just stepped outside and the sun just shining. I mean, that's a sign for me out there.
To you, that's a sign of God. To somebody else, that's a sign
Definitely.
that gases burn under pressure.
Well, I mean, if you want to consider again scientific view of what that is, I mean, I appreciate you guys again. It sounds like you guys more deal with science than spiritual beliefs.
I'm just asking questions from various viewpoints. If you came up here as an atheist, I would ask you
You'd have put it
questions
from
to
an
consider
atheist
the alternative.
Okay, I understand. But I don't know, like, if people are born atheists or if they, like, while growing up, like, see certain things and, like, maybe me being born into a Christian type family and then, that maybe have somewhat to do with it and then, researching certain things for myself. But, I mean, and there's certain
Think
atheists
about
who
that for a
possibly changed
moment,
into
Island.
Christians. Oh.
Yeah, think about that for a moment. Is
Yeah.
it possible that your entire worldview, your idea that there needs to be this God and this hope for an afterlife, is it possible that it comes from being raised Christian?
I mean, I know you're gonna kind of go on that. It does, but listen, that doesn't mean while growing up, I mean, you are exposed to other things and you have a mind of your own. I mean, you cannot be so indoctrinated in certain things that you can't try to understand. So like me, I would ask certain things to try to make sense of more what I think I know, you know? So at the same time, if while you're growing up, you have a mind of your own, nobody not pressing your buttons, you realize, hey, that not making sense. Or let me get ask more questions. Like right now we speaking, and I appreciate you putting me, I don't want to say not in an uncomfortable position, but there are certain people that wouldn't feel as comfortable in a seat like that trying to answer what they think they know or understand. But I still appreciate that. I do.
You've done very well, Island, especially for someone who says they can't question. This you've questioned it in different ways, and I think you do question it.
Well, again, I mean,
Is
in
that
life,
wrong? Is that wrong?
no, again, I don't think asking a question is wrong, but like you mentioned earlier, limitations. But everybody has different limitations, I guess. Like as you say with life, you can live to a certain extent with limitations. So I guess you can ask questions, but with certain limitations. You don't think? Or you should be free to ask any questions.
Do you think there are limitations to the questions you should ask about God?
I mean, honestly, certain what a Christian asked the other day, like someone want to ask, where did God come from? Let me ask you that from your, because again, you sound like somebody like the ignorant person, bro. Like you can tell when you're speaking to somebody that not just talking, like from what somebody else told them. Like you articulate and you maybe study one to the. I don't know. Sometimes you could be the head of the biggest organization or something. Who knows? But at the end of the day, it's just interesting to me.
You're saying you speak as if God is in the room.
Well, he's in our presence, though. He's in our presence, I mean,
So
once
you don't want to
two or
ask
more
the
gathered in my
questions.
name.
You don't want to ask the questions or answer the questions that might offend God if he were in the room. Is that how you feel about it?
Wow. So when you say it like that, I mean, we would want to have a certain level of reverence, I guess. I mean, think about it. I don't want to tell you put yourself in God's shoes because we cannot, But I mean, I realize like that part have a lot of people turning and like how I can say it, man, against God in a way. because of the, like they'll say fear God, but not fear in the way of like, oh my God, you love and respect fear out of love, like a kind of a, your place, your place. That's the best way I can say, like you have to know your place, like just like the plants, the animals, the world know their place in God's creation. We as humans maybe forgot our place. I don't know.
Thrayle, could I ask a question?
Go
Hi.
for it. Good morning, Candace.
Good morning. Thank you for having me up.
Morning,
I love
Candace.
being here. Morning, Tiny. So, D, how do you know the place that you're supposed to be in with God, whether you can or cannot question Him? Where do you get, how do you know?
Could you repeat that again, Candace?
How do you know the place that you're supposed to be in with God? Like you said, people need to know their place. How do you know what that place is? What are the boundaries? And how do you know them?
Well, I mean, I can say it. My mom used to tell me something growing up. She used to tell me, hey, I don't call my name, but D, it's better to have common sense than to be smart. I'm like, Mom, what you mean? She say, smart, you know everything. You can repeat what you study, you can do certain things. But when you have common sense, that is like the God within us, like He implants something inside us to make us know right from wrong. Like you have a conscience to make you feel certain things. So it's like it's a sense of feeling, I guess, like you have to have a little level, like, or as what's his name, Thrayle would say, a limit to what I have to. I mean, we have right to, but I guess that's what caused. Again, I wasn't there in the big battle in heaven or whatever. Like my cousin just tell me, "You were there? Do you know? Did you see?" But I have cousins that question me too. But it's like I told my friend, think about it according to what the scriptures try to make us understand, because we were not there. But who knows how God
So,
made But imagine, listen, like 200 plus whatever angel, 2 million, whatever, 1/3. You can imagine what is 1/3 in heaven. I don't know. And they were there from the beginning, Candace. Candace, they saw everything. Candace, they were there. And
so
imagine they still turn, you know? And
hold
us,
on a second, because hold on one second, D, because
oh,
you kind of jumped around a lot
no, I
there.
don't wanna, the reason I trying to bring that reference is like to us humans, like we were not even there in the beginning and saw everything. And
Slow down a little, though, Island.
sure.
Yeah, because you jumped around. Like I heard the answer was common sense and some scripture.
Yes.
And then we started going on angels. So if we're going back to the question, then it would be you're saying that common sense tells you these boundaries. You mentioned scripture, but
Yes.
one person's common sense isn't the same as another person's common sense. Would you agree?
I can agree with you to an extent. I mean, why would you say it? Like, can you expound on why you say it like that, and then I can see.
Like you're saying it's common sense to know how much you can question God or to be respectful towards God. But like another person's common sense would be, I have every right to question God and call him an effing a-hole if I
Oh,
wanted to.
wow. I understand. No, no. Think about that. No, think about it. As you say, the common sense to think that. No, I mean, people want to blow themselves up, not talking about that, and then like certain thinkings and say, I'll go to heaven and whatever, the ideology of it all. And they tell themselves certain things. And they'll say, I'm going to go here, whatever. So the ideology of it, call God a effing thing in the first place. Why?
A lot because they don't believe the same way about God that you do.
Even if I don't believe in Allah or whatever, why would I say effing Allah thing just to offend someone though?
No, true. I agree with you, but some people do. So
I
that's
know
why I'm
they do,
saying,
but
like, how can you
and that's
hold on one
sad.
second?
That's sad.
Hold, hold,
Yeah,
hold on.
sorry.
It is.
Give
No, I
Candace some
agree.
room.
Thank you, Thrayle. No,
Sorry.
I agreed. It is sad. It is sad to not respect another person's belief system. I 100% agree. But that's why I'm saying to you, where do you get your boundaries from? Was it from your mom then? Did you just grow up with the common
Oh,
sense? Or are you getting this from scripture? Because how can you base it necessarily on scripture?
well, it's
Or
not
is it what
only
you're
on,
doing?
well, again, I appreciate that. It's not only on just that, but I mean, imagine somebody saying like, if, like you say, God or whatever, and that feeling like a fun to you in your chest. So why would I feel that foreign? You know, like why would it scorn like to me like that? It's because like as you say, I believe in it already, so it just feels that way. I mean, nothing inside. Like I mean, some people so convinced in their mind. I don't know, Candace. I'm just asking. Like you're so convinced in your mind that you have the authority. I mean, I guess again, I mean, there are people that following certain philosophies that do what you will, you know, that Aleister Crowley kind of thing, you
Did you
know?
hear though
So,
where did you hear though what Candace's question was?
yeah, I do it. I did. And it's a tough one, you know? It's a tough one, Candace. I don't got, listen, I'll be honest with you guys. I mean, I have a brain, you know, I'm not dunce. I mean, no offense to anybody that has, you know, because hey, I work with special needs, my daughter has her own. But at the end of the day, I don't mean it like that. But there are certain things I just again that's why one day I was asking like for the Father to reveal everything to us to make it make sense. Because there are so many questions out there and the world's so confused. I don't say that I'm not part of the confusion. But that's just the whole part of it for me, Cadmus. Is like why all the
And did
confusion? Why all the
and did
separation,
he answer you?
you know?
And did he answer you?
You know? Well, at the end of the day, you have
Doesn't the Bible say to ask for wisdom and he'll give it unreservedly?
well, it does, I guess, if you open up your mind to it. So I guess my mind not as open to see everything I have to at this point.
Could you imagine a God that exists that is outside of the Bible?
Well, when you say out,
I mean, what if it's a God outside of all religions? We've just been trying to figure him out, and all religions are wrong. How do you know that yours is right?
amazing. And honestly, at the end of the day, I would think that all amazing, like God, you say out of everything, out of the Bible, out of the Quran, out of everything, would maybe appreciate that we trying to get to him, like to understand him and so on. So it's like that's what I'm saying. Like instead of us fighting, like you see religion against Christian versus Muslim, like all of us should just live side by side and just say like, yeah, that's your belief, yeah, that's my belief, but we can still like coexist, man. You know.
Yeah, very true.
I wish that was the case, but it's not. That's not our reality. So people using it to separate one another, and they will get it worse now. You know, Candace, they will get it worse. But all we can do is, again, as you say, not if I can say pray, and then you can maybe say wish or hope, you know, because you don't want to believe in pray. Like, but once it's something positive and good, at the end of the day, I think that, as you say, that whatever greater thing outside of everything that create everything, and we trying to understand would appreciate us trying to be those type of people instead of maybe fighting one another to be, hey, believe my own or you believe my own or you understand what I'm saying? Or you believe mine, I believe yours. Like, I don't know.
So yes, I understand what you're saying, and I think that's a very good point of view to take it from. So I guess I have more questions, but it would lead us off topic, so that's okay. I'll
It's all right. I mean,
if you can.
honestly, I just appreciate like I don't get a chance much. Like when I join other guest rooms, they don't really have much topics. It just shocked me how I stuck on it because of just like how I heard the young man speaking, and I'm like, you know what, I want to say something, but as when I hopped on, I didn't realize like I hopped on into a hot seat, you know. I thought it was more like my guy was more stuck on a certain topic like most people and just spitting that out and you know just for views and whatever, but then I realized he's more open, asking these things, like asking questions openly to see like where you're at, like not just trying to make you think of what he's thinking or So it's
Yeah,
interesting.
no, you're in a very special room today. It's a privilege. So
It's
yes, we're
interesting.
in a very special room.
you know. But like I said, I just, I appreciate it. Again, it's not like I don't want anyone to be angry because I know there are people listening. Maybe people laughing like,
I don't think anybody's angry at you. I think you've done very well at questioning and answering questions. I wonder, um, I wonder if part of the reason why you hold to this God is that you feel the need to have answers where otherwise you wouldn't.
wow, that's a good one. Well, I mean, we all have questions we want answered, but I mean, we have to deal with certain things that happen in life. I mean, and then when you don't have the answers, I guess what we believe in is like living in God's hands, for Him to, do His thing. And then while life happens or things go on, you see, oh, so I guess that makes sense why that happened, but you couldn't understand why, but it maybe took time, like it's not our time, but God's time, that's what, again, my belief system again, right? Or my knowing system. Guys, so I guess that's what keeps me going. That's a good way. Like, so Candace, what would keep you going though? I mean, in terms of life, like you just be positive, like you just, you wake up in the morning, like, yeah, I woke up and like, let me just be me and live me, like on what basis, because like the God aspect kinds of give people that positive, thing to live on, and let's try to be good and not to be bad, too bad, or like that type of thing,
Yeah. No. I 100% get what you're saying. God, at one point in my life, and Jesus specifically, gave me purpose and helped me out of a really hard situation. But as I've grown and come to understand the history and the truth of the Bible, I've
Right.
gotten to a place where, if there's a God that exists, which I do believe there is some type of intelligent designer,
Nice.
that if he created us, he's going to know our hearts. And so I do my best. I really do love what Jesus said, and I can apply it to my life still without believing that Jesus was a real person. I can read the Bible and take to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and then to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Well, I do love that I was created. I do love that I'm here. So I'm going to love, be thankful to whatever created me, creator, intelligent designer, or God. And then I need to first love myself in order to love anybody else because it says love your neighbor as you love yourself, which implies I need to have some self respect. I need to be able to look inside and know who I am and care for myself and then spread that to others. So that's pretty much how I live my life. I don't want anybody to feel that they're unwanted or unloved because everyone should feel love.
Nice. That's amazing, Candice. That is amazing. And I think that is a very positive aspect on it, honestly. Like, as you said, like in the way of finding out certain truths for yourself, like in your own truths, right? And for your own truths, like you said, certain teachings or certain things, still make sense to you in terms of aspects of life. So you can still apply that to your life and still not, but again, like the only difference with me on that is like maybe in terms of how I would proclaim it. Like you said, you wouldn't go in depth in it, like saying, yes, Jesus Christ and whatever, or, the God of the Bible type of thing because of like things you researched and understand. But just the fact of the teachings on that basis level for me, that is just wonderful, And maybe the rest of it will just come into play as life goes on, But the fact that you have that view of it, I think that's beautiful, Candice. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
I think I think we can find purpose in life without God. I think that I think
Nice.
that
No.
yeah, no, you know what I mean? Like,
We can talk. We're talking. I mean, like I said, it sounds like you say I laugh one time because it's like wow, but that's sharp to me. I guess it slips off the tongue for others, but it'll be sharp for
do
me.
you think it's possible, D, to find purpose in life without God?
I mean, why would not? I mean, people can. I mean, people do live like that. They do. Yes, Shatta. Yeah, people do live like that, and they're still positive. But why not, though? Like for me, like just why not? I mean, you can still be positive and be everything, but why not have him there? Like what is it gonna hurt? Like that. What do you think about that, guys?
Island,
What is it gonna hurt?
does it make more sense for you to live in a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth?
No, the uncomfortable lie is not good. Honestly, nobody would want to live in it. But I think I was telling my friend that the other day. Like a
No,
lot
no, no,
of
you gotta
people know
mix the uncomfortable
the
truth or the
oh, the
comfortable
uncomfortable truth.
lie.
Right. So I was telling my friend the other day, a lot of us agree to live certain lives because it's comfortable. We know it's the lie, but the truth is uncomfortable, so we shy away from it. Now, if we don't know what exactly is the truth,
So
yes,
if we don't
yeah.
know exactly what is the truth, how can we shy away from it?
You guys are amazing,
You
man.
made an oxymoron there.
You guys are amazing. Wow, I appreciate. No, honestly, I appreciate you guys. I don't want to sound like I mean, we can speak wise. I don't want to be a smart ass. I don't want to sound like I can to talk to impress anybody. Like, understand? Um, wow, that's a good one though. That's a good one, guys. That's a good one. Oh boy. But I mean, honestly, guys, at the end of it, like I said, why not? Have that.
You say why not, but if it's not true.
But what is so uncomfortable about the truth, though, like about
Can
God?
can I say something?
Yeah, like what's the uncomfortable truth? I don't know.
I
Can you
think
guys share what?
I think why I don't believe God exists is because I'd like to be honest, and I don't know if God actually exists. I don't think honestly I can say that there's enough evidence that a God actually exists. So I would be dishonest to say that God does exist.
So Tiny, like when you say enough evidence, so it's like theoretically speaking, like everything we see and as humans, like you think we have an answer for it, like mathematically speaking or scientifically speaking, like.
Well, I don't, what it is I don't like to give answers to questions that I don't have the actual answer for. I don't think that that's honest.
That is true, but I mean, okay, so if you don't have the answers, you must question like there must be something, right? Like,
well, if we don't have the answer and we just give some answer, I don't think that that's honest. I think that we have to have sufficient evidence to give that answer, and I don't think that the God hypothesis has sufficient evidence for the available answer.
Okay, so would you say like Darwin's theory of evolution and like?
I'm just speaking strictly on the God hypothesis. Just that. I'm not bringing in evolution. I'm not bringing any other ideas. I'm just saying the idea of God itself. I don't think that it has sufficient answers, and I think that if that's the case, holy shit. Sorry, I got a phone call. If that's the case, then I don't think I can honestly use that answer.
Wow. I mean, so many experiences in life. I mean, what would it take, Tiny, I wonder, for you to like even get a glimpse like there is something greater than us out there? I mean, it's so simple for.
It's the rest of the universe, the other galaxies out there, the other planets and stars, and solar systems, all of the other things that are out there. I think that that's fascinating. I think we should investigate that instead of just saying, oh, no, we don't need to investigate it. God did that. I think that that's a thought-ending exercise.
Wow. You heard? Okay, nice. So you know how you make me think as a well again, like Thrayle said, he spoke to me from my knowing or belief, Christian type of belief and knowing. You heard of the story of Babel, I'm sure. You guys are very well versed people. I can tell. You know certain things. You heard of the Tower of Babel, right? Like when what like people try to go to the sky, to see God and what He did. They scatter their languages and so on. Like
That's a great point. I think that that's a thought-terminating exercise in itself. I think saying we shouldn't get closer to God, we shouldn't learn about God. I think that that's like closing the door on curiosity. It's just saying you ought to accept this answer no matter what, even under threat of punishment.
Well, I mean,
I don't think that's healthy.
Don't you think God has a right to set His rules and certain things in His world? Like it's His. Like, can you imagine something being yours and you can set like you own a company, you set your rules how you want your workers to do.
That's assuming there is a God in the first place.
Right.
Yes.
Right. D, you're assuming already that there is a God and that we have to follow these rules when we've been easily able to show the inconsistencies within the Word of God. So how do you know if there's so many inconsistencies and contradictions? How do you know which one to follow?
I understand, but within our human realms, though, like we have laws, so where did those laws come from, guys? So why don't we just do what we want?
Because our moms would.
Why don't we just? Oh, mom, say that again.
Say, what are you doing?
Man, well, you guys are awesome, man. I'll follow your page, but Lee, that's your page, right?
Yeah.
Batcolyte. What is that? How do I pronounce it?
Batcolyte.
Batcolyte.
Like an acolyte.
It's gonna do some
to the celestial state Bat goddess.
Candice. If ever you guys ever alive again, man, why not?
Yeah, we love having you. You're open to listening, but I would just encourage you to be more open to questioning why you believe what you believe. Is it just because you grew up in it, or is it because you know it to be the truth, beyond a shadow of a doubt?
I'm with you guys. I just have to do 1, 2 things now, but I'm gonna check my daughter out and certain things. But honestly, guys, I appreciate the time. Not every day, a young person like me, from the Caribbean, get to sit in a panel and question certain things and get back certain answers. You tickle my brain, honestly. Like I said, I don't want to sound like any smart ass or anything. Like, I mean, you can tell I
appreciate you. I really do. You were very honest with your answers and open and surprisingly capable of questioning for someone who said that you couldn't question. So I really appreciate you, Island, and I hope you keep asking questions. And maybe the next time we see you, we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers. But until then, take care and keep asking. That was very pleasant, much better than I expected it would go.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Everybody.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude. I loved his accent too. It was hard at times to follow, but no, I think he was a cool guy.
I'm charmed by the Caribbean accent.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe Maybe he wasn't actually as questioning as I gave him credit. But
That's right. You were done in. You were done in by the lilt.
Saying, can you, question some more instead of it just being what you grew up in and accepting it to be the truth beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Now, Thrayle, if you want, you can question me on why I hold to apocalyptic mythorealism and the idea of all conceivable ideas.
Well, I mean, there's the most obvious question is, what is mytho-whatism?
It's a religion developed by a man named Michael Carano.
Oh no.
It uses omnijective logic to show that sacred geometry is equivalent to the unified field in quantum physics.
Is he writing a new book? Is that what this is? I thought it was.
No, this is the old one.
I know that. I know it backwards and forwards, and the error is the arrow of time. I'm telling you. Abandon.
Tiny always talks over my head, so I have zero idea what we're talking about.
It's the idea of. I can't even do it anymore. Fuck that guy.
It's the idea of all conceivable ideas, as shown through apocalyptic mythorealism.
I just can't. I don't even want to invoke him. I start doing it, and my whole body seizes up, and it's like, no, don't do that.
Oh,
It's like a Trump impression.
Sorry, Thrayle. I meant to say it's the celestial skeletal bat goddess.
That's what it is. He tried to give me vocal lessons on the live once.
He was on a live with me and Slurms one day, and he was doing voice impression.
Really? What kind of impressions did he do?
I think he was doing Pee Wee Herman. He did Patrick Warburton, and who else? I can't remember who else.
Yeah, I can imagine him doing a Patrick Warburton one.
Yeah, that's because his legs aren't working like they used to.
You know, I've never tried a Patrick Warburton impression.
Hey, Banner, why don't you come over here and have dinner with me and Bonnie?
Crystal Hubbard says name dropping, like we're saying that as if we know him. Well, thank you, Hannah. Appreciate you.
I
question
jumped
with
up
you.
here. So go ahead.
Well, there's more to that list. I just didn't have the whole list up in front of me yet, but now that I do, um, I also need to make sure and think. Well, I thought I had the list in front of me. It seems to disappear. There we go. Now you can say what you were going to say. But
Oh,
also,
yeah,
thank you, Hannah, most of all.
not important. I just, it was such a compelling conversation with Dee. I, I had, I had questions I wanted to ask, but I don't think it was really ultimately necessary. And I hope that he does come back. That was really, I really enjoyed that conversation.
Crystal says you need to drop answers about your personal path. I'm wondering what specifically she is she asking for.
Who, me? Answer questions. Why would I do such a thing?
Well, to answer your question, Thrayle, it's to give people insight onto where you're at.
And in what way will me providing that insight assist others in questioning their beliefs?
Well, if you don't tell us what you
It
believe,
won't.
how can we
It
use
won't.
ad, how
It
can we
will
use,
not.
how can we use that? How can we use ad hominem attacks if you don't tell us what you believe?
Yeah, and I do think that it does kind of help others because it gives them a different way of seeing things that they may not have been able to necessarily think on their own about. So when you hear other perspectives, it helps you to examine your own.
That can be true. I do present other perspectives in the questions, but they don't have to necessarily be mine, do they?
No, that's true, which is a little tricky because it's hard to get a handle on you, Thrayle. So elusive.
I think that's why this works. I'm on Thrayle's side here, and I think it works better if we're always wondering what he thinks.
True, true, Jimmy. That's very true.
I don't know what crystal means. It's the righteous war. I'm not sure what
I
that
think the real
means.
question is, where do we come from? Where do we go? Where do we come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Are you saying that if it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe that you'd been married like a long time ago?
Hit it and dip it I do.
So I'm guessing this is what winning feels like. We we have no believers, but we hit 200,000 likes. That's awesome.
We win. Yay!
And everybody's either entirely questioned out or well questioned.
I think they
Which
stop
is
believing and they let go of that feeling. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, don't stop believing. Don't stop.
It's the streetlight people.
It might be what happened to all the streetlight people.
I believe that blue motherfucker is way too fast and needs to slow the fuck down.
I believe.
I believe Auchenflaw and also Auchentashtiska.
What?
I believe Auchenflaw. I believe Auchentashtiska. Think about it every night and day. I spread my wings and I fly away.
My way.
Believe in life after love, but I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough. No.
Didn't you do that video like on a destroyer or something? I have that memory.
And she was wearing a large leotard. It was great.
It's
Just
awesome.
mine. Yep.
The fuck are we talking about?
That's a really good point.
Chitty chitty bang bang.
We are questioning if anybody can question their beliefs. At least that's what the fuck we were talking about before Cher and the leotard. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, if you're open to having your beliefs questioned, well, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or prove you wrong. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, what is it you believe and why do you believe it?
Ratio wants me to go on the chopping block here.
Oh, in the hot seat.
In the hot seat. The sacrificial cat.
Jimmy, do you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or anything like it?
I have a belief in the fundamental emptiness of reality.
In the fundamental emptiness of reality.
Yeah. So, reality that lacks a self-nature. And I do believe in the truth of the teachings of the Buddha and most of the Dharma since. Dharma is the continued teachings of Buddhism. But I test them all the time through meditation. Tiny might find some flaws in this idea. So the idea that reality doesn't, it lacks, things lack identity, things actually in themselves don't exist. We do that to reality.
You're saying
What is it? How do you establish identity?
We do it all the time through storytelling.
So do you think we're the ones who are identifying things?
Yes.
I would say that that's language. Yeah. Do you think that this is?
Well, I would say that I'm The thing that's most spiritual maybe about my set of beliefs is that I'm very agnostic about whether or not there's actual stuff in the universe, or whether it is all in a state of flux, or if it's all thought or conscious mind, or if it's matter.
Are you saying you don't know if things have thingness or if things are even things?
I'm saying I'm open to the idea that there may not be what we think of as actual stuff in the universe.
Things aren't even stuff.
Possible. It's possible. So the thing is, I have a lack of belief in the solidity of the universe. I wouldn't know how to prove it.
Maybe we could try this. I've been working on this like scenario. It's kind of a paradox. Like, let's say that there's just a consciousness existing without a body, in a void, without space, time, without anything, just a consciousness. What can come out of that scenario?
Dreams?
What would a dream about?
Yeah. Would a conscious mind eventually create some kind of activity without external stimuli? Again.
Yeah, how could it
I
be
don't
able
know.
to do that without seeing color, without seeing light, without having sound, without having any sensation of anything? How could it come up with anything?
So could a consciousness dream a universe of thoughts without an external consciousness acting upon it, is the question, right?
No, how can a mind think or a consciousness be aware of anything without anything to be aware of?
Yeah, I don't know that
Sorry, did you hear
I
the
don't
last
know
part?
that the universe has to be aware for the for there not to be fixed identity of objects.
Well, the question is, without those identities of objects there, how would there be any identities of objects?
Language. We talk in our
Well,
mind.
like in this scenario where it's just a mind,
Oh yeah, well,
just
I
with
don't.
nothing in it. Like, do you think it's possible for anything to come out of that? This is called
No,
Flaby's paradox.
yeah, I get that, but I think that what you're doing is first you're positing the existence of things, and then you're imagining a mind that cannot imagine the existence of those things.
No,
Like,
no, quite the opposite. All I'm doing is I'm saying that there is a mind where there is nothing. There's just
mhm.
a mind inside of a void with no body, just a mind.
Yeah, I think what that mind would produce would be essentially empty, nothing.
Yep.
This type of conversation super freaks me out when I start thinking about like being busy.
Yeah, it is.
But here's another idea. Imagine a mind that does have activity. I guess we could just imagine a giant brain that has electrical activity. That electrical activity would produce some kind of thought, even if it's vague, unformed. because of the activity.
Why do you think that over any period of time that vague, unformed thought would become anything more formed? And before you answer, I've got to thank Amoria96 for helping with that last goal. Thank you guys so much.
I'm not sure that it would. And I'm not sure then where our consciousness comes from in that scenario. But I think we're the major contributing factor in that scenario.
You're saying that given enough time, a mind absent form will somehow spontaneously generate consciousness that can create form.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would happen. And I'm not convinced that that mind would experience time or space.
So then, from whence cometh this consciousness that creates form?
Yeah, don't know.
Then why?
But why believe that the universe is more akin to thought than it is to matter? Or why be open to that possibility, which is what I said originally? Because the nature of thought. So, having spent a lot of time meditating, get to know thought pretty well. The nature of thought is unlike what we imagine the nature of matter is like. It's hard to reconcile the two of them if you're experiencing each of them directly. Rises and dissipates, contains kind of story or narrative, and it's perceived. As far as we know, matter doesn't perceive, has no thought. They're fundamentally different types of things. And either way you go, whether you believe that there is no matter or there is no real thought, so if you want to adhere to the existence of one or the other, you have to negate the other.
Of life.
If you're thinking, then there isn't anything outside of thought. When you're thinking in terms of matter as primary, there isn't anything outside of matter.
To you, maybe.
I understand. I mean, I've read, like, in certain books, The Ego Tunnel, the idea of thought or self is an illusion. No, it's not self, it's thought is an illusion. That's such a strange thing to say, isn't it?
So if I think myself into flying, then I can defy gravity and I can jump off of any height and survive.
In a dream, sure. Right? We test it out in the world, and it doesn't work that way.
Why is that the case?
Because when we're awake, we can't fly. What conclusion are you at?
Why is this the case?
Why should I know?
Are you able to question?
I'm questioning, actually, I'm questioning both the idea of thoughts being the primal substance of the universe and matter being the primal substance of the universe.
If this is the case, that thoughts matter more to the universe, then why is it the case that my thoughts can't make me survive 1,000-foot fall?
Why are the laws of the universe configured the way they are? We don't question that.
Are you sure?
Well, I
Why
guess I
do
do.
we assume that thoughts matter to how this universe operates?
Depends on your point of view. If you see the universe as made of matter and stuff, then thoughts not only don't matter, but they can't exist. They're illusory in some sense of the word illusory that doesn't involve consciousness. If you think of thoughts being the only thing, then your body, the gravity, the ground, all of that is thought. And there's some constriction, because otherwise, yes, everything would be like a dream in which we could control everything that happened.
Why is there a restriction on thought?
I have no idea. In that way of thinking, I don't know.
If I have a thought and you have a thought, and one of our thoughts is a positive proposition, the other thought is the negation of that proposition, can both of those thoughts exist at the same time?
Certainly. Why not?
Because of the law of non-contradiction.
Which is a thought, right? Value A must equal A. A cannot equal not A.
Well, if it's A and not A at the same time, that's a cancellation.
Yeah.
I don't think it's possible in reality.
What is the set of all possible sets that do not include themselves?
Imagination.
Yeah. But see, all of that happens in thought. We can have that set in thought, even though it's a contradiction. And
Well,
logic.
that means that there's a real world and then there's the thought world.
Well, this is what I'm getting at. So, we can have. Are you saying that logic exists in the world, not just in the mind?
I'm saying the world exists, then we have logic.
Yes, we create logic to make sense of the world. And sometimes it doesn't work.
That's because in the real world, I can have a thought that I can survive 1,000-foot fall, but that thought doesn't do anything.
Right. Yes. When your body hits the ground, it breaks. But what I'm trying to get at is that we created the laws of logic. They presuppose things. So that's all in our heads. It seems to work well against the phenomena that were presented.
It's because it's describing instead of prescribing.
Right. So then in the end, we are left with descriptions of a reality that we just don't quite grasp.
Not fully.
So my friend Don Smith, who teaches physics, said something so wise one time. He tells his students at the beginning of the class, if you're concerned about what's real, you can go down the hall.
He's a very wise man. What if thought is just the friends that we made along the way?
I don't know, Mr. Frodo. I'll have to go down into that swamp to find.
Peanut butter and honey is the answer. I was,
Oh man, I love how like the honey
I'm out
gets
of
all
peanut
crispy
butter.
against the bread. Mm.
Yeah. I'm out of peanut butter and the honey stuck at the bottom of the bottle. So the sandwich has to wait.
Rachel said it twice. I just wanted to say, hun, I've heard many people talk about meditation, and some people do it with music, some people do it with their eyes closed, with their eyes open, pacing. So I think any way that you can just calm yourself and kind of clear your mind is the best way that you should meditate. It is, subjective. It's all about what you like.
I have lots to say on meditation. I talk a lot about it in my lives. And I teach meditation online if anybody's interested.
Oh, there you go. I'm glad I brought it up then. Did you hear that, Rachel? Did you hear what Jimmy said?
And meditation might also be described as a sandwich, right, Jimmy?
It is like a sandwich. So let's say it's a let's see. Let's say it's a prosciutto and cheese sandwich.
Prosciutto.
Except without the prosciutto, of course, or the cheese or the bread or any sauce.
Otherwise,
Otherwise, still a
entirely
sandwich.
like a sandwich.
Yes.
Unlabeled, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Unlabeled, do you know how to unmute?
Yes, I'm 25 for TikTok purposes.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Awareness recognizes awareness. I really love what y'all are talking about.
I see. So, in answer to my question, as far as belief in a god or a gods or a higher power,
Is there any wrong answer?
perhaps just the ones that don't address or follow from the question. Do you have a belief in a god or something like a god?
No.
Why not?
That's a good question.
Do you have any kind of answer or thoughts on the question?
I'm thinking. I would say self-sufficient.
Self-sufficient. So the reason you don't believe in a God or anything like it is because what is self-sufficient?
I mean, could you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, I'd asked if you believed in a God or anything like it. You said no. I asked why not. You said it was a good question. We waited a minute, then you said self-sufficient.
Yeah, I would say self-sufficient because
What year were you born?
2000.
Self-sufficient because what?
I mean, I do not like, you know, when someone, not everyone, think everything is at hand's grasp. I mean, I don't believe in a God of what people call, but I believe that creation has a creator to an extent that I let the un I let the, you know, what we call the creator. I do not try to define. I just accept and be and not try to drive myself to madness. Instead, I accept what was given to me at the day of my birth.
I'm I'm just hearing that you don't question things, you just accept what you were told. You have no
No, I don't
critical
accept what
thinking or
don't accept what I was told.
oh,
I actually think
what were
for
you actually
myself.
saying?
I think for myself, as in, you know, I observe, I learn, and I look at the things around me, and I don't just,
You observe and learn.
it's like, for instance, an invention has an inventor, right?
An invention has an inventor. Does an existence have an existor?
Yes.
Oh,
Now,
why?